to Brawlhalla.
Welcome to the SteelSeries Invitational, brought to you by none other than, of course, SteelSeries. Today is all about doubles with the European region. I'm Duke, and joined with me is none other than Sparky, and we're going to be bringing you the pre-show.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the pre-show. We are here live and in living color, ready to sort of break down all of the important points that everybody watching at home needs to know about this tournament, specifically who they need to watch out for. You notice that big word, invitational, that was added into the title. We're going to explain how that works as well, who got invited, why they got invited. And we'll talk about those players as well that we expect to kind of creep up to the top, the end of the bracket, getting deep into that tournament.
Yeah, this is a great spot where if you're like, this is my first time watching Brawlhalla esports or anything like that, then here's a place to check it out. And, of course, it's all brought to you by none other than SteelSeries. So with that, I got to ask you, Sparky, have you ever been playing video games and maybe wanted
I have.
to clip something, maybe clip it, ship it, put it on Twitter?
Absolutely.
Well, moments.gg is a great place to find some tools to do that, right? Tell me more about the SteelSeries moments.
So what this is I'm going to give you a scenario, right?
Okay.
I am playing a video game, as I am wont to do,
you do
all
that
the time.
Sometimes.
I hit a wonderful shot on an opponent that I'm playing against. If that's an FPS game, if we're playing Brawlhalla, maybe I hit a nasty string on the player who thought they had the audacity to come up against me on the ranked leaderboard. Well, that moment just happened. And then all of a sudden it's gone, and I only have maybe the fleeting memory, or maybe I could open up an editing software and get the replay and look at the replay and do some screenshots and all of that. That just seems like headaches, hassles, and horse hockey. And I'm not about that. I'm about that gaming life.
Weird.
When I hit a clip in a video game, first of all, no one believes whenever I tell them about anything good that I've done in the video game. So I need that hard proof. I need that clip that comes directly from Moments GG. I can paste that anywhere I want, be that Twitter, be that Discord, be that any other platform you choose to communicate on, and you get that wonderful clip that you can show people of the amazing thing that you did. And this software from SteelSeries, Moments.gg, will help you capture all of those incredible, funny, fantastic, wonderful gaming moments that sometimes are beyond belief.
Yeah, you can do it at the press of a button. It can be automated. It can be automated to the sounds of you and your friend screaming in voice chat at how hype that clip is. Check it out, SteelSeries Moments. But let's get into today with the SteelSeries Invitational. Today is going to be a 32-man, 16-team double elimination tournament. All best of 5. Sparky, what else is going on?
There you go. It's that 2 versus 2 best of 5 that you just said. Look at that prize pool for all region singles and doubles. There's a singles part of this too.
Yes.
40K coming out, going to be put in the bank of those players who come out on top today. So the way this works is you're like, what is an invitational? I don't understand. Do they just invite people they like? Well, if I was running it, yes. But I'm not the one running it. So the way it worked was we have those 32 players that are in 16 teams. We basically went from the top power rank down the list saying, okay, PR number 1, who do you want to play with? Acno was like, I want to play with Blaze. And then you would go to number 2, which in this case would normally be Blaze. So you skip over him since he's already on a team. That's where you go into Simple. And you're like, okay, Simple, who do you want to play with? Ooh, it's me, Simple. I want to play with Godly. So on and so forth, down the line, skipping people who have already been picked. And that's how you form your 16 teams made up of 32 players. You see the list of players on your screen from top left all the way down to that bottom right. You can see Acno and Blaze coming out in first, and then you saw Frydazol and Magimind kind of bringing up the caboose, which is an important part of the train.
Yes, I mean, it concludes the train sandwich. But
otherwise, you have an infinite train, and that's bad.
That's dangerous. But some of y'all who are astute might notice that some teams have changed out. I think Kixay unfortunately couldn't make it, so Urbador and Rakushain earned a spot as they were the next in line. And of course, that I believe is in seed order as opposed to PR order, which is how we chose teams. So like Sparky said, first PR likely took their friend, second PR. Third PR likely picked their friend, fourth PR. But fifth PR didn't necessarily take 6 PR and so on. We saw some people start to pick some other teammates up, and that's how we got some interesting shuffles for today.
And that's why invitational events, beyond just like the invitational idea itself, that's why this tournaments like this can be really important because it's not going to count towards these players' PRs because, first of all, that wouldn't be fair to the players who weren't invited.
Yeah.
So it would put all of those other players behind, which would be bad, and we don't like that here. So this allows players to sort of go into that experimentation, be that different characters they're going to play with, be that different teammates they're going to play with. So that's sort of a big like testing ground where you can test it out, not just in the ranked leaderboard, but at essentially still the highest echelon of competition to see how those formulas and ingredients all work together to build the perfect team.
Yeah, you love seeing all sorts of changes. And like you said, it's a relatively safe place. Of course, players are going to be competing. They want the glory of being crowned the champion. They also want the money and all that. But of course, it's just a great proving ground. And let's see some highlights of things that they have done in competition previously to get here.
Roll that beautiful bean footage production in the back. I'm looking forward to seeing it. You remember the Bush's baked beans commercials where the guy would be like, "Roll that beautiful bean footage," and there was a dog, I think.
Yeah. I think it was a golden retriever.
Yeah,
that's the part that I remembered.
That's
really,
what I was.
You should have started off with that one. But let's get into some statistics instead, because I think the beautiful bean footage needs some time to bake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or it just needs like the context of numbers first.
Yeah, maybe.
So Duke, let's get into some players.
Okay,
who
let's
we talk about today.
Let's go with none other than Team Fosi. Fosi coming in as PR number 6. Didn't, like I said, have to go straight into PR number 7 as his teammate. Who did he end up going with?
He ended up going with Sarmay. I always forget which way you say his name, whether it's Sarm or Sarmay.
I believe it's Sarmay.
It's Sarmay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we're going to go with until I am corrected. There you see him right up on the screen. Now you might see my confusion with his name, but a Spanish player. We don't have a lot of Spanish players. We have a lot of French. Used to have a lot of Swedes. We still have a lot of Swedes. Have a few Germans here and there, all over EU. But one of the few Spain players that we have in 2022, you see definitely not humble statistics coming out from Sarmay whatsoever. I expect big things out of this team right now. Now, this clip itself, this is what you're talking about with some of those teams changing up. This has Fosi in it, but you can see here that his teammate is Machete. So we don't have the Sarmay footage. So that's where we get some good Sarmay footage this weekend specifically. There are going to be some players that we might not normally see as much. They don't make it as far on stream to get streamed multiple times. I think we're going to get that a lot from from Fosi and Sarmay today.
Yeah, this is really interesting to see this kind of switch up. Sarmay, of all the people in the European region, he's one of the ones who are like on the come up.
Yes.
He's one of those ones who like has kind of not been, we haven't seen him in the competitive scene. And then suddenly this year you're starting to see him perform really, really well. Like he's one of those people who I know as like a Twitch monster. He was one of those people who'd like be in Twitch chat watching streams and whatnot. And now we're starting to see him have this success. And it's really cool to see somebody who's like very clearly like putting their time into both the community and the competition and seeing them grow up. And obviously Fosi sees something good because he's the one who picked Sarmay.
And there is an interesting batch of players in EU right now that are kind of in that group alongside Sarmay. You just saw, I believe, one of the other ones on the screen just a little bit ago, but I'm loving this crop that is sort of building up and really starting to challenge some of these more established teams. I'm looking at people like Sarmay. I'm looking at people like Heisen Delta. Even though they're partnering with more established players, they are definitely doing their part. They're pulling their weight. They're hanging in there with the absolute best of the best that this region has to offer. Sarmay is one of those. Spectre, Solarsin, Heisen Delta is one of those. But specifically, I got my eyes on Sarmay today.
Yeah, Sarmay, definitely a good person to call out because he's like we're saying, has been coming up in the European region. Anything else you want to talk about with this team of Fosi and Sarmay?
Specifically, one stat that was sort of an outlier in sort of the best way possible is they're number 3 on the ranked leaderboard in EU right now in 2v2, which is incredible. First is Simple and Godly. Everyone knows this team now. Everyone knows both of those players now. Second is Pavelski and Heisen. I mean, if you have ever seen Pavelski stream, which he does basically every day, he is always on that ranked grind. Someone made a funny animation about Pavelski kind of going up against the tournament players and losing and then going back to ranked. So ranked is his thing, and he's still like just one place above where Fosi and Sarmay are right now on that ranked 2v2 leaderboard.
Gotta love the grinders. Of course, the ranked ladder did reset relatively recently,
Yes.
so we're not seeing... So like legitimately, some of the players that we normally talk about probably don't even have that much ranked time. Like this is what happened earlier on in the year, is like there was a reset and then we had to go into pre-show and we're like, they've played 3 games.
But with a lot of those top players, you do see, like, they have actually really been grinding, even though the season did recently just reset. I'm sure there, like you said, are certainly some of them like that, but a lot of them still have 150 ranked games, 100-plus ranked games. So that's where we're seeing sort of our top 6 in terms of players. That's sort of the number of ranked games we're expecting from them.
Well, on that note, let's talk about the arguably biggest ranked grinder, someone that you mentioned a little bit ago. Let's talk about Pavelski, who's teaming up with Heisen. This is an interesting team.
They have been doing this. They play together quite a bit whenever Pavelski is streaming. It is not a far cry to see Heisen either just like in there as a person or in there as a player as well. You're seeing Pavelski, man, PR 14. That's a little bit rough from what we used to expect from Pavelski. Obviously still a huge name in the scene. You can see him doing Twitch numbers all the time, man. In terms of consistent streaming with the highest numbers, Pavelski is definitely probably dominating that conversation
he's
for
very
the most
consistent
part.
for a streamer.
Definitely in EU and even globally. There you see Heisen PR4 coming in with that. Kind of has similar earnings to what we saw from a player like Sarmay earlier. 0 gold medals. Is that true?
Are you surprised?
I am.
We know who has all the gold medals.
Yeah, but...
We know. It's literally, in EU, it's been a scrap for second place for the longest time.
I thought he would have gotten it at least,
7 is pretty good.
I think he would have at least gotten it like one time. That's kind of surprising to me. In official events, that Heisen, when he played with like Simple, they really never able to take one. That's how long Acno and Blaze have been dominating the scene.
Well, let's talk about this mix-up, right? Because you did mention Heisen formerly teamed with Simple, but Pavelski formerly teamed with the Ninja 729. It was Heisen who actually picked up Pavelski. So Pavelski had to decide, basically, do I want to team up with Heisen here, the person who's higher seed who picks me, or do I want to try to hold out and get my teammate and see if I can play with the Ninja 729. And so that's why we don't really have any clips of them playing together. Like you said, they do play ranked together, but we don't have official competition with the two of them.
And I think going for this is a good choice for a player like Pavelski. You saw from his PR alone, he's PR 14 in 2v2s. Heisen is way higher up there. So this, I mean, by the stats, and we'll see if it actually comes to fruition today when you actually get into those games, is if this was a good decision or not. Stats-wise, before anything happens, absolutely. It has to be an incredible decision. Heisen is such a strong 2v2 player. So is Pavelski. So I'm really curious how these two are going to kind of gel together because, like you said, Heisen used to play with Simple. Simple and Pavelski play very different video games. Very different video games here in Brawlhalla. Playstyle is different. Character choice can be different. So there's a lot of things up in the air. It's a lot of plates they're going to have to keep spinning on a very thin stick.
That's what I'm worried about with this specific team. Yes, they have a lot of experience playing in ranked, but competition tournament it's different. It does not exactly work the same way. And when you have these two people, like the thing that worked really well for Heisen in twos is he had this stable rock that was Simple. Now you're swapping out that rock for basically a stick of dynamite. And it's not going to be that stability. Now Heisen's the one that we're expecting that stability to come from because Pavelski's the one we're expecting to be explosive, take people off stage, get those quick KOs.
I like you calling him a stick of dynamite. I think that is a perfect description of him. Anybody who has ever seen Lost knows how volatile a stick of dynamite can be. Any little nudge or push or shake can set that off. But how do they blast away mountains to make roads? With dynamite. They do it with dynamite in a very controlled environment. So a stick of dynamite is not only a fearsome weapon that can hurt other people and hurt yourself in the process if you go too crazy with it, but it can also be used as a valuable tool to get where you need to go. In this case, it's not a road, it's the podium.
Yep. They're going to be trying to get there, but there's going to be some other teams in the way. Now, let's talk about the second seed, arguably one of the strongest teams in the region right now, but it's still a relatively new team.
Yes.
Let's talk about Simple alongside Godly.
This is definitely an interesting one to see where they're going to come out today because it's still this kind of tug of war back and forth that Acno and Blaze are still mostly winning if you look at the Winter Championship.
What do you mean mostly?
Acno, well, Simple and Godly are a new team, so it's not like we have this. It's not like we have this
a small
long
sample size.
Yeah, it's not like we're talking about Simple and Heisen versus Acno and Blaze. We're talking Simple and Godly against Acno and Blaze. So really their first test of that was Winter Championship where Acno and Blaze came out on top. I believe the first time they met, they beat them 3-2, and then they beat them in a 3-0, which is pretty confident from Acno and Blaze. Things change just a little bit once we get into Brawl League's Slam Rock. That happened about a month ago. I believe it was like the weekend of March 13th through the 15th, something like that. So about a month ago. Now, that is not an official tournament. However, Simple and Godly came out on top in that. Their first set, they beat Acno and Blaze 2-1. That was a best of 3, so they can win the best of 3. And then they went on to 3-0 in the best of 5. So they cleaned that one up quick as well. So the tides, they are a-changing.
Well, they might be a small tide for now, because there is, like we've said, not a lot of information out there, right? Godly has basically just started his competitive run this year, and it's been an explosive run in the 1v1s and 2v2s alongside Simple. Was a great pickup, but they still walked away with only a silver in official competitive Brawlhalla tournaments. You saw a second ago, Godly coming in PR number 46, which by a lot of measures is criminally underrated, but that's just because they haven't played together. They haven't played that much. It's only been the 2022 season.
Yep. The only time that Godly has been able to accrue points has been basically the Winter Championship. Because even though they came out on top in Slam Rock, that's not an official event for PR. It still is important data to look at. And we love Brawl League for putting on Slam Rock. Fantastic tournament. And we also got to see some character picks that might be changing just a little bit now that we're getting more into this season. We're seeing a lot of the Taros be incorporated into this Simple Godly team, and I'm loving seeing that.
Yeah, it's a solid pick in 2v2s. Of course, you love having a heavy hitter because it's just a great follow-up tool. You just get that one follow-up hit and you're putting a huge chunk of damage on it. Plus, of course, Axe, great in 2v2s. Hammer, great in 2v2s. Both of them have some solid hammer play. So it's just a good all-round pick for this comp.
The stats are looking so good for Simple and Godly right now. Based on their ranked leaderboard placement, they are #1 on the EU 2v2 leaderboard, and this is with not as many games played as some of the other players in this. They kind of have around maybe half to 2/3 of the ranked games that everyone else has played in the top 5. So that means they're very efficient in their victories. They have a solid ratio where they don't go on a horrible losing streak of like 10, 15 games in a row, anything like that. They're just constantly trending upward. That's how they found themselves here. They're 20 elo points above second place, which is that Pavelski team. So even though they're not grinding the most rank like Pavelski is, they are more successful in each of those ranked games, leading to those more efficient elo climbs.
It's worth mentioning as well with that 20 elo difference is that difference is a lot higher at the peaks of ranked, because some of those matches you're playing, you're only getting like one elo per win. So it starts to be a lot more. I'm sure like the people in gold, plat, diamond, they're like, oh yeah, 15, 16, that's one win. But no, at the tops, you get in like one elo per W. But there's one team that consistently walks away with the W in esports. They are on a gold medal streak in official 2v2 tournaments. Let's talk about Acno and Blaze. And we heard some unfortunate news. We'll get back to that after we say our piece. But Acno and Blaze, let's talk about them.
Acno and Blaze coming in #1 PR. They are both tied for #1 PR right now, and no one is surprised by those numbers. Some of the stats like that gold medal that Heisen has never achieved was a little bit surprising to me, but any of the numbers you see on the screen right now, not a surprise whatsoever. The pedigree speaks for itself. 50K earnings from Blaze, 17 gold medals, 4 silvers. He has never seen a bronze medal in 2v2s, and he never freaking will. He
doesn't
never
know what that
grabbing
looks like.
that. He
that
only
just
knows
dirty
1
gold?
and 2. He only knows 1 and 2. Look at that. Top 8 placements, 26. There were only 5 times that Blaze, as a 2v2 player in an official tournament, made top 32 and did not top 8. That is incredible from this team.
It's so impressive because, again, it's been a streak of wins. It's lasted, I want to say, I think almost 2 years now. Am I right? Something like that.
It's got to be something like that.
Maybe
Maybe more.
over
Honestly,
a year,
I don't know.
where they have just been winning competition after competition in official Brawlhalla tournaments, they have been walking away with the gold medals. All those silver medals were before that, when it was the Simple and Blue show. All of Simple's gold medals that we saw, all 8 of them, that was years ago when it was the Simple and Blue show. Right now, it's the Acno and Blaze show, and it's tough because it's one of those things where, like, we'll see them go into the lower bracket and we'll be like, oh, is this the tournament? Is this the one? And then they 3-0 their way through grand finals, and they just walk away with gold medals laughing because they're like, yeah, we made it look tough, but we knew we were going to get it.
Now, one thing that I do believe is unexpected about this team is for a long time, everything has been online. And now that we're sort of getting back to that in-person environment once we get to the mid-season championship in June, originally we thought it was going to be a top NA team, like a team with Boomy on it, or another top North American team, that they were going to be the ones to finally dethrone Acno and Blaze. It was the Acno and Blaze show until we get to that in-person environment. But now we're seeing this year with the rise of Godly and this Simple Godly team, it seems like the ones to challenge Acno and Blaze are a European team before we even get to the mid-season championship. So that will be a very interesting set to watch, or group of sets to watch in general as we get closer and closer to that mid-season championship, to see if Simple and Godly really do pose that really major, credible threat to the throne that Acno and Blaze sit on, or if it is just more of the same, where we have a really good team going up against a really great team.
That's the thing that I love about the European region in particular, is like for a long time, Acno and Blaze have been sitting at the top, and you know what? They've been coasting a little bit. They've been walking away with some gold medals that they didn't necessarily have to put their all into, but with the rise of Simple and Godly, I think it's kind of lighting a fire under them and making them want to work for it. But on that note, I think it's time to get into predictions. Sparky, I'm going to let you kick it off.
He's letting me go first today, ladies and gentlemen, on day one. What a gentleman. And what would you expect from someone dressed like that other than gentlemanly behavior? Third place, the bronze medal, which is really like the silver to the silver medal when you think about it a lot, and you take the limitless drug and use all the percentages of your brain and think about it like that, like I do. Third place, Fosi and Sarmay. I predict Fosi top 3 a lot. I have been incorrect a lot. Maybe not this time. Maybe we'll be right, and that'll be pretty cool. In second place, Acno and Blaze. I think their reign is coming to an end. If it's not this tournament, it is very soon, but I'm predicting this tournament because Simple and Godly coming out in first place. Haters be darned. Even though they're in the losers bracket, I am not worried about Simple and Godly as a team.
I'm looking forward to your tweet because people are going to screenshot that bracket and post it underneath. But my predictions, on the other hand, I tried to go a little bit more stable. I went with Pavelski and Heisen in that third place spot. Of course, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, they have a lot of experience in the ranked ladder, but it'll be interesting to see how they do in competitive. In second place, I got to say, Godly and Simple, they're still a really strong team. I think they can make the lower bracket run, but the only reason why I don't think they're going home with the gold is because the win streak continues for Acno and Blaze.
Not bad picks whatsoever from anybody on the desk right now. If you want to maybe put your own hat into the ring, everybody sitting at home watching, I mean, you can just like talk about it in Twitch chat, but preferably an even better way to get involved would be to put it out on Twitter. Blast your opinions out there with hashtag BHEsports attached to it. I'll certainly see it. Make sure to tag me at @WhoIsSparky. Make sure to tag Duke as well at DukeXFam. Fam is spelled P-H-A-M, not like the shortened version of family.
Thank you. On that note, we also have a side stream. I was about to do smash.gg/Brawlhalla. Twitch.tv /Pro Brawlhalla. For that side stream where you can see some of those lower bracket matches, maybe you can watch Simple and Godly compete. Is there anything else that we need to say besides a thank you to SteelSeries?
We do have a tournament tomorrow as well. That'll be the North American version. And then we have tournaments next week for the 1v1 version of EU and North America. If that's too much for you to handle right now, you didn't get a pin out to write it down all in time, or you need to know when things are, brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will give you times in your local time zone so you don't have to deal with all that handling of am I +9, am I GMT, is it daylight savings? I don't know what's going on with the clock.
Math is hard.
Also, you can go to smash.gg/Brawlhalla. That will show you where you can sign up. That will show you brackets of past events or currently running events. So if you want to follow along at home, maybe see where your favorite players are going to be streamed, whether that's here, whether that's on the Pro Brawlhalla stream, whatever, that is one of your headquarters for Brawlhalla Esports, alongside twitter.com/Pro Brawlhalla as well, to see everything going on there. They're going to post clips, post replays, all kinds of cool stuff. Announcements happen there as well. So there are a lot of different avenues that you can go down to see what is going on currently, in the past, and in the future of Brawlhalla Esports.
On that note, I'm going to give y'all time to find all those different URLs, put your tweets out and all that goodness. And again, tweet a thank you to SteelSeries for sponsoring this. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be kicking off the SteelSeries Invitational. You don't want to miss it.
Oh, what?
Oh!
Blue avoids it. He avoids the uppercut.
Oh, what a read on the ground pound. Oh, my God. Maybe for a good reason. Picking up the, and already has. Oh, my gosh.
He's not afraid of this.
That dashed him down there, grab what?
Zero and M for Mini, the team that.
Oh, oh no, Acno going crazy, but wait, Zero.
God.
What's happening?
Zero,
No!
Big play.
Oh, and
That
they're
was
on the
very
both of them. Jump, Swata keeps it
Swata.
going. Yes!
Jeez. Whoa.
Early KO.
Oh, my
Wait.
goodness.
Oh,
This is it.
but it's only game 2. Blaze, oh, he just barely avoids that Zeus weapon throw coming out from Blaze.
Acno with a pretty big lead here.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. We are getting into the games here at the SteelSeries Invitational for Europe. My name is Sparky878. Joining me on the desk is Ajax here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to break the beginning of this tournament down for you. We're going to watch some amazing sets. Some of the sets have already started going. The tournament is moving, it's schmoving, and dare I say, Ajax, it's grooving.
It is grooving, and for a couple people, it's not. They're not actually keeping to the beat at all. They're kind of losing the tempo because we were looking at some of these matches before this all started. Definitely felt like safe predictions were in order until we take a look at what's going on in the lower side of bracket, because Simple and Godly have been sent there already in the first round to start things off here for the SteelSeries Invitational. Insane start to beginning. I still think they're going to make an incredible run through lowers. I'm already freaking out because my prediction was coming in right as that happened, but that's not what we're worried about. We're worried about things that the chat would like a physical keyboard, because we're going to talk about a giveaway. If you want to go ahead and enter the Apex Pro keyboard giveaways, make sure you go ahead and check out brawlhalla.com/keyboard. We're going to be giving away 4 tomorrow and 4 next week. I love free stuff. I am free in game, so I give away a lot of free W's. But when I get to get free items, I feel pretty good about that.
I use that keyboard. Like, that's the keyboard that, like, all the GOATs use. It's a darn good keyboard. I use it for my everyday life, for my gaming life, to achieve some of the highest highs in gaming that have ever been achieved, on an Apex keyboard from SteelSeries. But we also have in-game items as well. You've probably seen this going around on Twitter, the key sword skin for the sword weapon. Make sure to go to moments.gg/brawlhalla. That will give you the directions that you need to obtain that wonderful in-game item that a lot of frags will be picked up by this weekend, next weekend, and the rest of the season.
And speaking of such, we're going to be getting a lot more KOs for you to actually watch, because we have the beginning of our stream portion of the matches to come.
Sir.
And the very first one, it's already going to be starting off hot. We have up first, if I could get it back here, Heisen and Pavelski versus Blue and Zyder.
Now, normally I would put a lot more stock in Heisen and Pavelski than I would in Blue and Zyder, but here recently, Blue and Zyder have achieved some feats that we might not have expected based on how they've been lately. Right before that, Slam Rock 2022, the Brawly tournament that happened about a month ago, they came out with a big third-place finish. That's huge, especially for these two players. Blue had his heyday in the past, but he's not making it that deep in bracket now. You don't see him on the podium. You don't see the little wear marks on the podium from where he stands each time. So that's solid for Blue. And then, of course, for Zyder to come out and pick up that third-place medal as well. That is incredible. I expect big things from them today based off of that alone. They are going to run up against a very tough team with a huge pedigree, awards all over the wall. So this is already going to be an extremely difficult opponent for them in round 1.
And you're talking about the heyday, Pavelski even of late, dropping to PR 14.
Dude, that's
that
rough.
is
That
very,
hurts.
very different than
That
what we're
hurts
normally
to
seeing.
see.
That is hard to say out loud, but that's the consistency of the play of Pavelski. For one, usually some of those KOs can actually be assisted by Pavelski himself, because he likes to always look for that moment to get that clip. A little bit of assistance going all the way to the blast zone along the way, but it's all about getting the clip that matters. But that Val has always been super consistent. And then when it comes to Heisen, you could throw a dart at the board and it'll work, because he'll pick whoever he feels like. He has such a very in-depth character pool. He's got the Bothvar, he's got the Val, he's got access to Koji, to Teros. They're all going to work well in doubles. What do you think is going to be the play here teaming up with Pavelski to try and seal the deal?
Well, I'm going to look really smart here, and I'm going to say, you know, just like the vibes in my brain, I'm thinking we're going to get maybe a double Val from Pavelski, and that would probably be my expert opinion.
I feel like some voice in your head, maybe some spiritual assistance that might be happening, maybe in the distance, not too far off.
It's Aaron Yeager whispering in my ear that they're going to be coming in with a double Val, and he just changed it. Dang it.
Oh, looks like the rumbling isn't actually occurring here. Ooh, looks like he switched up. You know they're going to end up going with the double Val anyways, just to make me sound stupid. But on the other side of things, how are you feeling about Blue and Zyder? Where do you think we're going to be going with this? Because most likely be looking at Koji, but do you think that that's what we're going to see here up against what could be a double Val, or do you think we're going to stick with what is worked in the past?
Well, we already, you and I, and production and everyone here is kind of already privy to some of the character choices. At least so far, the game is not launched yet. Everything can change in a moment's notice, but so far, we already see the character picks coming out. That's where Aaron Yeager whispered the double Val into my ear was, I mean, we can see the lobby. So right now, Blue just actually unselected his character, but it was a Hattori, and then Zyder coming in with the Rayman. Continued Rayman love, further solidifying this character as a strong pick in both 1v1 and 2v2. It's reached across regions. It's not just a North America thing. It's not just an EU thing. It's not just an any other region thing. Rayman is a global force to be reckoned with.
Axe Gaming, but even beyond that, the consistency of being able to line up into those SIGs to get free knockouts. The KO power on Rayman is so good, but then the rushdown factor of Gauntlet, it's just everything we've seen out of Rayman of late. Everybody loves Rayman, and I know that I just made Left Stick laugh over there a little bit because that is my favorite quote of 2022 so far, but it is the truth. It is just one of the best picks to go with right now. We're going to see that pick happen here. Start things off. Let's see how things go here. We do, in fact, see that double Val out of Pavelski and Heisen.
So at least that's one prediction today that I'll get credit for. Yeah, that's the one I'll get credit for. So we're seeing a lot of sword coming in here, definitely from the double Val. That is going to carry over to Blue's Hattori as well. Some Spear has been getting love lately as well. So Hattori, definitely a solid pick. Does struggle a little bit with that lower defense, but we've always seen Hattori in 2v2, sometimes double Hattori teams.
Yeah, it's just being able to line things up very easily. And speaking of lining things up very easily, they got lined up very, very easy. You got double swords on deck. It's so easy to line up those D-lights, get them pushed off stage. Right now we're seeing Red Team kind of struggling a bit here, but that does not mean they cannot get rid of Pavelski's stock as well. Actually, Heisen going deep into red too. We've gotten all of a sudden a very even game, is what I would have said.
Still definitely even. You have Heisen and Pavelski both extremely red. If Blue hits a KO combo, a D-Light recovery, a D-Light Zyder in the right spot, could be picking up a KO, getting it closer to even. Zyder starting to take some damage. The biggest problem here for this Blue team, even though they are ahead, there's a D-Light recovery. Not enough that Val defense holding on, but since they're both so red, any single hit with any variable force on it whatsoever is going to split up the Blue team. A lot of damage was actually put out on Zyder by the time Heisen fell off of his first stock. Pavelski still on his first stock, so this lead has gotten a lot bigger.
And getting the ground pound as well. Pavelski holding on to these 3 stocks right now have been incredible because Pavelski was getting double up on the right side platform before while Heisen was nowhere to be found. After getting knocked far away, still finds the wall touch. Does finally go down there, but Pavelski got so much worth out of that first stock that really kind of shifted the tempo, because if that stock did go away on the double up, we could be looking at a very different game.
Zyder just got completely bullied. You can see in the top right of your screen, Heisen, Pavelski, Blue, all about in the same territory. Blue's taking a little bit more punishment, Heisen as well. Pavelski is the least damaged, but Zyder is like basically with him in terms of damage, but he's a full stock behind. So he's just been bullied so far this entire game. We'll see if he can kind of clutch up, tighten up on this final stock in game 1.
I think it makes sense too. You want to double up on the Rayman. You want to get rid of that KO potential. You want to be able to deal with an issue and just double up on the Hattori, because the Hattori has the speed, but is going to have to commit a little harder while you have the rush down coming in from the 2 Vals.
You think about the combo potential on Spear, you think about the KO potential on Spear. It is definitely not as scary as an Axe or that GC Insig. Pavelski still gets back, goes back down to then bait Blue down there, gets the KO with the stage spike. Such a beautiful play from Pavelski over there.
And nobody can see it, but I was popping off a little bit, because that's the Pavelski we love to see. Pavelski will always hunt you down at the very bottom of the blast zone, go along with you, especially with the extra resources. 3 stocks up to 1. Blue has a lot of work to do, which is probably going to come to an end very soon. Does actually find a way to get back up on the stage, gets the Sair, trying to separate the two, but it's looking very rough right now, Sparky.
The timing of those clashes really helped Blue get back. You saw it interrupt the recovery that was coming out from the blue team member. Big stomp from Pavelski. He's going to have a lot of KOs this game, and they are just moving right on into the next one. I'm going to have to check the live stats on this one. Heisen doing 428 damage. Solid number. Pavelski, 605. Big damage coming out from Pavelski. You saw him going in and fighting both of those opposing team members at the same time. Or it was like the edge guard on the left side that was really down low. That was like a Batman fight where one member came at them, got taken out. Then Batman's like, okay, next one, please. The next one comes up, and he just takes them out one at a time.
And the way that Pavelski not only got that damage, but extended the life. That is so crucial in twos. You have to be able to stock tank, but the fact that Pavelski was not hiding away so he could get repositioned, so they could get good 2v1s. Heisen was getting pushed back, and Pavelski still was going to fight even deep in the red. Right now, both of the blue team pretty deep. Pavelski going low, and that might be an early snipe. It is just misses out on the dive kick. Is going to get the wall touch, just getting away from Zyder, trying to go ahead and steal that away.
He happened to dare the wrong way. I don't know if he was trying to read something there or if he was actually just trying to get away from the opposing team member. I don't know exactly what was going through his mind there. It could have also been a misinput. The down air might have been the takeout. There you see the D-sig from Zyder. He just burned his dodge, so he's not going to be able to get through any attack right away after doing that gravity cancel. Side signature going to fall. And the lead that we saw at the beginning of last game, this is so much bigger. Heisen and Pavelski are not in the red.
Exactly, and Pavelski every single time has not been uncomfortable going deep off stage. It looked like he was trying to bait maybe into a nair to pull Zyder down for overextending, but did finally cost them, and that's going to be a stock loss on Heisen as well. So not that much damage taken there. Very solid defense, only in yellow. That might not matter right now, though. Pavelski can't get back down to the ground.
They both kept going with that. I can't believe he got that and didn't get punished off of that neutral sig from Zyder. But Zyder before that, when he got a KO on the bottom right side, he had a wonderful dare that he did into the wall, riding down, just hitting his opponent that was right under the stage enough. So not only did he touch the wall, resetting his jumps, he put out a hitbox, and Pavelski was not happy initially. Is he going to get at least one KO happens? A little bit of confusion and chaos happened over there. That was actually a team KO by the time it was over.
Yeah, Blue tried his best to go and try and help Zyder, because every time Zyder's off stage, Pavelski's always there, so you have to communicate and try and help. But because of the fact that Pavelski shifted to the left, it made Blue accidentally put himself in a spot where he covered him. But the Sairs, two Sairs coming through. Can you close out one? Dipped a little bit too low. Pavelski's absolutely going to try and ground pound you every time you go down there. Pavelski does get the wall touch. They're getting a double up on Heisen. Heisen just trying to get back on deep in the red. That's going to be a recovery to take out at least one.
D-Light recovery. Lucky for the red team that the D-Light recovery KO'd. I would have been so heartbroken if I was Zyder missing the Sair and then it didn't KO and he just gets back to the platform.
It's one of those moments like, what do we even do to succeed here? They keep just finding the way through. That's some good damage and some good pressure they have. Pavelski smartly backing off, just getting reset with Heisen. Heisen trying to take, it seems like Heisen's trying to take point, but it looks like Blue is becoming way more comfortable with netting more of these sidelights. However, way less comfortable position now because once again they have eliminated the threat in the Rayman first.
Zyder went really hard on that side signature there. The only player he would have likely hit would have been Heisen, who was like in the middle stages of orange. Now maybe it would have carried far enough off the edge to then get the KO, but man, he put himself in a horrible position there. It was such a simple cleanup for Heisen to get that stock and take Zyder out of that game. Now, one stat I do want to mention really quick. It wasn't for the game we just watched, but it was actually the first game for Pavelski. His SIG hit percentage, out of 11 signatures, he hit 55% of it. That's impressive.
Is incredible.
Babe Ruth did not bat 50%. You'd be the best baseball player in the entire world if you bat 50%. Now, that also carries over similarly into the light attack. He threw out 49. He hit 43% of them. So almost 50% of both his attacks, heavy and light, he hit on that first game. That's why he was doing 605 damage.
That is so important because if you can continuously net damage like that, you are going to cruise with the lead. And you talk about the signatures, we're about to see a whole lot of them. Here, switching up the Crystal Temple and bringing out the Sorol. And actually might not even
he's done. He's done.
That was such a good attempt at an edge guard, and Heisen dropped down there immediately. As soon as he saw the resources were gone, covered him right on the dare, and that is so important because that was one of the few moments they had to probably take a nice, comfortable early lead.
Don't take Valve this map. This is just a terrible idea because those signatures do have interesting properties when they're like done off the edge or come in contact with a vertical wall. Zyder, hoping he can survive a little bit longer in this game, is opting for that Sorolan. Now, Rayman is not a featherweight. Still has some defense on it, but of course Roland has some of the most defense in the entire game. Pavelski here falling actually a lot earlier than anyone else in the game other than Zyder.
Yeah, nice simple weapon toss to snipe the jump, and Pavelski was just a little bit out of range to get back in. But there we go, gonna go ahead and take out Heisen. This is the first time I think we've seen, not a very comfortable lead by any means, but it looks like Blue is actually feeling comfortable at the start of the match. Most of the time, Blue has kind of been hesitant to approach when you need to be the one to approach to set up those combos so you can see Zyder close it out.
He's using that movement speed to get in and out of his opponent's effective range, and now is basically the best time to do it because they're already down 2 games against Heisen and Pavelski. Zyder forced onto his final stock. Blue finally losing that first stock. It's definitely in favor of the blue team, even though the damage doesn't necessarily favor them. Zyder being on that final stock, already in the yellow.
Oh,
might get edge guarded here.
Don't do that.
The recovery got interrupted, Ajax. Oh my goodness.
Like the fear factor of Pavelski at any point off stage right now. You said bad positioning earlier, unfortunate positioning. It's mostly just being anywhere underneath Pavelski right now. It's just been a big problem. So you want to try and cover center stage, cover these platforms, and get the strings that you can get. There's a Sarah that's going to line up for at least one. Do you close out the other? Trying to go off stage. Great recovery from Pavelski to avoid that.
He waited, he was patient with it, he didn't blow everything right away. His opponent actually got a little bit impatient throughout that unarmed dare when he was really far away from Pavelski, so that gave him plenty of time to react to it, knew that he didn't have to do anything. Blue is trying as hard as he can to juggle Zyder, get him back onto the stage, and he was successful.
Those moments matter so much in keeping yourself alive. They are currently looking out a trip to lowers bracket, which could be a 3-0. Zyder going deep, that's multiple resources, gets caught by the jump, yet avoids one, but not enough for the second, and now we see Blue stuck in the same position once again, this time with 2 stocks, two stocks on the other side. Small glimmer of hope. It is possible, maybe.
It is certainly possible, but you're going up against 2 players who have so much experience under their belt in these 2v1 situations. Not as much necessarily together in tournaments, but they're incredible players. They have chemistry together. They play ranked a lot. You see those left to right combos, those left to right team combos are really difficult to pull off. They might have to go for something less traditional like that because they are playing 2 of the same characters. They both have gauntlets in their hand. They can't gauntlet in light and gauntlet in light because DI will happen once you do those 2 moves in rapid succession on the same weapon. Heisen swapped out immediately. Pavelski swapped out immediately. Again, now they both have sword in their hand, so their team combos are not going to be as autopilot and simple.
Yeah, this weapon starve is looking incredible right now too, because as soon as that weapon toss away from that spear finally gets back at least to the sword, they're both within ranges that we're not at D-Light recovery just yet. Oh, reversal Sair!
Yo.
Oh, wait a minute, but gets hit by the Sair. Weapon toss coming through. Are you going to be able to get the wall
Dodge off
touch?
cooldown? No!
Just out of range, the sweat coming through. Pavelski coming in at the clutch moment because that reversal Sair was so big, but if you do not cover the follow-up, if you don't get him after that, now all of a sudden you're dealing with that 1v1. That was very crucial that Pavelski landed that there and stopped what could have been a comeback.
Blue played Game 3 so well. Not even just the 2v1 that we saw extend over a very long period of time against 2 incredible 2v2 players in the Europe scene, but specifically when we were talking about Blue going very deep off stage to save Zyder. Now, Zyder did get knocked out a little bit after that, but getting him back without taking too much punishment in the process, that gave Blue some more time, and Zyder some more time, to build up some damage on Heisen and Pavelski that almost led to a victorious 2v1 or 1v2 if you're looking from the point of view of Blue.
Yeah, and I think you were saying it very well earlier with the whole trait. That's the only one you're getting out of me today. You're mentioning the train part before and missing the parts and not having the caboose engine or something like that. Well, the engine started really late for Blue.
Yeah.
If Blue actually had that going in round 1, I think we might have seen a very different set. But that game number 3, you saw it, the wheels returning. The defense keeping Zyder alive was so important because that kept your... Not only does that boost you up because you just saved your teammate, but that makes Zyder feel like he could get something going as well. Unfortunately, it ended up leading to an immediate edge guard right after that because Blue team was just on point with it. The double Val pick was incredible. They had two, not only did they have combo potential, but they had rushdown. And they really didn't let any side light start. I don't think I saw a single side light come out of Spear until game 3 that led to something important. Because they got the hits, but they were always getting followed up after to stop any combos. And then it just felt like they were trying to fight 1v1s in a 2v2 game. It was looking really rough for them, and that was really on the incredible communication and play from the blue team.
Now, one thing that does worry me about Heisen and Pavelski going forward is in that 2v1 situation, Blue did play it very well, but I think there were also more than a few missteps that came out of Heisen and Pavelski in the process. Their 2v1 team combos didn't look tight enough, and it's not just because they were both using the same character with the same weapon at times, whether it's gauntlets or sword, because we have seen plenty of other teams make that happen, and when the 2v1 happens, they're gone immediately. So it did look a little bit sloppy coming out from Pavelski and Heisen in that 2v1 situation where basically almost everything is in their favor at that moment. This could be because it's just kind of their first set of the day. We are getting into this tournament because it's an invitational. We're already in that top 16. We have those 16 teams, so the first set they play, that was it. You're not going through pools warming up against players who are maybe gold, players who are plat, players who are low to mid diamond to sort of get your ball rolling. You got to hit the ground running, otherwise you're going to get clapped up. So hopefully we see them sort of tighten up as they move on through the bracket. Otherwise, I don't know what it's going to be like for them once they get even just a little bit deeper. Like their next set is Acno versus Blaze.
Yeah, you have to figure everything out leading up into that one, which is going to be an insane match against the best team in the EU. But we're not getting to that one just yet because we have another contender for a deep run today. This is somebody who's consistently impressed me a lot of late, and I cannot wait to see how this works out. It's going to be Fosi and Sarmay versus Ninja729 and Neeze.
This is an interesting team. Both of them really are, because Neeze certainly had his heyday back when we had LAN, and it was at DreamHack Summer, I believe, 2019, was when like Neeze and I think Polyshot and like 2 other players, I think Glassy was there as well, under a different name. I believe it was like Joel U Vegas back then. I can't quite remember the name before that, but that was when we saw the people like Neeze and Polyshot break out on LAN, even Fosi on LAN as well. So we have sort of this group of individuals that all had their heyday, except for Sarmay. It seems like his might be starting soon. That's at least what I'm predicting.
I feel like the breakout has been building up. We've seen pretty much from Autumn's up to this point in doubles in particular, Sarmay just keeps getting better and better and better and better. And that is so crucial to have in your back pocket. You're just cruising through all these tournaments. You feel that momentum burning. You're starting to play even better as you go along. This team lineup here with Fosi, you have that consistent combo damage again. We're seeing that spear play. We see Fosi can definitely line it up. Problem is, though, you have extreme KO power on the side of the Ninja729, always piloting the cannon, always having to worry about that surprise burst factor. I think it's going to be on Neeze to just support Ninja729 enough to line up those KOs to shut down this rushdown gameplay. Speaking of going all the way off stage to go for a very deep ground pound, you absolutely cannot escape from me, but is immediately answered back there from Neeze.
Now Neeze is the only one on first stock here, and we see a lot of character variation coming out. We see a Val pick, we see a Wushang pick, we see a Mordex pick, we see that scary, scary Orc. You never want to get hit by those signatures on that very high force character with very KO potential weapons coming out. But we have 4 different characters on the screen. That's a very kind of rare occurrence.
Yeah, and I love seeing it. You love seeing the character variations because that's what happens in twos. You get different lineups of things that you like to go for, but you do get the same type of play that you're normally used to seeing on Ninja. Pavelski wants it so bad. Excuse me, not Pavelski, different Val. Sarmay wants it so bad, and it almost had it lined up too, but because Neeze noticed that and went down there, you had to back off, because if you use that last resource, you were done.
A lot of chaos going on in the middle of the stage. Fosi sort of backed up for a minute. Then once he got into the fray, into the fold, he was almost taken off the top. And now Sarmay taking off the top. Fosi might be right behind him, and he is 4 stocks to 2. Red team wearing the color of their shirt on their health bar as well. All of them are red. There's 1 KO courtesy of Sarmay. Second one might be coming soon. Gonna set up the edge guard. No. Neeze is actually gonna get back onto the platform.
Yeah, just barely getting through, just avoiding the ground pound as well. Recovery not going to be enough off the top. Sarah should take it out at this point too, so that's why you see Neeze kind of hovering around the left side, allowing the Ninja to come through and get so much free damage because they focus on him. Now Sarmay has gone deep into the red with so much attention lined up to the other side. They do finally take out Neeze, but they took a lot of damage in the process.
We'll see if Sarmay can keep this going and not be taken out first in this game. He is the most damaged of anybody on the screen. Fosi's not too far behind him. That means if Sarmay's taken out, or really if Fosi is taken out, which in this case is what happens, this is a very difficult 1v2 for Sarmay to play. It's not going to take much. Does get one KO all the way from that side of the stage. Unbelievable. I would never have bet on that.
That was so good too, because going for the option and then backing off, not trying to overcommit, because you saw that Neeze was hovering right above to try and go in. Now Neeze just trying to get to a weapon switch.
Do this?
Oh, almost catching him. This is extremely close between the two. Both of them deep in the red. This is one mistake away from either player, and that's going to be it. D-Light finds the connection. Neeze stops the bleeding, but Sarmay, this is why we have been talking about Sarmay so much. This is just such good mentality and composure in a situation like that, because when you have two strong KO potentials like Mordex and Zol just staring you down, it's easy to try and panic. It's easy to overextend to try and look for that KO because you don't want to deal with that 2v1. Not only did Sarmay find it, but backed off and made sure it was safe. Didn't end up getting the full deal, but it still looked really good.
Now, talking about full deals that players did not get, man, Fosi, that was a rough game for Mr. Fosi coming out here. 264 damage dealt. That is not a good number for 2v2. He also took 586. Now, the tankiest character in the game is certainly not a Wu Shang pick, but still, he has substantial defense, so he shouldn't be going down that early. Compare that to Sarmay, 639 damage dealt, also took 667, so almost took 100 additional damage than his teammate did. So Fosi, hoping he can find something different, comes out with the Orion pick here to completely change their team comp up.
Yeah, and you want to find maybe some more consistency in your combos. You have the Spear still, but you have the Lance. However, I also kind of helps with the recovery mix-ups, because I feel like Fosi was getting pressured really hard, so being able to actually charge recovery, hold off a little bit, let Sarmay come out there and try and help you might help. But the red team's communication has been so on point. Let's see if it comes through. Trying to go for a ground pound. Neeze with an amazing recovery on the left side to avoid getting KO'd.
You see both members of the blue team turning their sights onto Neeze, hoping to take him off the top. Ninja comes in, splits up the blue team a little bit. Now Fosi going in unarmed. Does have to be a little bit careful. He's at weapon disadvantage, and he's extremely damaged, and he's fighting a Zol who has all that force.
Yeah, and the Ninja is just basically saying, don't jump. He keeps throwing out all these things to try and catch him, but there goes Neeze, gonna line up the KO, and that took a while where everybody was very unhealthy right now. We finally see one go. We're gonna see a second one go on the side of the Ninja 729.
Chance for the 2v1 here. They don't try and pressure it too much to get that stock off of Neeze when they have the power play. Okay, Fosi coming out with some good damage there. Nice solid Lance string coming out. Sarm comes in, ends up grabbing both members of the red team, is taken out, but immediately answered as Neeze also falls off of the first stock. Everybody's pretty even except Ninja 729. He's getting a little bit closer to orange than everyone else, but not too far behind whatsoever.
It's something I'm seeing out of Fosi a lot here in the second game is a lot more revenge damage. Anytime something happens to Sarmay, he's getting the hits where he needs them. That's something that the red team has always been capitalizing on, because whenever Neeze is getting pressured at all, the Ninja sees a free opportunity to throw out those massive signatures and just freely take hits. It's been working so consistently. Right now, Neeze trying to catch Fosi, slipping a little bit on the left-hand side, goes for a Sair, trying to go deep, but had no resources going for that. Could believe so hard in it, and that's enormous.
Hurting. That's really going to hurt their team, especially because Ninja fell right after that. That was certainly an early KO that Neeze fell into that blast zone for. That's tough, because looking at Sarmay, man, he's healthy, he's outputting damage. I believe he's found a couple KOs at this point, so Sarmay's stepping up, and Fosi certainly stepping up as well, but I would definitely say he's not the star of the show, but he's also not the weakest link in this chain.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's no longer the weakest link here at this time compared to the first game, we're seeing way more connections off of Lance, actually challenging people with Sarah and separating the two, which is allowing them to get those 2v1s. Unfortunately, miscommunication, though, is going to come through and not only lead to one, but it's going to lead to a close-up. That was so important, because now all of a sudden, what looked like it could have been a 1v1 off of that, it's now back to a potential 2-0.
That Zyder team damage that came out from Sarmay onto Fosi, that put the blue team in a really tough spot, and the red team immediately capitalized on it. They recognized the situation, found out what they needed to do to get the maximum value out of it.
I think the biggest thing right now is Fosi's got to step up. Like, if you want to make sure you stop that, is if Fosi just continues to play like so, catching the sig, going for the high weapon toss, forcing the high recovery, looking for the follow-up, and they get it. But do they get the close out? Yes, they do. And now Neeze is stuck up against the wall here, Sparky.
We'll see if he can make his way back onto the stage. He does, but he's going to eat a blast. The neutral sig from Fosi's Lance. Much different game. 500 damage from Sarmay. Good number. He actually didn't pick up any KOs. That is all of the KOs going the way of Fosi. Also the majority of the damage going the way of Fosi as well. So once we saw Fosi step up, that's the key ingredient that we needed. That is a blue team victory. Sarmay still playing fantastic.
Absolutely amazing job changing up that game. Talk about needing to step up. I didn't even realize those first KOs were all going to the side of Fosi.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Like that, like just the confirms they were able to line up, and most of the time, a lot of them came off of Sarmay lining up a perfect read into a sig to close it out. But the late game, after that double KO with the accidental mispositioning off stage, that's an easy way to derail some momentum, and Fosi didn't let that happen. And now we're getting to a very close game number 3.
It's tied 1-1 in this best-of-5 set. We're seeing Fosi stick with this Orion character. No swaps coming out from the red team. Neeze getting bullied so early, even by his own teammate. The weapon came in, Ninja grabbed it, threw out a neutral light, hit Neeze back into the blue team.
Look, Canon players are about one thing. Now, if you happen to be in the way, that's on you, whether it's the teammate or not. They want to get that big play. As we're seeing him go for right now, trying to go for the ground pound, trying to go for any type of early stock. Just does get the dodge. That's so important because now they can go and double up on Sarmay.
Ninja completely disengaged from that situation. Didn't even touch the main platform and then go back in. He went all the way to the left side, trying to get away from those edge guard situations as quickly as he could. Everybody is extremely red right now, except Fosi's kind of sitting on that orange-red border, so I don't think he's super in danger of being taken out by any just standard option like a D-Light Nair if we're talking about Cannon coming out here whatsoever.
Oh, wow, Fosi.
Oh, he wanted to go in.
Fosi wants it all. Unfortunately, he's going to end up giving one up, but that was really solid job. Actually, never mind. I didn't realize the Ninja went down in the midst of that, too.
Was worth.
That's what we take those
That
moments.
was worth. He was already extremely damaged, so it's likely he was going to be taken out soon. There were both members of the red team over there hoping for some chaos. That's what Fosi wanted to do.
And Neeze going a little bit too deep. It looked like they were looking for a double up on Fosi, and they were just out of position. But there's that big play. Does Ninja close it out? And Fosi can't get in the way. Goes for the recovery to try and interrupt Neeze, but Neeze just gets around it and seals the deal.
What a great follow-up from Neeze to secure that KO after the string that the Ninja hit, taking blue team member all the way to the right side. That's Ninja praying for the heyday of Cannon.
Ninja is going off, and that's exactly what you need to see right now. If you want to just, with the Ninja up with the 2 stocks and Neeze having to play more on defense, the Ninja has to be the one to play on this offense, like the way that he is right now. Weapon toss up is always a consistent factor out of Ninja. You can't get a free recovery on him ever, but you see that the blue team is trying so hard to separate him so they can get to 2v1. It's a lot harder than it looks so far.
Neeze is actually doing a really great job of 1v1ing Fosi before his teammate just got taken out, put onto his final stock. He was handling Fosi, completely mixing him up, putting a lot of damage on without taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, he was so damaged in the process. He kind of started those initiations already super behind. He tried to do what he could. Eventually, he got taken out. 3 stocks to 1. This is a very tall order for the Ninja.
Yeah, there's so many options that just get covered between the speed of Sarmay and the accessibility of the range that you have with Fosi as he tries to catch a dodge
what was
down.
That D-Light? What was that GC D-Light, Fosi? Come on, man.
Hey, he's up with stock. He's got a stock to play with,
Yeah,
right? But at the same time,
what do you think you're doing?
At the same time, Sarmay's over there deep in the red, struggling, trying to just get the wall touch, getting away from all of that because the Ninja can definitely make a comeback here. If you get rid of Sarmay and you just get one hit, all of a sudden you're in a doable game.
That was a beautiful down air into the wall and then a side air to pick up off the bounce that came out from Fosi's Lance. Oh, he went for the signature option. Didn't get it out in time before getting hit. Oh, I'm surprised he still had stuff left. We didn't see the sweat beads come out until the final recovery that he did to get back to the wall. It is going to be another victory for Fosi and Sarmay. Fosi needed that one game where he was dog water damage coming out at 264. Now he's putting out 631. Didn't get every single KO, but still picked up 4.
Yeah, this Orion switch is absolutely the play. Maybe it was a mental thing, but most of it's coming from the Lance. Like, we saw some solid spear play before, but the Lance is constantly connecting. He's constantly calling out jumps. He's constantly there in the way of when somebody tries to go for 2v1 on Sarmay. But I think the most impressive thing is he's not getting 2v1'd off stage. Because that first game, he was getting 2v1'd, and then they just went ahead and just jumped the Val. Because you want the Val not to be chasing you down like that. These follow-up games, they can't. They literally can't get the 2v1s off stage that they've been looking for. How are you feeling about this switch up here to over to Apocalypse to try and get maybe something to work for him?
This is an interesting choice because it is a reasonably small stage with smaller walls, and the edgeguard situations were really going towards the blue team. We saw early on Sarmay's incredible edgeguards on the left side and the right side in that game 1. Then we saw Fosi start to step it up. We saw it specifically towards the end of last game with the Lance dare into the wall, turn around, hit the side air off of the bounce for the KO. So the edge game is definitely going to the blue team. We'll see if that changes here. And I mean, if you're the red team, it has to change here. Starting it off a really nice way, 1-for-1, really even, except look, Fosi is not taking damage, picks up the KO. Fosi has completely turned this around.
I need to see the percentage based off of how many signatures he's been landing over these last few games, because Fosi has been so accurate. And not only did they go for the 1v1, that could have easily led to just a 3-stock to 2-stock apiece on each side, but Fosi did not let up on the edge guard. Now we're seeing Sarmay just trying to hover away. Fosi chilling down,
nice
making
save.
sure he keeps him safe.
He even, like, guided himself out of that recovery so he didn't get the dump of force that happens on the end. Just a little bit of damage on the front side, which Fosi can take right now. He's still in the orange on his first stock. Nice D-light. It's going to slide him off the wall. Actually kind of gets him away from any immediate follow-up.
Yeah, also something I just now noticed is this, like, the pressure that the Ninja has been putting on with the axe in this game so far by comparison to the cannon, because in the previous games it's all been cannon, but it looks like he's hovering around a lot more.
Wow.
Not in that moment, getting caught once again off stage. And there's another signature coming through from Fosi. So all those early attempts from pressure from the Ninja actually getting shut down pretty heavy.
So we look at the first game, which put Sarmay into the 1v2 situation. That was a really tough spot for him to be in. Played it very well. All of a sudden now, if you look at last game, Fosi was the only player that had 2 stocks left by the end of it. Now you see he's the only player who has 2 stocks right now. He's in the yellow. He's been finding KOs. You saw the banner at the top. He was dominating, which means first stock was 3 KOs without being knocked out himself.
A good defense from Sarmay, and after going for the edge guard, not getting reversed, you saw Neeze was down there looking for just any nair to snipe the jump after going a little bit too far. The Ninja looking to hopefully cover, but the weapon toss up. Oh my god, there's so much chaos on the left-hand side, but Fosi does get in the center and tried to catch, I think, the Ninja dodging in with that recovery. Didn't get it, but Fosi now losing a stock, 1 stock apiece across the board.
That was a little bit of a tough spot for Fosi to be in. There were just so many things thrown at him at that moment, literally thrown from, including a weapon toss, but also moves, a little bit of team damage that put him over there. It was just like being poked every single second or so, and eventually he fell.
And another sig coming through from Fosi, once again catching the jump up, the side play. Oh, not in place, not in the perfect position to be able to close that out is Sarmay, so Neeze gets to hold on just a little bit longer.
He's done after that one.
Done.
He's
absolutely not making
done
that back.
After that one. 736 damage from Fosi. 5 KOs. Once Fosi steps up, man, he's there. That's why I put him in my top 3.
This is exactly what we were hoping to see, because Sarmay has been proving that Sarmay is here to stay for a little bit of time now. But Fosi is the one you're looking to at, okay, how strong are we going to see a performance out of? How good is that play going to be from that spear gameplay, whether it be the Wushang or the Orion? The Orion was the pick. The distance that was covered all the time on the Lance, though, was really the answer. And just 700 damage, 600 prior to that, and you have the stats pulled up.
Yeah.
How many signatures were hit?
Your gut feeling that he was hitting a lot of them and being very accurate, 100% correct. He threw out 9 signatures, hit 78% of them.
That's insane.
That is a lot of signatures that he hit, and important signatures that he hit, especially that one at the end that got that spike and KO. He hit one on the right side that I believe led to a KO, either directly or indirectly right after that. So a lot of stuff happened with those signatures, whether it was splitting up the opposing team, whether it was actually getting a KO, whether it was setting up for the situation that led to the KO. So he was using those so well. I'm glad you pointed that out, because I didn't really click in my brain until I really saw those numbers. So all it took was that like one game of Fosi doing not so great to swap over to the Orion. And we saw really a back and forth from this team, which is really important. You do want to see that. You don't just want to see, hey, I'm the star, I'm putting 800 damage every time while your teammate does 200. It was sort of back and forth. The first game, Sarmay, big numbers. Fosi, humble.
Yeah,
paltry numbers,
yeah,
very low, not good.
Just started work for the day.
And then all of a sudden that changed, and you see at the end of the final game, big damage from Fosi and a little bit of struggling coming out from Sarmay. I think he put out mid 200s as well. So anytime a teammate drops the ball, the other one is there to pick it up and run with it. That's an important dynamic for a strong 2v2 team.
And I think a big thing that was very crucial that you don't see in the stat sheet is the fact that those signatures are going off, but they're laggy, and the way that you get away with that is your teammate covers you. Because Sarmay was always in the way either to occasionally tank a hit after the end lag, but also just to be there to body block and make sure that if that hit did come through, the Ninja, which would be a massive punish coming in from Zol, was never going to get that hit because you have to pay attention to Sarmay. And the Neeze, always looking for whiff punishes, was constantly looking for it because you want that big combo starter with Scythe. Never got it because either A, it went too far, or B, Sarmay was in the way. So even though you don't have that massive amount of damage, you don't have the you don't have all the KOs at the end. What matters is the W in the win column, and that was so important for Sarmay to pick it up in a different way, even though the damage wasn't there, because Fosi was on. So at that point, let Fosi do what he's doing.
Absolutely.
And let him continue to see all the KOs.
Absolutely. Great dynamic from this team. I'm looking forward to seeing it develop further as they get more games under this belt, not even just in this tournament, but in general. I think we're already going to see some improvement today alone, just because we haven't seen too much of these players actually together in a high-stakes tournament setting. But now that that set is over, we will be moving on to the next one. It is Acno and Blaze versus Heisen and Pavelski. We talked about this previously, but the 2v1 that Heisen and Pavelski had against their opponent was looking rough.
Yeah, and that is not going to
sloppy.
fly. That is not going to fly against the best duo in the business when it comes to EU, man. Like, they're getting challenged of late. Sure, we got Simple and Godly, even though they happen to be lowers. That's somebody you look at. That's a problem. You got Swata and TM always being an issue. But when you have a team that is consistent as they are, Duke was saying it best. It's a fight for second. You're always fighting for second. You're not getting that first. It's just the way it has been for so long. You don't go off stage against Acno because you're probably losing your stock. And if you did happen to get back on, Blaze is there to cover. Their synergy is incredible, and if that synergy doesn't pick up with the double Val or whatever Heisen happens to throw the dartboard at again and switch it up, it is going to be a very bad time for them. From the looks of things, it seems like we're going to see not the double Val, decided not to go that route. We're going to see, in fact, a very different look.
All right, never mind. Blaze is going to win today because he's playing Bald Roland. And we do stand a Bald King. And again, another game where we have 4 different characters on the screen. That's insane. One of them is Mirage. What?
Yeah, this is something that actually happened very recently. Mirage was taken out, I believe, at BCX or Winters. But this is something that was pulled out kind of out of the blue in top 8, and it worked. That's why you can never really know what's going on with Heisen. But right now, we're not watching a 2s. Apparently, it's 2 1v1 matches going on.
Already a player taken out. It was Pavelski. That is not a good sign in game 1. Spawns back in, grabs a weapon. The blue team rotated over to the right side to put the 2v1 on a Heisen, who is at the weapon disadvantage until he just picks up that sword.
And Blaze just trying to let Acno get back on. Acno does, in fact, get back on and catches the Sig on the dodge, just avoiding anything that was going on there. Acno is one of the most incredibly difficult stock tanks to deal with, as the stock does finally go on the Wushang there. But Acno's ability to stay alive for a long time is very, very annoying. But Pavelski was able to take it out and was able to take out Blaze too. Much, much needed, because that could have absolutely derailed past that point.
Pavelski not engaging in the off stage against Acno on the left side. Everybody on the main platform now. Everybody with a weapon as well. Possible combo. They didn't get the finisher with that signature. It wouldn't have even killed if it hit. It would have been a nice little addition of damage. But there you see the 2v1 combo from Blaze and Acno, much tighter than anything that we saw from Heisen and Pavelski.
And the fact that they just kept Heisen off stage for so long that there wasn't really much that Pavelski could do in the way of trying to help, because you had to get to weapon. You had to get something that's going to work out for you. But you're right, the team combos are going to matter so much if the red team doesn't answer back with some of their own, or at least some nice solid edge guards, you have the KO consistency with these two characters, but you have to line them up the same way that Acno and Blaze are.
I'm trying to look at what his level is with this Roland, just to see for comparison. It's down there, man. That's a level 19 Sir Roland coming out from Blaze on this one. There is no Axe present that we're used to seeing from Blaze, one of the best 2v2 Axe players in the entire world.
Yeah, very different changeup, and that's kind of what you could get away with, I guess, as the best team, but now all of a sudden we're looking at one stock apiece. This is actually looking pretty good for the red team. They may not have all the team combos, but their ability to cover each other and get these edge guards has been consistent enough, and covering the landings.
Oh, they pick one up quickly. Nice little follow-up. Didn't lead to too much, but the thought was there certainly. The D-Sig, not quite enough to take Pavelski off the top yet. This game is extremely close.
Yeah, I like that high recovery as well from Pavelski to get over to the right to position back on Heisen, because you don't want to just drop down a disadvantage there right on top of both Blaze
nice
and Acno.
follow-up
And there
from
we go,
Blaze.
Blaze just waiting to cover that. But a slip-up coming in from Acno a little bit too low, and all of a sudden this could go either way.
He must have thought that he touched and didn't continue holding left towards the wall once the signature finished. So Blaze is going to have to fight this 1v1 against Heisen. Sword v sword.
You got a lot of range, of course, on the signatures from Sir Roland. You have to respect him at all times. But the Sair is going to put you deep off stage. And that was actually enough. It's going to go ahead and take it out. And they were able to squeeze out that first game. We're kind of hyping him up a bit for good reason. And we needed to see something, some form of proof that we could see Heisen and Pavelski perform to the level that we think they can, but we didn't see it in that first one. I think you might have been right. First one of the day, no warm-ups against a bunch of rounds leading up to it. They looked a lot better there. Even though they didn't take that first game, I would definitely be feeling very good about that first performance.
Looking at all the damage numbers, they're all reasonable. Heisen putting out 559, Pavelski putting out 438, a tad bit on the low side, but compare that to Blaze, who also put out 413. So they're kind of equal in that one. The big outlier here was Acno putting out a big 707 damage that entire game. That is huge. Coming out from Acno on this Mirage pick. Now, it's not totally out of the blue, but if you look at what they were playing in the Brawl League Slam Rock just about a month ago, it was like the classic Taros Koji or the Taros Bodvar that we're used to seeing. That's sort of the most recent tournament footage we have of this team, and they're not playing either of those characters.
Occasionally even the Bryn. Like, this is definitely not what we expect to see off the rip, but it is working very well. And I'm curious to see what the answer is going to be from the side of the red team. They looked very good as that went on. The Wushang pick looking solid there from Heisen. But how do you think they're going to approach going into this next one? Because they were able to get a couple team combos here and there, but I feel like their game plan overall was working. How did they make that work throughout the rest of the set, or at least the rest of this round?
Now, I would love to come out with a brilliant analysis, but honestly, I don't think they can make it work. I'm just going to be truly objective here. I don't think they can make it work because that was game one. That is sort of like when you have a great player and a good player. Game one is usually the best chance that a good player has to get a victory off of a great player. So just based on pure history, I think Acno and Blaze just have too much sauce right now. You can't get through it.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the most difficult things. Getting data off the first game and intentionally holding on to stuff, not going for your deepest plays, is very common as we see a KO going off the top there from the Mirage. What Heisen trying to get a reversal dare, hoping to try and just snipe this. That might be enough. Are we going to see a save? Nah, they can't really get in position, but is going to get the wall touch over on the side. Actually had a little bit more resources than I realized down there. That was a really solid attempt, but they could have closed it out.
And there, I'm talking about that, a little bit of sloppiness, a little bit of carelessness that happened. Acno was completely able to disengage from that situation, but in came Pavelski with a spear ground pound way high up. He started it, telegraphed it so high in the air like a Dark Souls boss. Plenty of time to react to that one. And he got away, and then there was also team damage that split his teammate off from Heisen. Was sent all the way to the right side near the blast zone after he got hit with the ground pound. So that was just a little bit careless, a little bit reckless.
And they get caught on the left-hand side there. This is actually a lot closer again.
It certainly is.
Like from the start of that, I was looking like, okay, blue team is looking once again very solid, but then I just looked at it again and realized this damage is incredibly even. I think it's just like the 1v1s have been working. The 2v1s have definitely been in favor of the blue team, but when we get separation like this, look at on the left-hand side. The Sidelight, it's D-Light, Sarah just keeping that damage up, and they've actually been able to win a lot of these 1v1s.
I almost wish the 1v1s would extend into the offstage engagements. I understand the thought of, like, I'm going to go over, help my teammate, relieve some pressure, but it really hasn't been going too much in their favor so far. Like, well, they don't actually have a lead now. They did before that stock fell from Heisen, but that was off of just main stage platform gameplay, not really any offstage engagements.
Exactly. You have to make those neutral wins lead into something more because you have a teammate ready to go for you, and that teammate is Acno that time. Gonna go ahead and find another KO off the top. Blaze doing a good job of stock taking right now. Is a bit damaged. You have to watch out for 2v1 follow-ups. Actually going for a Sig to try and break that up, but they were in the air, so nothing came of it.
That was off of a double D-Light too. Grabbing all 3 of those hits and not having your teammate be able to follow up off of that. That's just so tough to see, man. If the shoe was on the other foot and it was Blaze and Acno doing that, it was Acno's spear, you know there's a Blaze follow-up hitting off of that every time.
What is it about Invitationals that just makes everybody turn up? Like we saw what happened earlier with Simple Godly getting knocked in early. This play so far from Heisen and Pavelski is looking so good as we see them get the Acno KO right there. Now they can double up. Team Combo's coming through. Absolutely closing this. That was so much damage so fast, and now he can't make a mistake.
That's what we wanted to see earlier. They turned it on in this game. They're already down 1. We are in game 2. This is still an extremely close 2v1. Blaze is just in the orange. Now he's in the red off of that. Nice pickup from Pavelski, and they take that game. A lot of good stuff coming out from that team.
Great positioning, moving directly over right after the weapon toss. Like, oh, you're going to cover that? Perfect. I'm going to go line up right now, close it out to Sig. Amazing job from Pavelski and Heisen. They have their communication's looking so much better, but that is the most crucial part. We're talking about how they weren't getting enough off of when they got one person to get a win, and then no team combos happened. That sent a message at the end. They're saying, we are warmed up, and we're going to take you down.
And them playing that with how damaged they were and still having it be tight, be clean, and having the red team really in control of it for most of the time, that was not something we saw in the previous set with Pavelski and Heisen. So they definitely turned that around. I think it's just players need warm-up time, and different players need different warm-up times. Sometimes it's all of pools, sometimes it's the first stock, and then they're back on. Needed a little bit more time in the oven for Heisen and Pavelski, and they're coming out, and man, they're looking done. I'm ready to take a bite.
Man, I'm hungry. Don't be doing that to me right now. But the problem is you said that was well done. It's all about the medium rare. That's the only way. But these combos are looking delicious. And the way that they've been playing is looking on fire. It has been incredible the way that we're seeing the blue team starting to get some answers. But the red team is always answering right back. We're not used to hearing that sentence when you're looking at Acno and Blaze on the screen.
We're getting a lovely call and response as though we were listening to... I kind of started that thought with really no direction that I was going to go. I was hoping it was going to pop into my brain. The only thing that pops into my brain is John Philip Sousa marches, and I don't think marches have call and response to them. So the gameplay is definitely heating up, and the red team is in the lead here. Acno and Blaze in a rare spot behind. We could see KOs happening very quickly, but more damage is being added up. Blaze just kind of throwing his weapon around. Doesn't seem to have a very solid plan on how he wants to take out these stocks yet. Nice D-Sig. Oh, okay. Acno's going to grab both.
Catching the double. You know, usually it's a co-caster's job to help save his teammate, and you really didn't give me much to work with there. But Acno giving Blaze plenty of stuff to work with there, getting that double K off on the side, especially after they got that lead happen early. Blaze has to be careful, though, because look at this chase down right now from Heisen, which is lining him up perfectly for Pavelski on the ground. But Blaze actually doesn't care. Blaze is just ready to box. He does not care that much about his health because he's trying to get that damage back.
We've seen those side stays come out from Acno on stage, and he hits it on stage, but it doesn't really do much because it doesn't send it a solid angle that you would want to actually lead to the blast zone. Kind of bounces you off the stage there. It's an incredible spiking tool, but we haven't really seen Acno hit it off stage. It's mostly been those on-stage engagements with it, sometimes getting back onto the stage with it, but still hitting a player on stage. Edge guard situation set up for Acno. In comes Pavelski, relieves pressure. Heisen disengages. Acno disengages as well.
Really solid recovery right there, avoiding that, like you said, disengagement, realizing there's no reason to overextend because the moment one does, the follow-up teammate is ready to go. Very close game right now. 2 stocks across the board, except for what I was going to say only is Blaze, but now we're seeing Pavelski join that category. Acno trying to catch another one to the side. This determining factor, if this edge guard closes out, that's huge. And now you just got to be careful here. If you're Heisen, hide around center, let Pavelski do what he's been doing so well.
Great aim on that weapon toss. Acno is coming in very quickly. Blaze gets the KO onto Heisen. Game 3, significantly closer.
Yeah, and this is all best of 5, so having this momentum shift into the right direction might matter a lot here, because this is looking like a Grand Finals caliber set from what we've been seeing so far. They have been extremely close, and Acno trying to get a reversal right there, just missing on the target is Pavelski getting away from it. Pavelski trying to line up, but the immediate save there from Blaze, smacking him away with a Sair just to make sure there is no follow-up.
Saving your teammate by hitting the opponent that is hitting him, valuable skill. Knowing when you have to hit your teammate to knock them away from the opponent, also an extremely valuable skill, and it can be difficult to choose what you actually want to do in that moment and recognize, okay, I can hit my teammate quicker than I can hit the opponent, which in the long run I'm doing the math and it'll actually land in our favor.
Exactly, because the simple nature of it is like sometimes a light hit will prevent a KO, so you'll take that damage. But unfortunately, you cannot take any more hits pretty much at this point. The combos have been working. Does miss out on that, so that gives Blaze a slight chance here. If he can find a recovery, one of these two is going off the top.
He can't even land. He's just stuck on the soft platform. The moment he gets close to the main platform itself, Pavelski is there to cover the landing and punish it. He's done. Game 3, going the way of Heisen and Pavelski. They're now up 2-1 in this best of 5.
All right, it's now freak out time, because if Acno and Blaze get locked in the lowers, that guarantees multiple of us have failed our predictions already.
That's true.
Because they guaranteed have to get at least third. One of them is going out of that top 3. But I, bias aside on that statement, love when we see stuff like this. I am a huge fan of upsets. I am a huge fan of seeing teams step it up, because we're talking before about the threats to Acno and Blaze's throne. You have the Simple Godly. You have Swata TM running around everywhere. You have a lot of people who have been really stepping up. But right now, the people stepping up are Heisen and Pavelski out here in a team that they don't normally do. But they're looking incredible here up against this lineup. And they're actually taking a second to figure out what they want to go with, because I don't know if you stick with the same game plan.
I'm expecting a character swap. Now, we can see that Acno has already locked in his Mirage. He did a lot of damage last game, 691 in total coming out from that Mirage. So it is a solid pick. It's doing damage. I believe it is finding KOs as well. Blaze didn't have bad numbers. It was like 491 damage coming out from Blaze, so not bad, but I would like to see a character swap, and you and I are both privy to this character swap that came out. It is a Bryn from Blaze, which I am a much bigger fan of. If he wants to keep the Lance, which I swear Lance wasn't really doing too much for him in a previous game,
I don't think
I don't know if I would lean on the Olgrim in that sense if you wanted to keep the Axe. So this Bryn pick, I am on board with this Bryn pick. I think we're going to see the tables turning.
This is one of the things that we were talking about beforehand when we saw the very different character lineups, is we have seen the Bryn come out from them before too. But the Bryn here on the side of Blaze, you get a very similar game plan to what we saw happen with Fosi. Now, difference being you have Axe available to you, so you have that KO power, but also you have the very big coverage distance that you have from those SIGs, and Acno's always going to be there to cover you when you do them. So it's going to be a little bit scarier for the red team to go for any type of reckless plays in center, because if Blaze is paying attention to that, you're getting hit by side SIG and you are flying away.
That's what I would be worried about if I was the red team. I'm worried about getting hit by the neutral signature. I'm worried about getting hit by the down signature, scooped up and sent over onto the edge. I would just be so deathly afraid of this Bryn, but it seems like Heisen is not.
No, not at all. Also, I definitely meant NSIG, but double up again. The double up again from the Mirage. Acno getting multiple double KOs, really kind of picking up the slack for where Blaze is having, because you can see it's been a slow start so far for the Bryn, but Acno's always there to cover it. However, Acno finding himself deep off the edge. Blaze got to be very careful here fighting in center stage. Blaze actually looking like a little lost here in these 2v1 situations.
But he's not taking damage in the process. What a lovely combo that just came out from Pavelski and Heisen. That is what we saw from Acno and Blaze earlier that we praised so much. Compared to this team of Pavelski and Heisen, they've now warmed up. They're ready with that to go, even during the middle of the game when they don't necessarily have the man advantage. So really solid play continues to step up from Heisen and Pavelski here. I think you're right that Blaze was lost, but also he's still on his first stock, and it's not like that lets the red team completely bully Acno, because Acno is on pace with everyone else in the game on the other team.
It took until Acno himself took out his teammate. That's how solid that defense was. But Acno is going to fall once again. So you do have the stock tank, but you have somebody who hasn't had as much damage. I feel like the biggest strength we've seen from Blaze so far is the hyper-aggressive play for he went after the spear was up. You have to make that work, though, as we see Acno make that work, getting that one, but two again. That was so important as they find that KO, and we have another lead on the side of Acno and Blaze.
And Acno finally got that side sig on spear KO that he's been hunting for so many games.
That's so important because that just makes you feel like not only does that build up your confidence, but it makes you feel good because you are literally carrying the team in terms of KOs, but Blaze is doing what you need him to do, keeping that damage going, and they purposely making sure to not try and go for extension on combos, going for the neutral lights, just backing off and keeping them separated. The separation of the red team has been much better so far here on the side of blue compared to what we saw in the previous games.
They've been doing a fantastic job from that, and even though Blaze has been living a long time with a lot of damage on his stock, that means every hit that he takes is going to completely throw him away from where Acno is, but the red team hasn't been able to capitalize on that and lead to those power play situations where they have the man advantage on Acno.
There you see Blaze going for home run swings over on the left-hand side, going for multiple, but none of them connected. But Acno is going to connect, and now they got a 2v1, which might end very shortly. There's the Sarah, and we get a game number 5.
That's what we're used to seeing from Blaze and Acno. That very quick destruction coming out from this team. Solid choreography between these two players off of one another. There, you just saw that side heavy from Acno unarmed, hitting Blaze away from both members of the red team that were there to follow up. Finally getting that KO after Pavelski was so damaged.
And the craziest part about the switch, even with the switch to Brynn, is it's not like the Brynn did a big difference in terms of damage overall. It definitely looked better, but it was Acno picking it up so heavy that it allowed Blaze the ability to kind of hold back and wait for Acno to go for the big play and then immediately cover, very similar to what we saw out of Sarmay and Heisen a little while ago. No, not Sarmay and Heisen.
Sarmay and Fosi.
Sarmay and Fosi, thank you. But like the way that Sarmay was trying to pick up their own slack by just kind of body blocking a bunch. But at the end there, it looked like Blaze was starting to remember what he needed to do. Converting off of the combos, making sure that he's paying attention to people trying to cover after they whip for team combos. I think this game 5 might be pretty rough because it looked like Blaze woke up a bit at the end there.
I would definitely agree with you. And this is what we would have more expected from Blaze than that roll-in pick. Is if you look at the stats, 73% of last game for Blaze was spent on that axe. Not the spear, not a lance that he had with Roland, not a sword that he had with Roland, but that axe. That's what we've seen from his entire career. That's what we know Blaze as, is the axe player.
Yeah, and that just, you don't even need to go to the spear because of the way that Acno has just been absolutely controlling the entire pace of the game with the spear. We're going to see some side play, and we're going to see Blaze take a very quick exit to the left there. And you're right, that was an incredible opening from the red team to say that last game did not matter.
They got Acno too. That was a full team wipe very quickly into this game, and Heisen and Pavelski are still in the orange at this point.
I feel like at this point, you just watch out for the big play from Acno. Actually, never mind. You got to watch out for the big play from Blaze, going deep off stage, covering him, and almost had the coverage, tried so hard.
Are they going to get the wipe?
It just misses. Oh, wait, no. Are we going to save?
Wow.
Beautiful save. Still lined him up for the Sarah at the top, but what a beautiful save there. That almost kept the stock going there for Pavelski.
That was them, like, both being dead.
Yeah.
Then one player saves the other one, making sure he doesn't die, and that gives him the chance to save the original dead teammate. So they both were like climbing each other like a ladder in some form of physics that is impossible in the real world, only doable in video game.
It was such a good moment too, because that is such a risky play to go for, and they made it work. Now, did it work out in the long term? No, but that lets you know that they are confident in that ability to do that again. Recovery not enough off the top. Very close game. Healthiest person right now is hiding over on the side in the air with Heisen, but does get doubled up immediately as I said that.
A lot of damage on this blue team. We are still seeing Heisen continue, or not Heisen, Pavelski, excuse me, continue to hit those double D lights off of a burn dodge from a blue team member. He's hitting several of those, and we love to see that. simple sidelight recovery coming out from Pavelski. Not going to be the KO option off the top. GCD sig from Acno again. The KOs might be happening pretty soon.
I think the thing that I'm noticing a bit out of Pavelski is that Pavelski's waiting to whiff punish, but that time it's going to be Heisen.
Nice weapon toss.
Gonna go ahead and take it. That's a weapon toss coming through deep in the run on both sides, so they're not in a safe spot. But Pavelski was kind of showing his hand a bit on where he tried to push for the KOs, but they did in fact close it. They're not in a very good spot. Oh, they double up on the weapon toss. One of them coming through on the side of his own teammate, and that's actually going to cost them stocks after getting knocked on the side, and then the accidental toss coming in through the other side. Completely even game here in game 5.
We have like only seen full team wipes so far. It was the first full team wipe of the blue team, then a full team wipe of the red team, then a full team wipe on the blue team, then a full team wipe on the red team. Everybody is dying at basically the same time as their partner, which is a good thing here. That means everybody's sort of on the same pace in terms of damage that they're taking.
Exactly. Team communication on point.
Well,
and guts the call, but Heisen luckily going straight to center. Does have to avoid this 2v1. Going aggressive and pushing Acno back, but Blaze hovering around, making it look like he was going to go for the hit. Instead, goes and takes out Pavelski, and now Heisen stuck in a 2v1 and a very healthy Blaze.
You see Blaze swing, and Heisen's scared of him. Acno will come in occasionally every now and then in case Heisen wants to get the punish off of a whip on Blaze. Who's going to lead the offstage engagement? No one really. They're just going to sit on the main platform, play it safe.
Just control option coverage. Just keep positioning. You have no reason to try and just go crazy here. You could go for the occasional ground pound on Spear, but that's also going to give an option for Heisen to snipe a spike, so you don't want to do that. Good job dodging the weapon toss. Just delaying enough to avoid the neutral light, not jumping in at Blaze. Heisen fighting for his life as much as possible and just misses. It's still not enough just yet.
Weapon toss goes down. Stays deep enough in the push-off column. They're not putting too much pressure onto Heisen, and I'm not quite sure why that is. I don't know if it's because both of them are on final stock, but Heisen is so damaged.
Yeah, this is just one mistake, literally one mistake, and that's the mistake right there. Ser finally finds the mark. It was doing amazing on defense, but the biggest thing was the positioning for the blue team was the moment you commit, I could get the whiff punish. I am always prepared, so Heisen constantly whip for single hit, dip. Single hit, dip. That's a hard way to find a KO because you can't really commit to anything, but was doing an amazing job of separating the two. But the consistency, the confidence in these situations, and the ability to prevent these types of comebacks is what we have known Acno and Blaze for. That is a reason why they have so many golds in their name. They had to fight for this one to continue to move forward on the winner's side. It was extremely impressive, but still incredibly impressive switch up with the Bryn and the ability to keep that from happening and moving them into lowers.
That does worry me a little bit of Acno and Blaze. Definitely anybody who put Acno and Blaze on top coming out first place should be sweating right now. It should be full. Should be full Monka S mode for those crazy people that would have done something foolish like that.
Why would anybody have done that?
That was definitely a lesser performance that we just saw from Acno and Blaze compared to what we're used to. They still got the victory. It was still a good performance, but we're used to seeing just a little bit better from them, especially in the 2v1 situation at the end. They had health advantage, they had man advantage, they had weapon advantage, and yet they let their opponent just kind of stick around and move around and burn all of his jumps. We didn't see the immediate 2v1 combo. We didn't see the 2v1 power play off stage in those engagements whatsoever. They sat on the platform and waited for their opponent to go up. So I don't know if this is just them deciding to change their game plan, or if that was maybe them worried they weren't confident in the 2v1 off stage play, or what. There are a lot of variables that could be going through their mind that some of them worry me, and some of them, if I heard them and their reasoning, I'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
I think it could be another part of, you know, even though it's the second round, it's still just the second round.
Yeah.
You're talking before about how you don't have that warm-up against a bunch of players where you're trying to get used to everybody's play styles, and you have everything down. You're fighting against one team who already just dealt with that, and then they warmed up. There's a reason why I decided to put them in third for my predictions, because the clutch factor of Sarmay has been looking so good, but you always expect consistency out of Heisen. We just saw that. That was almost a W over #1 seed, the best team in EU, and that was so close to going the other way that I could see them making that run in lower side to try and get that rematch. Now, they do have to go through a potential simple and godly if they make that run themselves to get to that point. But the way they looked, honestly, like they look like one of the biggest threats of today too. So Acno and Blaze definitely getting a little bit of a humble check right there. So like going into that second round, like we got to pick it up if we want to continue this winner side.
Yeah, that is definitely a new reality than kind of what they're used to when their second set goes all the way to Game 5 and was extremely challenging for them. That is going to be Acno and Blaze moving on into the winners semifinals. Let's take a look at losers bracket. Frydazol and Magimind lost 0-3 to Blue and Zyder. Ninja and Neeze took out Snowball and Cresu. Sageru and Psyotic took out Zipapi and Stickia. And currently we are in Game 3 of Simple and Godly versus Spectre and Chetero. It's tied 1-1 in that set. So that's also a bit surprising. But I have faith in my picks, even though it might have been a high-risk pick. Everything is high risk if you're a little baby. And I'm a grown man with the hairline to prove it.
We got to get you a sponsorship from like Baby Oil or something like that. Just go but beyond that, if you want to go with safe picks, of course, if you were a believer in the consistency of Heisen Delta and Machete, you're in a good spot. Because
I thought about putting
that was definitely one of my go-to picks as well, because that Teros and the Ulgrim, damage on damage on damage, so hard to deal with. But on the opposing side, we're going to see the winner of that round one we saw before. We're going to see
the cannons are going help!
Absolutely no thought going on. Everybody is firing squad on deck. This is incredibly offensive start here that we're seeing from Ninja and Neeze already. But it's gonna be Heisen Delta to come through and slow that down a bit.
And we've seen a lot of variety today, from some games having 4 completely different characters with like completely unique weapon sets as well, to where there's very little overlap, if any. That's going to continue here, though we do still see some traditional picks, looking at the red team with the Ulgrim and the Teros.
Yeah, the fear that Delta gets to put into you with Teros, just staring down the KO power of both Hammer and the Axe. But the biggest thing is watching out for when Machete lines up for those SIGs, because if you're near the ledge, they're going to try and catch you with a GC neutral SIG just to go and snipe a free stock. So you have to watch out for that any given time. But the the blue team, keeping their composure, of course, getting that damage on. This is a very solid start from both teams, but what is it about the blue team that you feel that can work really well against the consistency that we know of Machete and Delta?
It's game 1, and Sarmay is on a different character, so honestly, I would need a little bit more data to actually make a true assertion.
I just realized I completely messed up the names to Fosi and Sarmay. I was not paying attention to that at all. Look, I heard cannons and I assumed the ninja.
Yeah, right? I mean, you're not totally crazy in doing that. I don't blame you for that. Oh, complete stomp coming out from Sarmay, and he's able to get back. Fosi's going to eat a ground pound, but Sarmay was there to hit the recovery unarmed onto Delta, completely moving him away, so there was no follow-up engagement. Delta wanting to take Fosi on the edge again at a weapon disadvantage. They're getting lower and lower, and I'm seeing sweat beads coming out.
I feel like fighting against Sidra on the ledge is one of the scariest things to do in this game, whether you have sword or you have access to the cannon, because those things cover so much room, but just the pressure that she puts on staring you down at the ledge is so frightening. And speaking of frightening, Fosi's been holding on to this life very well, but so has Delta. That is so deep. Cannon weapon toss down, and Delta just avoids a follow-up. Delta's doing such an amazing job of holding on to this. It's going to be, in fact, Delta that takes out Fosi Sidra's second stock finally.
Now, unfortunately for the blue team, like, Fosi got the spiking angle on the anchor, but his opponent wasn't damaged enough for that to lead to the KO. That was like the perfect pickup that every Sidra player dreams about, but unfortunately didn't lead to the KO, and Fosi fell. But if you want some good news for the blue team fans out there, Machete is very close to being taken out, but it's an Ulgrim. You know those EU Ulgrims. I swear they just have an additional point in defense, maybe 2.
I feel like it's, for some reason, it's just that plot armor. The way that they're able to extend the stock as long as they do, that is a hard team to take out in general, is what I would have said, because Machete is in fact going to go off the top. You do have Delta with axe in hand. That's if that even matters, because having a hard time landing these combos coming in so clean right now from Fosi and Sarmay.
Edgeguard situation, another Sair lands onto Heisen Delta. I guess he just goes by Delta now. He's cleaning that one up. The artist formerly known as Heisen Delta is now just Delta. Nice and clean on that. They're ending this game pretty clean as well. I don't blame them for not going ham onto Delta whatsoever, because they are both very damaged. Delta's Teros, so playing this slow, not a terrible idea whatsoever. That almost KO'd, but not quite. I believe another one will.
Yeah, the other one should definitely take it out, and a Sair will definitely take it off the side. Neutralites as well. You got to watch out all the coverage right there, the neutralites and the jump Sair. But forcing him to go low from the weapon toss and immediately covering the low recovery from that was Fosi. That, I agree heavily with the fact that you don't want to go too crazy there because it's Teros. And also, Delta's been in this position before. He's going to look for you to give a free punish to get himself back into the game. But the way that they kept their composure, they had stage positioning. There's no reason to go crazy. And as soon as the weapon toss came through, that's the time to move forward and try and get it. Because even if you miss that, Delta's got to go low. And after Delta goes low, that still allows, I believe it was Sarmay. Yeah, Sarmay, who was on the top, to still cover early high recovery. So they had a lot of position there that worked well. But look at that KO power that comes in on the side of Sidra and Zol, just staring that down between the cannons, but just the power in general of having to deal with them. This is a good answer to the KO potential that we see from Olgrim and Teros as well.
I would definitely agree. And from Machete specifically, he's going to have to step up on the damage front. Because if you're looking at everybody else, it's pretty healthy numbers. Sarmay at 521, solid number. Fosi at 637, great number. Delta at 620, a great number as well. Meanwhile, Machete's down there at 415, so significantly less damage than everybody else in the game. He's going to have to step that up.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Machete's ability to kind of close the gap on everybody with the lance is just better than most. But the fact that you're staring down double cannons, I think he might just be a little fearful of what he wants to go for there when he's trying to rush it. Go for a ground pound does in fact connect on the second one. Weapon toss down to cover it, and there's no team to be found because Delta had Fosi completely distracted in center stage.
That was really tough for Sarmay, not only because Fosi was completely unable to rotate over and relieve that pressure, but because Sarmay started off so strong. His cannon pressure was incredible for the first like 10 to 15 seconds of the game. He was Frank Reynolds, just started blasting all over the place, and he was finding hits, wasn't getting hit too much, but that edge guard situation sort of ended that first stock prematurely.
You know, from that very first game today, up to this point, Fosi's change has been insane. Fosi is now refusing to give up stocks, constantly getting KOs. Before we saw the switch up to the Orion, but this, now with the Sidra, is not only been working well in terms of getting damage, but the ability to hold on to stocks, which unfortunately might turn red team's focus more onto these. I think they realize that Fosi refuses to actually give up any, so they're going to just continuously try to 2v1 Sarmay, and it's been working.
Take him out of the game, and then they have the 2v1 where Fosi might have two stocks, also could only have one stock. That's a simple cleanup for this red team. But Delta also on his final stock. We're dead even, and actually Fosi and Sarmay are a little bit ahead just in terms of damage. Sarmay fighting the unarmed weapon disadvantage on the side. Fosi coming in. He's going to get hit with a neutral light from Machete's spears to try to get back on the main platform. Sarmay still without a weapon here, rotating over all the way to the left side, relieving pressure, grabbing the weapon, and starting the edge guard situation.
Oh, but Delta immediately coming in after was relieving pressure, trying to get the follow-up, but luckily Fosi was there, even unarmed. Like, no, absolutely not. I can't let this go away because Delta has such a good position. Sarmay just needs to be careful about the recovery here. The reverse hit is going to get the hit away, but the instant recovery from Fosi coming through. Sarmay has been fighting for this stock for so long to try and stay around Fosi, and then accidentally Fosi comes through and hits the weapon toss. Does get the wall touch, however, but now they're both stuck on the wall because of that.
Oh, that was only... Okay, they're at least trading 1-for-1, but Sarmay is so damaged on this final stock compared to Delta. Delta's in the orange, Sarmay is in the red. So much KO potential from the red team could end this Sarmay stock earlier than if it was a different team comp.
All of that came from the fact that Fosi accidentally hits Sarmay with that weapon toss, so they were forced to deal with that. But Sarmay holding on to the stock very well. He picked that up on the side, weapon toss down. Oh, double coverage, but they're both going to go down. And now it's Fosi versus the Teros on the side of Delta. He has the ability to get in pretty quickly, but you are pretty close as well to D-Light recovery ranges, D-Light Sarah as well. You have to be careful here if you're Delta to not get too antsy to try and get the stop stairs and get that damage on.
Unfortunately for the blue team, Sarmay just went a little bit too ham on the edge against Delta, and he was more than happy to reach up with that hammer recovery to get the KO. A lot of punishment coming out from Delta. Ooh, that was close to hitting. There is a weapon spawn on the field, but Delta has stage control.
Now switching it up to the axe, trying to get him on the other side, but the weapon spawn immediately on time from Fosi, and tries to go for the
nice coverage.
That was so good. That was so good. Going for the sig to force him to go back down, and then immediately covering, going off stage with the dare. That was perfectly executed, and that was a perfectly timed weapon spawn for Fosi.
what an incredible end to that game from Fosi. He started taking punishment when he was in that final 1v1. Then all of a sudden, towards the end of that game, he started to fight his way back. Beautiful weapon toss towards the end. That beautiful coverage with the cannonball into the neutral light, covering the high and then the low option. The weapon toss got the dodge. He was able to clean it up with a down air at the end. Fantastic play from Fosi.
Now, what do you want to see out of Machete and Delta to make this to get this comeback? Because you already mentioned before how Machete hasn't been answering enough to really make things work. But I think a big part of it for me personally is I haven't really seen a lot of the Lance lead to anything. Usually the Lance is a big issue. Machete will get as many free combos as he wants, and it lines up for Delta to seal the deal. I feel like he's getting interrupted a lot, potentially from the cannons, but it feels like something a little bit more. What is it so far you're seeing out of the habits of him that has not been working?
I think it's a character pick. I think it's not really doing that much for him. The damage numbers reflect that. If you look at just his overall character pool and you're looking at where the Olgrim might be, it's definitely lower. It's like his top 8 character, level 45. He has a lot other characters above that if he wants to stick with the Lance. There's an Artemis here. Definitely a side player when you look at the pool. Mordex, Mirage, Artemis, Nyx. Those are all above the Olgrim. So maybe you're the Artemis pick if you want to stick with that.
Yeah, I feel like it might just be one of those things where they're so comfortable with it.
Dude, what's going on?
But they're absolutely mauling. We talked about all of that.
I was looking at stats and
okay,
then...
but look, Machete had one really good edge guard off the start, so it's like, okay, that's good. But then all of a sudden they decided to speedrun any percent Fosi and Sarmay. So, so from the looks of things, we're looking at a game number 4 already.
Yeah, they just made me look like a big old dumb idiot, which like isn't that hard to do. Honestly, mostly I do it to myself regularly, but man, I was just looking at stats trying to provide some empirical evidence, and then they said, evidence be darned. I'm in control, not the numbers.
Well, blame that one on me, because I was the one who forced you to look at the numbers for a second.
Dude?
Hey, look, man, you left me hanging before with whatever lineup of a sentence that you tried to get, and it was just done.
I didn't leave you hanging. You left me hanging.
Look, man, all I'm saying is having Sparky look a little bit ridiculous up here is kind of fun sometimes. But now the red team looking kind of ridiculous, too, because that 3-2 lead they had is now 2-1 in favor of the blue team.
Yeah, what is going on, dude? Machete did 387 damage last game. Who's this guy?
Now it's on Fosi to see if he can stop the bleeding, because they made an incredible comeback. But now you have to deal with a 2v1 on the side of all of this range. But Fosi just running in on him, has cannon in hand. It's one of the more committal options that you're going to be going for with this character. It's not the easiest thing to do. You kind of want to get the sword so you just get separation. But it's pretty rough right now because Weapon Starve is working. They got back to the axe. You're not making that one back. And we see a game finally going to the side of Machete and Delta. Oh, excuse me. There was one more stock left. Never mind. Now I'm looking foolish.
Yeah, but that was your own fault. I didn't debate you into that. You just didn't read.
You didn't speak up quick enough to save me before it happened. But let's see if we can see a save coming from Delta, because Delta is pretty deep, and you see Fosi absolutely hunting him down.
He wants that stock from Delta so bad, because he knows that's 1v1 territory against someone who is evenly damaged to him.
Ooh. Okay, good
This
reversals
is
there.
his chance. Nope. Taken away.
Weapon toss down, just continuing that. I don't think you're making it back down after this.
I think he was afraid of possibly dropping the ground pound after he hit the D-Light. He didn't want to worry about that, so he'd rather get the damage. Dude, wait, what? I guess that makes sense. Machete like still doing mid 300 damage, but this time he's just taking stocks early. Yeah, so he doesn't need to do more damage.
I think a big part of that definitely had to do with stage pick. There wasn't as much room to cover. He was getting a lot of reverse hits of not only a recovery, but he was landing multiple ground pounds. He was actually getting edge guards where they mattered. But then all of a sudden they almost threw it away. Yeah. So that whole game was chaos incarnate, and now we're going to see a switch over to Miami Dome. I think it's the first time we've seen this all day.
Yes, certainly is. Starting this one off, we are getting no character swaps from either team whatsoever. Sarmay coming in with the axe. Everybody has a weapon pretty early into the game. No major swings whatsoever. It's mostly been just main stage chaos.
Yeah, that was a good team combo, at least to get some damage on right there, but it's still even across the board. Going for big plays to center stage, trying to catch a two of them with the Syndra, but not able to hand the mark. But Fosi's ability to just line things up, and now Sarmay is actually cashing in on him. We haven't seen Sarmay really there to cash in on a lot as much as before with some of those team combos. It's mostly Fosi just been turning it up. Looking better here to start things off.
Unfortunately, that follow-up that Sarmay did was not the right choice, and not just like seeing that in hindsight because hindsight's 2020. It's like that signature is so long. You throw out the trap, grab the person, pull them back in, and then hit them. It's such a long signature that like you're going to be punished. There's no shot that your opponent, when they're this good at the game, does not punish you for that.
Speaking of this good, that was really good defense right there. Fosi trying to get a reversal there on the pressure coming in from Delta, but Delta runs away smartly, sending him off the top. This is where you should be 2v1ing Sarmay, get that damage on. Even with Fosi deep in the red, Fosi is constantly living forever, so this 2v1 game plan they have for Sarmay over and over has always been working.
Fosi and Sarmay were both unarmed for a considerable amount of time, but they weren't afraid to go in weapon disadvantage on the right side in edge guard situation. Then Fosi grabbed a cannon, and now Sarmay finally has an axe in his hand. Delta's the only one without a weapon. It's going to spawn on the right side platform. He's able to grab it quickly. Does take a recovery from Fosi, so he didn't get it for free. Now he's taking some more punishment from Sarmay's axe, just bouncing him off the main stage with those down airs. Lead definitely in the favor of the blue team. Fosi continuing to survive, almost blasting his teammate there. Doesn't have too much damage on that second stock, so it didn't send him too far.
Even after just missing that ground pound attempt from Fosi, still not enough to take off the top. Fosi holding onto the stock for so long. Red team deep in the red. Finally, it's going to take his own teammate. It's going to be Sarmay accidentally hitting Fosi to lose that stock.
And that was after, I believe it was Delta whiffed. He did D-Light into a side heavy of all things to do. Luckily, the opposite team was there to hook him up, give him the homie stock on that one. Lead still definitely in the favor of the blue team. Sarmay and Machete are about at even damage right now, but Fosi, he's still living on this second stock. Not even worried at this point. Nice side air. Could clean up Machete here. No, they're going to turn their focus over onto Delta. Now Fosi turning his focus back on over to Machete, who's back on the main platform. One weapon spawn. Machete is going to grab it.
I think you're so correct on the fact that Machete has just not been able to, like the character just seems to not be working. Every time we see, how many times we just see him whip in a row to getting a stock loss? He is hunting for anything to find the mark. And usually we see a lot of sidelights connect or like just very good Sarah jump callouts, but they're not working as we see Sarmay completely just left alone on the side, and that's going to lead to them getting a 2v1 here up against Machete.
Fosi's going to fall there. They're going to respawn at relatively the same time back in this. Machete waiting for weapon spawn. Fosi swipes it right out of the air. We'll see if they're able to clean this one up. It can be a little bit more difficult to set up those 2v1 combos here just because the one player can retreat back onto those long walls or those soft platforms. They're hoping to finish this one out here. The dodge is gone. Out comes the ground pound for Sarmay, knowing he had that one in the bag. That is the end of the game. Bro, Machete is like, I'm going to do 380 damage. Sometimes that will mean I do very little in the game. Other times that means I'm just going to KO my opponent at 100 damage, but I'm still only going to do 300 plus damage.
A very big difference.
Never
there
doing
as well.
400.
Yeah, always at the same mark. Consistency is key, I guess, sometimes, right? Now, you want to amp it up a bit. That time, they also shut down Delta very well.
Yeah,
only putting on 277 damage in that game, whereas before, Delta is the one always landing the mark. But that only really came in that game number 4 where they're able to get a lot of really early edge guards. Like you said, had a lot of KOs, but with next to no damage done, it was always 300. But in the other games, the consistency of Fosi and Sarmay, the lineup of Sidra and Zold, the KO power they have, the range they cover, the annoyance of Cannon's pressure at times, I think it threw them off because usually you're looking at that team lineup to be the one that says, crap, we can't engage too much because we are going to lose a stock really early. And it didn't matter because Teros has got to stare down the face of a cannon.
For my third place pick, I was struggling between a team with Fosi and a team with Delta on it. Those are sort of my like two major EU 2v2 players I'm currently looking at right now. So unless Hazer Delta was with someone like completely wild that I'd never heard of in my life, he was definitely a contender regardless of who his partner was. In this case, it's Machete, which is a very talented player. On the other side, Fosi is another player I'm really, really looking at to be like one of the next up. Sarmay also now added to that list of players. Such a strong player. Looking at the pedigree between Sarmay and Fosi, you wouldn't necessarily know that pedigree if you're looking at just the raw damage numbers of the game. You're seeing Fosi do 474, good number. Sarmay doing 514. You wouldn't necessarily know that just by those numbers that Fosi has had incredible LAN performance at DreamHack Summer before COVID happened.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the teams to be looking at, and this is also one of the teams that you should be looking at in the future that might become another one of those big threats against the current throne leaders, because They had to work for that W against Pavelski and Heisen, and I believe that's that I don't remember correctly if that's the side that they have to face up against each other. You have Smash GG open right
I
now.
got it right here, brother.
So never mind. So that could potentially end up being. No, it is the first side of winter semi. So that, with the way that they're looking and the way that Acno and Blaze looked, I wouldn't even be surprised to see if an upset comes through. Like, Fosi went from, okay, what's happening, to, holy crap, he's MVP. Like, it has been a complete change. What we see on the graphic, just multiple games, only 1 3-0 that happened in the midst of that. So, incredibly solid performance to start things off here already today. We saw a couple of hiccups in terms of team combos, but I think that had to do with the early rounds. But the early rounds are done. People have gotten some games in, and people are warmed up. Now we're going to get into the meat of things as we start to move forward into the top 8 side of bracket.
We're definitely poised for some crazy things to happen as this tournament continues to unfold. We're going to throw it to a break here, get a new group on the desk. But before that, we want to give a special thanks to SteelSeries and Moments.gg for sponsoring this lovely tournament. If you were playing in this tournament, Ajax, say you were just playing on that stream right there, or maybe you're playing off stream and you want to save a clippable moment, SteelSeries has your back with some lovely software that can sometimes clip the game for you based on the criteria that you provide, or you can also clip things manually if the game or the engine doesn't recognize that as a clippable moment. It has both sides of that, the automatic and the manual. You love to see that. There are also physical items that we are giving away this weekend and next weekend. 8 total SteelSeries Apex keyboards for this weekend, for next weekend. Make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/keyboard to find out how to enter that giveaway, and also go to moments.gg/brawlhalla, and that is how you can get the end game, it is really end game. It's in-game and it's in-game because it's such a sick skin, the key sword. Make sure to go to moments.gg/brawlhalla to find out how to get that sword in-game to add it to your character.
Now, unfortunately, me clipping moments of my gameplay usually will result in me being the one getting clipped, but make sure you go ahead and check that out. Of course, we love to see them. We love to see some amazing casters swap with us. Of course, it's the final moments of us here on this block, but we will not be done. Remember, do not go very far because we're going to be only going for a very short break, but we will be right back.
Welcome back, Ladies and gentlemen, to the SteelSeries Invitational. The European bracket is trucking along, and the action's already been so intense. What do you expect when you have the best 16 teams in a region competing against each other? It is going down. Acno and Blaze looked
That
like
was scary.
they looked like they were
That was
about
a
to
little
go
scary.
down.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at that match, watching it, and when they were going down 1-2 against Heisen and Pavelski, I mean, these
Yeah.
are two teams that I was just literally calling across the room to Duke about, where he's like, these are in this top three for a reason, and they're going against each other in winners, quarters, and it went all the way to game number 5. And on the other side of the bracket, as we're going to be getting along in winners quarterfinals, because we got 2 more matches to cast for that, I can already see that Simple and Godly, round 1, down 3-1. We're not even going to be seeing them on the winner's side
They're
on
not-
the stream.
They're in the lower bracket.
They're in the lower bracket.
But don't
They're-
forget about them,
Yes,
because they might just make that run. They might make the whole losers bracket run,
That's right.
and we'll see them again near the end.
Yeah.
But you could probably catch them on the side stream,
Yes.
twitch.tv/pro.
But what's cool about that is Urbador and Rakushain are going to be in the winner quarters going up against Spyrox and Coco instead. So that's going to be really fun to watch. And we're going to be casting that matchup. But before that, it's TM and Swata against Viper and SteelSeries.
Okay, that's what's coming up next. TM and Swata versus Viper and SteelSeries.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about the Viper and SteelSeries team.
Mm-hmm.
Viper, old school 2v2 royalty. He's the king of 2v2 EU in
Yeah.
my mind, even though he's long lost that throne. I think he's making a break for it again, and he's found a great teammate in SteelSeries who does not have a bunch of stats to support how well he competes.
Yeah, and I think what you're thinking about is the same thing that I'm thinking about, and that SteelSeries in the Crew Battle Invitational
Yes, that's what I'm thinking about.
was
That's
so
what I'm thinking
freaking
about.
incredible that it's kind of like, hey, you know, his PR, we were all sleeping on him, and there was a moment where we were just kind of like, huh, wait a second. He's kind of incredible, and then he did amazing the entire thing. And now, at least for me, I'm a huge fan of how he plays in team environments and in singles environments, and that's why I'm excited to see how this goes here. Because as you said, with Viper, who has just been around since the beginning of Brawlhalla esports history, has still really kept up with a lot of the competition, which is difficult to say, right? Like we have like eras where certain people are on top, and then when they leave, they're just out. And Viper has been staying in that top 5, top 8
Yeah,
forever.
he's been staying in there.
And he keeps making it scary to the point where I'm like, I'm pretty sure he could knock out. On a good day, he could take Acno to game 5 and even knock him to lower bracket. You know, like
And
it's,
I think Viper and SteelSeries can also just take anybody out in this tournament.
But
But that's just the thing. It takes
Yeah.
consistency. It's not just on a good day. You said on a good day for a reason,
That- yeah,
right?
that's right,
Because
that's
the
right.
standard really is, we've seen the standard. We know
Yes.
just how good these guys are.
Yeah.
But on a good day, and today may be that day,
Oh yes.
they could take them out. But going up against TM and Swata,
Yeah.
that's
TM.
a rough matchup.
TM
Those are
incredible
good
in
players.
doubles, and then Swata obviously has just become since the 2021
He's the defending world
champion.
champ. Hard to
Since then, it's just kind of like, all right, Swata, you've earned it. You are now in that top 3, top 4
He's
EU
forever
player.
cemented
It's like
in,
you are
legendary status.
now like Acno or Blue or Simple. We're just kind of like, okay, yeah, you're amazing.
We'll always talk about
and
that.
that's, that's why and now it's like you're the player. And at least in my mind, you're the player to beat now. It's no longer are you going to take out all
Right,
these
when
players.
that's how it
it's
is.
awesome
Yeah.
when he does, and it's really fun to watch it. But I'm going to be putting Viper and SteelSeries at the underdog status just because of how incredible he has been in this past year.
I agree. They
Yeah.
are the underdogs in this situation. I mean, statistically and just that's got to be the popular opinion out there in chat right now. But Viper and SteelSeries, man,
Yeah.
they got what you need. And we're about to see it live here. Swata banning out some stages right now. We've got remaining for Viper and SteelSeries to choose from is either Shipwreck, Miami Dome, or Apocalypse.
Interesting.
Obviously, they've been forced to small stages by TM and Swata here, but they get to choose at least how many platforms do you want?
That's
2,
right.
1, 0?
Yeah, you're right.
0.
Yeah.
They're going with
just
0.
They're like, oh no, 2, 1, that's too much. Well, and so they're going to be going to Shipwreck for game number 1. Bryn and Bodvar going up against Viper on Bryn and SteelSeries on Olgrim. Excited for the Swata on Bodvar is no surprise to me. Viper can always surprise me with the legend that he picks, and Bryn is actually interestingly standard. It's like I'm looking at this and like, okay, it's Not quite Ragnar, but it's close.
And it's funny how so many of these top European players use this same Bryn skin. There's so many Bryn skins, but this is Blaze's Bryn skin.
I was going to say, I feel like Blaze set the trends a little bit, because I look at this and I'm like, this is what I expect.
Is that what's leading them right now? I mean, there's so many Bryn skins. There's even a legendary, like, super special animated Bryn
I wouldn't put it past Europe to do that. There have been times where
Viper's already in trouble? No.
the entire region picks a single character for like a month just because everybody likes it that
but
much.
the same skin too? Nice weapon throw by Viper. TM's in trouble. Swata coming in for the save, but he misses. And he might get punished for it too. Oh no, Swata!
Wait, oh no, SolarSyn.
Okay, Viper went down there like, dude, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. That was unfortunate for Swata. He went over there to save his teammate. He ends up getting knocked out for it. And now they're down 2 stocks. But whoa, never mind. Even game, just like that. Happens quickly.
Awesome team combo there. Hit him straight into the hammer down air to where like the sequence of hammer connection sounds. Like
the hammer was already out there. Like the hitbox was active, and it's not even active for that long. Yeah. That's how fast he flew into it. The double down light from Viper. He's got TM off the side, and instead of pressing TM anymore, he flips it over to Swata.
That was beautiful.
My goodness, the team, they are focusing people down. Like
into the weapon toss, forcing the dodge, and the slide charge down heavy SolarSyn. What on earth is happening? They are just going back. What? No way.
Did
you see the side air?
That was such a nice follow-up. Viper and SolarSyn are on something else right now.
Okay,
they're doing so well. And TM and Swata, TM, look at TM. He's on his final stock in orange, and they're focusing him down. Dude, they're focusing people down like they're playing a WoW arena right now. These guys are, but Swata and TM fire back so hard. And even though they were losing by a dramatic amount just a moment ago, they have a shot at bringing this back. But you gotta keep track of TM's damage. He's dead.
I skipped my warm-up for this workout. I wasn't ready for this.
I get it. Yeah, I feel that too.
Like, I'm watching.
I wasn't prepared for this.
Both teams are making it so close with how quickly they're doing these double knockouts, but it's in favor of Viper and SolarSyn here. But the team damage.
Fast.
Okay.
SolarSyn's also really damaged, but Viper's like, he's got plenty of room. Oh, there goes TM. It's all up to Swata. This is going to be a difficult 2v1, but it's not impossible for the defending world champ Swata. A pretty crazy down segment. That's the kind of crazy moves you gotta do in a situation like this. Oh, okay, SolarSyn.
He's really got SolarSyn pressured, and Viper can't stop it. He's actually doing some team damage there. Okay, it's about Nair. Oh, the Nair comes through the chase dodge straight through Viper.
They know that he must be looking for a KO on SolarSyn, and oh no, SolarSyn now stealing the weapon away. He lost weapon control, and he lost the game. SolarSyn and Viper started with an early lead there, and even though it almost slipped from their fingers, they held on to it and kept that going.
We do not have enough replay time for how much replay value there was.
A lot of
I think my favorite combo was the one where SolarSyn got the D-Light ground pound unarmed and hit them into Viper's spear side air on the left side of the stage.
It was so quick. It didn't lead to a KO or anything. It wasn't even a huge amount of damage, but it was so swift and just really goes to show how synergized they are with their follow-ups. Like, that was just a quick little thing, but that's exactly it. That was honestly less than a second.
Yeah.
And he reacted to it.
And the situation is what makes it so impressive to me, because it was a moment where they were like, we have him in the 1v2, quick, do something with the time that we have. And that was exactly how much they could do with the time that they had before the 2v2 started.
Yeah, they really maximized on it. And then again, right there with the alley-oop, you can see them already getting it on.
Yeah.
Getting their team synergy.
Whoa, okay, SolarSyn.
TM. I think he thought he had one more jump than he had. Floated a little farther down than he'd like to have. He still had the dodge to make it back up, but then Viper came down for the edge guard.
Ooh, TM with the save. Hits Viper away, stopping from getting the combo onto Swata. One-sider comes through. Oh!
SolarSyn's in trouble. Okay. Oh, what the
nice. TM gets the ground pound. Edge guard. He can't get the ground pound.
Yeah. A recovery is better than nothing. Sometimes there's not enough time to land that jump ground pound after a slide kick like that.
Ooh, sidelight comes through. Viper trying to get the edge guard.
Game.
Oh, Swata gets hit with the recovery.
It's either going to be Swata going down next or SolarSyn First one to get it will have their team up ahead.
Wait, Solarson.
Oh, wait a second.
Solarson!
Oh.
He's going crazy. He might
Swata's
take out
out.
TM here before Solarson loses his first stock.
That's crazy. Oh, man, Solarson went for the killing blow there, but he didn't need to dash that haymaker. It ended up sending him too far forward. TM is very close to being knocked out, but look at Solarson's health. You can't even see it. That's the darkest shade of red I've ever seen.
That's crazy,
That's
actually.
deeper than barbecue
Oh, he's
sauce.
still, okay.
Anything would have done it at that point. He finally goes down.
I thought that the
TM
spear
and Swata are
side did that.
near a knockout here. They're both very hurt already.
All right, so stabilized
What
here.
a follow-up from TM, but he gets punished by Solarson. You got to appreciate the punish that came from Solarson there. Like, you're not getting a KO on my teammate for free.
So the lead here is really being held by Solarson after that first stock. He extended it for so darn long, and Swata's trying to do the same thing, but he's already been down a stock compared to Solarson.
Yeah.
TM and Viper are the closest ones to going out, and TM's just been having a really rough game so far. Oh, man, talk about a rough game. The ladder combo to the recovery takes him off the
TM's
top.
in trouble, dude. He's on his last stock. I think they're just gonna take him out. Here we go. Two people on TM. TM's in so much trouble right now, but he's managing to survive. Keep your eyes on TM here. They are clearly gonna be going for him next, and there he goes. Now it's a 2v1. 3 stocks to 1. I don't think they stand a chance with this.
Nope.
Let's just
Oh,
watch.
man, Swata can't even touch the
Solarson
ground.
seal the deal here. Nice.
2 spear recoveries.
Nice. Oh, Swata's over it. He was over it. But the axe
still
throw did hit.
It still
It did
hit.
hit.
He drifted away, and he was like, I was prepared for you to want to accept defeat. Okay, so
man.
I still stand.
That was so fast.
I still stand by my opinion that, at least for me, I was favoring Swata and TM going into this matchup. That it's just showing that Viper and Solarson are playing that incredibly, and this is what we were.
We're going back to Shipwreck again.
This is why we were talking him up so much. We were talking about how crazy Solarson was in the Crew Battle Invitational, and how amazing Viper is in 2v2s, and how this team could absolutely just beat everybody in the bracket.
The charts. It's not just Viper's good and Solarson's good.
Yeah.
There's something else that's added to that equation when you put together Solarson and Viper.
Yeah.
It's more than just their parts.
There's every single neutral win that either Viper or Solarson makes, the other teammate is looking out for how to extend that, and we've been seeing that constantly throughout the game, and that is so difficult to do. Right there, right?
Yep,
Viper
on
the left-hand side. He wasn't even concerned with recovering. He was concerned with hitting off of Solarson's side there.
Yep, he was looking for his teammate to send it to him.
Oh, but Solarson taking a lot of damage here. TM and Swata. Now Swata onto the Koji. A bit of a surprise to me. D-Light recovery hits, takes Solarson off the top. And Solarson's down faster than he's been in any of the games so far.
Oh, man, Viper almost as well. But TM and Swata have a lead, I think, for the first time in this set. They've got a lead. It's not much, but it's an honest lead.
Swata all in the bow as well with Koji so far. Really fighting against both players. Nice. Dude, they're so... I love seeing those moments.
Yeah. So, you know, there's a... Ooh, nice from TM. Okay, there's a really unique property about Shipwreck Falls, especially that comes into play in a 2v2 match quite a bit, and that's the distance from the walls of the stage to the blast zones on the side.
Yeah.
It's very far. It's not a super large stage, but it's a super large map, if that makes sense.
It does.
So to the point where, like, it's a form of crowd control to send one guy off and change your attention to his teammate.
Right.
And they have a long way to come back. You see these guys spending a while just recovering back to the stage.
Yeah, crowd control is an interesting term, and I think actually is a really good one for how it is, because you are implying that it's
Talk
like...
about crowd control. How about all three of them?
Because you're basically saying by being sent off the stage, you are stunned for 3 seconds.
You are stunned, quote unquote.
Yeah, because you're just spending that much time where you have to focus on just playing the minigame of getting back. And Shipwreck really highlights that in Brawlhalla. And now Solarson going down to his last stock, Swata going down to his last stock. It's been TM and Viper, which is unusual to how the set has been going, being the stock tanks on either team.
Yeah. But as far as the teams go, the stocks and damage are almost perfectly equal right now. It's an even game. Oh, and Viper actually dodged. He did the double spear downlight, but he dodged an attack with the gravity cancel downlight. Dude, what?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That's like, that is that's something. I need to see that again.
And Viper,
I don't think I've ever
Viper's the
seen
only one
that.
left with 2 stocks. He's close to being knocked out, but so is Swata on his final stock. So,
Yeah.
okay, Viper knocked out.
Oh,
They
he
missed.
missed
That
it.
was such an important opportunity that they dropped. They might still be able to get this, but they have got to be kicking themselves for that one.
Viper gets the downlight Zyder and a TM. They switch over.
Oh,
That was
man,
wild.
this is a
Swata
3-0
goes
and a
down,
handshake.
down air.
It's over.
Down air again.
Wait, it's not over.
TM's trying to make it.
He's alive.
Makes it.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh, he's
okay.
alive. TM, miracle, here
I
we come.
mean, he's got to take Solar
You
down
gotta
right
believe,
now.
you gotta believe.
Oh, close side air there, actually. No way.
Oh,
no way.
Solison's out.
Okay,
Solison's
TM
out.
can make it back with a dodge.
Woo!
He did it. He touches.
So smooth. Wait a second. TM versus Viper in the 1v1. TM's
There's
got
no
a
way.
lot.
There's no way.
He's at a
making it happen.
disadvantage.
He's making it
at
happen.
a disadvantage, but watch.
Okay.
Oh man, I was ready for the comeback.
I was too. I was looking at that and I was saying there's no way because I was like, it's actually a way. It's like this.
It
This
definitely
seems
could have
so
been real.
impossible, but he was making it work so well. That last unarmed recovery, we'll look at this replay here.
Yeah.
That Zyder was fantastic. Swata comes down.
Whew, man, what a set. And you said it yourself.
Oh, there it is. D-Light.
That was so sick.
Yeah,
he
gravity
actually dodged
cancel.
an attack with it.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about these gravity cancels is even though, you know, us mortals often just press it as fast as we can, right? You
Yes.
dodge, attack, you got
That's right.
11 frames to do it. That's a lot of time to input your second button, right? But what these guys do is dodge and then wait the full duration. That's 10 whole frames they can get of
Yeah.
dodge power before they cancel out of it for an attack. And these guys maximize it every time.
Yeah, they're using their combo tools as defensive tools in the midst of fighting another opponent, and that's paying attention to whoever's coming at you from the other side. So amazing job from Viper and Solarson.
Dude, we called it. We said Viper and Solarson were the underdogs, and they just 3-0.
Yeah. So
and I think we were still we were right. Just the underdogs did well. Okay.
Viper and Solarson performed the way that I think you and I, in our hearts, were like, dude. Solarson's like
That's
becoming
what I
the
was
best
thinking.
player,
Yes,
but
dude, yes.
we did not have the stats to justify it. We were just like, we're just kind of hoping that it's like, we saw the
And then it
potential
happened.
here, and now it's
killed
feeling
it.
a lot better going into
Who
EU
knows how much?
2v2.
Who knows how much further they could go?
Well, and that was a match to get into winter semifinals, right? And so that means that they 3-0'd their way through TM and Swata to be able to get into that position. So
Yes.
amazing performance from them. And they won't even have to worry about, everybody in this bracket's worth worrying about, right? But for me, if I was a competitor in EU, the top 2 teams to be afraid of are Acno and Blaze and Godly and Simple. And
Yes.
Godly and Simple being down in round 1 means that maybe you have a slightly easier way
I
through.
think it means you are not going to get an easier match like
Yes.
you'd expect when you go down to the lower bracket.
That's right.
You think, oh, I lost in the winner's bracket. Now I'll have it should be less difficult now in the lower bracket, and
Yep.
maybe I can work my way up, get a slightly better placement. But you'd be surprised to find Godly and Simple down there for some reason. And what is that reason, Taza?
That reason is a team that we have on the screen now. Urbador and Rakushain are going to be going up
Urbador and
against
Rakushain?
Yes, against Spyrox and Coco. And Urbador and Rakushain
Who?
they are names that we have
We
said
know their
rarely.
names. Very.
Rarely. It's like one of those things where it's like, I remember the
It's a
first time
surprise,
casting
to
Urbador.
say the least.
And so it is interesting to see them make that upset, and it was a 3-1 upset, didn't even go all the way to game number 5, so very convincing
even a
victory
game
from them.
5.
And Rakushain on the Taros, Urbador on the Bodvar are going to be going up against Spyrox and Coco. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I'm really not sure what to expect because I had my entire day prepped for casting Godly
Yeah.
and Simple, and another lower bracket.
We did
and it's
all
like
this prep,
we
Greg.
are going to watch how this matchup unfolds because I really am having difficulty calling it. I want to give it to Urbador and Rakushain for making that incredible upset earlier on, but
Yeah,
sometimes
if they could be Godly and Simple, who can't they beat?
sometimes matchups happen where a team or a player goes down
Sometimes
really
they
early in the
just got
bracket.
sometimes they got the scissors to your paper. I
Yeah.
mean, you just can't win them all.
So let's see how this plays out.
I love seeing Macho Man Randy Savage and Chun-Li team up.
Yeah.
That's so cool, man. Like
Yeah.
we
It's kind of the definition of
we're
crossover.
getting used
right?
to it now, but like
Yeah.
just take a second and step back and look at the game you're watching here. What in the world is happening?
Yeah. Oh, man. Nice down stick coming out from Spyrox.
Oh, Coco had a nice follow-up there, but Rakushain put a stop to that sweet combo happening.
So if we were looking at Mammoth Fortress compared to Shipwreck, the duration of crowd control on this stage is not quite as long because
Not
there's
quite,
a lot of walls.
The wall is closer to the blast zone on this one.
But
Okay.
Spyrox does not care.
Early
Ooh,
KO
down
from
stick, neutral
Spyrox
stick.
and Coco.
Oh.
And they're getting their team combo on as well. Rakushain and Urbador are having some trouble here.
Yes.
That was very early stocks from these guys. We're a minute in and 2 stocks down, and oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Coco's follow-up game is unlike anything I've seen.
Coco's follow-up game is great, and
Uh-oh.
Spyrox,
He can't make it back, right?
when he is getting
Whoa.
the combo.
Okay.
Oh, nice. He
That
could have. He got the revenge knockout.
And he actually did. Wow. Major props to
Spyrox with so
man.
many knockouts
Yeah.
going out this game, and Coco just going down the second stock, but Coco has been great at extending these combos from Spyrox as well. Wow, EU's really brought their A game.
Yeah. This is such a crazy matchup. I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this. Their play styles are unconventional. Their teamwork is off the charts.
Oh, the ground pound. Rakushain's probably down the gravity.
Who does that? Oh my gosh,
It was
Spyrox,
so
the weapon
smart.
throw to finish it. But Rakushain gets the chase dodge off his teammate Urbador with a huge save for Rakushain. How can Rakushain make up for this? He has to do something great with his stock
he's gotta get
now.
a stock
With
right
this
now.
second chance he's been given by his teammate. So far, oh, there it is.
That's nice.
He just made it worthwhile.
Team combo.
And the team combo. Oh my gosh. Rakushain and Urbador are bringing it back. They're bringing it back.
They're bringing it back. Still
but they're
dire straits.
It's not, they're not in a good spot.
It was super necessary to save them to stay into this game, but they are both last stock red. Spyrox still on those 2 stocks. Let's see if they get takedown.
It would be kind of a miracle if
take
they
down
were
Coco,
somehow able to bring
and
it
it's
back.
less of a miracle and more of an execution test. But there goes Urbador. He goes down.
And there goes, okay.
Spyrox
That
off
was a
stage,
fantastic game.
chose to do an unarmed down sig instead of going for a downlight off of a gravity cancel. And it was so smart to me because if he went for the downlight, he wouldn't have caught him. And I don't even think he was necessarily thinking to KO with it. I think he was just thinking this is the only thing that could hit my opponent where he is. And I loved seeing, and Coco did it as well. They're doing so well with this down heavy as edge guard tools, and that game was so incredibly dominant from Spyrox and Coco. And we're looking at the PR differences here. It's 11 and 12 to 32 and 34, and that's just because the crazy upset that they made.
You wouldn't know it if you wouldn't know it, but just by watching the game, how different these guys' power rankings are. I think Urbador and Rakushain did a great job on that in that match, but wow, man, Spyrox and Coco are popping off. Both teams are just,
good start though.
Both teams are like really just performing here. Oh, Rakushain got the dirty neutral sig.
Got the D-Light ground pound, chase dodge, pick up the weapon.
But that's good damage.
And he used the D-Light ground pound, the chase dodge to the weapon to steal it away from Spyrox. Now Spyrox on the right side of the stage trying to return some of the damage
Spyrox is trying
he
to
took.
avoid Rakushain now. Rakushain's
Yeah.
he's got the business. Oh, wait a second. Never mind. Never mind. Spyrox is chasing after him, seeking vengeance.
Ooh, spear picked up. Goes for the neutral here possibly.
Okay, if that last game was hectic, this game's definitely going to be super hectic. Well, we're playing on a Miami Dome, one of the smallest stages in the competitive
Spyrox.
map pool right now.
Oh, falling Zyder. Oh, and Coco, he gravity cancels sidelight off of the side air connect.
Coco's in a kung fu movie, like turning around, bash this guy out, then turn around and smack this guy up, and then turn around and... Whew. Okay, stocks are tied. Never mind. Psych.
Spyrox finally got the revenge on Rakushain. Wait, that was a down air
no, Urbador.
recovery?
This is a really bad spot for Urbador. Okay, he's back. It is so dangerous to fight somebody off stage when you are on a fresh stock and they are damaged on their first stock. Like, that is a losing trade. I mean, maybe you can come away with a victory, but it's so not worth the risk.
Urbador stage spike Spyrox at the bottom of the stage.
No,
Rakushain came in with a down air though.
Wow.
Down air to side air. Sidelights nair. Rakushain getting that 5-hit string onto Spyrox with his teammate. Falling side air. Spyrox dodges through, cancels into a sidelight himself on the gauntlets, but he's so heavily damaged here on the second stock. Just not getting anything started. And then the friendly fire from Coco means that Spyrox gets recovery to the down air
Wait
up the top.
Second. Wow, nasty down sig that Coco manages to avoid, but the team combos just keep it coming, and Coco goes down to his final stock. Urbador and Rakushain ahead by 2 stocks, but very damaged. I love the follow-up idea there. It didn't land, but man, these guys are on top of it.
There's something about the urgency from Urbador and Rakushain when their
There they
teammate
go.
is hitting it. It's like it almost feels like they have to follow up so quickly. It's like almost giving me anxiety. It's like why are you playing so fast?
So on top of it, these guys are popping off like crazy.
Their ideas are
Spyrox
nonstop.
and Coco are in the danger zone now, especially Coco. Keep your eye on Coco here.
Whoa.
He's got to do something amazing, or just, I don't know, maybe Spyrox does something amazing and Coco just runs
Coco just
away.
has to exist.
No, Coco,
Oh.
he can't exist. It's all up to Spyrox here. It's going to be a very difficult 1v2 for Spyrox. Rakushain and Urbador about to
Ouch.
finish this up. Spyrox off the side. He's sweating. The sweat beads are out. Here comes Rakushain with a big hammer. Smack. Another one.
Oh, down stick from Urbador could be huge here. Oh, but he hits, he hits
it was
Rakushain.
huge.
Side air hit. Oh, I thought he was going to jump into that for sure.
Yeah,
Edge guard
that
the ground
looked like-
pound. No, Urbador goes to the side stick.
It's a matter of time here. It's a matter of time. Spyrox desperately clinging on to the hope that he could come away with a victory here.
Oh.
And maybe he can. It's going to take a lot.
That'll
No.
do it.
No doing. Okay, that brings the set to an even 1-1 now in this best of 5.
Spyrox really popped off game number 1, was constantly hunting down his opponents, but in this game, got a deficit earlier on. That was amazing by the recovery downer into Spyrox to put him on the 1 stock. And then on the right side of the stage, even though Coco avoided so much, the double team pressure was too much for him to handle. Goes down, gets hit with the backswing of that recovery, and Spyrox survived for a bit, but it was a matter of time, as you said, before that knockout came through. And Urbador and Rakushain bring this to a game number 3, tied sets. I wonder if we'll be changing. Spyrox took off Miami Dome first on that stage striking there.
Smart.
So we're not going back.
That's a good. That's what TM and Swata didn't do last game.
Yeah.
They just kept picking the same map
Shipwreck.
that they kept losing on. These guys are like, we lost on that one.
Yeah.
Time for something
But
new.
they did give them an opportunity to pick another double platform stage, and that's Crystal Temple, as we're going into game number 3.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Let's see how this is like. Even though it's like, yes, Miami Dome and Crystal Temple, 2 platforms. That's about all they have in common.
Yeah.
Everything else is like, Crystal Temple's a lot
It's
more
so
like
different.
Shipwreck
It's so different.
with the
It's
walls.
The platform heights, the size of the stage, everything.
So we'll see how this plays out. I actually think Chun-Li has the ability to neutral sig on
What a
both the
spot
spear
touch.
and gauntlets to punish people for being on the platform. So we'll see if
Yeah.
that happens here.
You know, Taza, I know it seems obvious when I say this, but Brawlhalla players are better than they've ever been. Right? Like, it's so obvious here that these guys,
look at that.
they
Neutral sig comes through.
they
Yeah.
just continue blowing
No.
our minds,
Well,
man.
and that's
It's
why
so noticeable here.
I completely agree with you. It sounds, yes, it sounds obvious, but from our perspective, after watching players right through Brawlhalla for so long,
Yeah.
and then we're here and we're just like,
It just keeps
we're just getting
rising.
floored
There
by.
has not been any new mechanics added
Oh,
to the game, but
that's
you
hard.
would you
kind
look
of-
at this. If you look at some 2018 footage, you'd be like, "What?
Yeah.
These guys are just oh, dude!
Oh, he
my
got the side
God!
stick.
What a combo!
I stepped on. Oh god, like we jumped so much. I almost hit
I
our panic
stomped
button.
on the button on the floor button here.
Okay, hold on. It's an
I
even,
started
it's an even
jumping.
game.
That combo got me jumping.
Yeah,
IRL.
that was crazy.
Woo.
All right. Stabilizing here. We've got some time to
Yeah.
figure out what's going on. Okay, never mind.
Take a
Sideline
breather,
side air.
guys. It's been so intense. Just take a breather while we have a chance.
Ground pound.
Oh, wait,
What?
Spyrox is in trouble. Can
Side
he make
stick,
it back?
he got the dodge.
Can he
Urbador
make
can
it
go for the
back?
stomp.
Yes. Through 2 people, he makes it through the edge guard. Spyrox still alive.
Okay, Spyrox, how much longer can he live here? Can he get that stock off of Rakushain? That recovery came close. Coco goes for the neutral sig. Rakushain can't get the falling Sarah. Spyrox goes for the jumping recovery. Rakushain and Spyrox both playing the survival game, but it's the blue team that goes down first. And now it's like it's not quite a tie game. Not even close now. That Spyrox goes up. Urbador and Rakushain still have that lead. Urbador doing so good
dude,
here.
Urbador, he's like a full stock ahead of everybody else, and that's going
there's
to
the neutral
give the blue team the advantage here.
We're seeing that neutral sig. I was talking about that earlier. That's what Miami Dome didn't unlock for Spyrox that Crystal Temple does. He can neutral sig on both of his weapons and punish him on the platform.
Hits the platforms, yeah.
We'll see if he can get more
Yeah,
off of
and
that.
it's pretty quick with Spear, too. It's a nice quick signature.
Ooh, downlight though. Misses. Rakushain goes to the weapon throw. Pick up Sair. Neutral light hits. Urbador doesn't go for the follow-up. He focuses on Spyrox instead. 2 individual 1v1s happening on the other side of the stage right now. And
Urbador in trouble. There's the final pogo. He touched the wall, though. He might be able to... Oh, he touched the wall again. That's still not enough. But he still has a whole other stock.
He does.
Coco and Spyrox are, ooh, they're close to being knocked out here.
They got to focus
but
down Rakushain.
They could bring it back. Oh, nice combo.
Oh, the
my
down
God.
got interrupted.
Rakushain, put a stop to that combo. That was going to be net.
He held to save his
Smart
teammate. I
like
love it.
Spyrox, yeah.
I love seeing that so much. Okay. Down to hits that time.
Oh!
Urbador goes down first, even though Rakushain.
They're bringing it back.
Whoa.
Urbador had 2 stocks a second ago while everybody had 1, and here's everybody still with 1, and Urbador is nowhere to be found. That's incredible, man. Coco and Spyrox, that is unbelievable. Okay, Rakushain, he's trying to psych these guys out. What if I go way up into the sky? It's not like they would uppercut me or
down
anything.
air wins here every time.
Yeah. That's his plan. That's his plan. He's got the hammer. It's got the reversals, the vertical reversals, and no weapon has a vertical reversal that goes from down to up. There's some dunks that go from up to down, talking to Surrey, neutral, Sig.
Look at that gauntlet air.
They are just, they're actually refusing to attempt to fight him there. But there's plenty of opportunities. Look, he's coming down to the stage sweating every time. The punishes are actually right there. But the thing is, they don't need to go for it. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. If it goes on like this, they could win it. But what's going to happen if they just remain passive like this is that Rakushain's just going to get a sneaky side air and knock one of them out. And they're going to be like, maybe we should have just hit him when he landed on the stage one of these times. Oh, look at this. This is...
I'm trying to think about what the risk...
They have so many opportunities
What is the
to punish,
risk of both of them going up at the same time? That's what I'm trying to think of here.
Well, they don't need to go up. Well, that's the risk, is if you go up, maybe he hits you with a reversal down air, and that's a problem. But they don't need to go up. Rakushain's using all of his options in the air, and then he lands on the ground with no options, and there's the punish, right?
I guess it is scarier for Coco than I was originally thinking. Oh, try to go the alley-oop there.
Just barely got that. Oh, Coco, you got to be careful right now. Dangerous. You know, they have a reason to be afraid, and it's because Rakushain does have a legitimate chance at bringing this back. But
it is Taros going into the stance, taking away from Dex too. So one hit is probably all it takes, and there's the neutral light for Coco to get him off the right side of the stage. Yeah, Rakushain really
looking scary for Spyrox and Coco, but they played it. They kept a cool head. They kept a cool head.
And now they're up 2-1 in the set after taking down Urbador really, really early on. That was such a we're looking at that replay right there. Rakushain's down on 1 stock. Urbador is the first. He's the only player with 2, as you were talking about earlier on. He goes down to the pogo there on the left side, and then Urbador just gets deleted by the down sig. So really, really well played coming out from Spyrox and Coco there as they bring it to a match point in this best of 5.
That's right. Spyrox and Coco, just one more game to win to take this entire set. But I would say that this game could still go either way. That was really close.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate that Urbador got knocked out so quickly. He had the stock lead by a lot. He was actually 1 full stock ahead of everybody. And then everybody remained alive as he lost both of those stocks.
Yeah, I had me convinced that match was going to go to a match point for them, but Spyrox has played that well, and we're going to go to another change of scenery. Great haul for game number 4. So they're really going all over the place when it comes to these matches. The second that a map goes wrong for one team,
we got 3 platforms now.
We have 2 stages technically in a way. It's like there's a stage at the top.
The most unique thing, I guess, about this stage, besides the triple platforms, is that this is the largest stage in the map pool.
Yeah.
Like the biggest kill box, blast zone. Blast zone. That's a good
and a huge reason for that is that platform at the very top of the stage, almost acting as like a second place that you could play neutral on. The ceiling has to be that much higher to compensate. So we'll be seeing a less. Well, I say that every time I say this. They managed to get 5 knockouts off the top. But I like to think that on a Great Hall, we're going to see less knockouts off the top.
It is a very high ceiling. That's just the truth. But, you know, these guys hit really hard, and they find good opportunities, and they're good at the game.
Oh, like that down sig for Rakushain would have done it. But that's 2 knockouts off the left side of the stage. Coco and Urbador down. Spyrox going for his own side sig. Rakushain surviving, but there's Spyrox surviving off the top. No way.
Meteor strike from Spyrox.
He was off the top of
so high in the air, dude. He landed that, and he had a great follow-up from Spyrox as well. These guys are crazy. Okay, Spyrox finally loses his first stock. Everybody down to their second stocks here. Urbador, a little more damage than everybody else, but he's dishing it out all the same. Here we go.
Ooh, Coco, sidelight, Nair, Spyrox, side 6. Coco and Spyrox, surprisingly, they're staying stacked, but they're not having that friendly fire. Well, spoke too soon.
Spyrox really finds his signature opportunities, and I think we'll see it reflected in the stats. But
Oh
what?
my God.
Yeah, talk about
a signature opportunity.
Yeah.
Neutral sig into neutral sig. What the heck?
He finds signature opportunities off of team combos like all day, not just in neutral. I mean, he finds them in
Well, and
neutral,
talk-
I think, more than
and then-
anybody in
and
the
then-
match. But
To complement it, Coco's so good at following up of them, but there we go with Urbador, really making up for what happened in game number 3, getting that double knockout. Same kind of lead that they had in game 3, but Urbador was the first to go last time, so let's see if that's the same case here, if he can hold on to that stock. Sidelight recovery comes through, and Spyrox starts chasing after Rakushain. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on the Rakushain. Down light comes through, down air hits. Oh, Coco was ready. Down sig, doesn't get the side sig afterwards, but Coco once again ready to try and follow up off of Spyrox's openings.
Urbador with an excellent stomp that totally put a stop to the combo happening on his teammate. Rakushain is in deep trouble here. He's in knockout range. So is Spyrox. It's either Rakushain or Spyrox. Those have got to be the targets right now to knock out. There goes Rakushain. It's all up to Urbador in a very challenging 1v2, but it's not impossible.
Ooh.
Look at the health and the damage right now.
Yeah.
This is totally doable for Urbador. Spyrox not going to let
Oh, he
the weapon
faded
throw.
down.
That was beautiful, but they actually just let him back up. I'm surprised Coco didn't just throw his weapon down there. It would have been the end of him. Urbador with another chance. This isn't what a dodge. He could do this. I'm trying to imagine a world where Urbador brings this back.
Oh,
But
side air hit, so that's it. Coco and Spyrox win 3-1. Amazing team play coming out from both sides. Spyrox and Coco at the end, though, that with the just amazing execution of their gameplay. Look at that. It was off the team combo, hits the neutral sig. Coco ready to finish that stock off with his own neutral sig. And even though they're not going to be in all of these, we're not going to have replays of all the moments where it whiffed.
moments?
What I loved is that
.gg/Rahala. Sorry.
that's a great follow-up to it. But yeah, so the way that Spyrox and Coco were playing, Spyrox with basically being the person that starts every combo. I actually think if we were to look at it and really break down the amount of times a team combo happened, Spyrox was starting it and Coco was finishing it. That's just how it worked out. Like Coco was constantly looking for how to extend those combos. Sometimes Spyrox is in the middle with a signature.
Exactly, dude. Spyrox had so many awesome signature follow-ups off of his teammates' attacks. It's incredible because especially with Chun-Li and the side sigs, they both have some on-hit time, which is great in a 2v2 setting because it gives your teammate an opportunity to prepare for another follow-up.
Yes.
It's hard to follow up off of a signature. They hit really hard. If you're not, usually you just use the signature for the KO move, but Spyrox was using it as the next step.
There would
in
be
the
some team
combo,
combos where
worked.
there would be 3 signatures used
Exactly,
in the middle of it. And it's like, well,
that's huge.
They're flying so fast that you just have to have that rehearsed to a T, right? And also know what damage values send them to what places, because where they get hit in the signature, how they get hit, and the direction that they get hit changes as the game state changes as well. So them just being ready for all of that was amazing. And Spyrox and Coco will be going against Viper and Solarson in the winners semifinals, and that is a matchup photo. What on earth? We have been.
Is that what we're casting next? The winners semifinals.
So they will be the last match in this block. The match before this, both these teams, incredible. We have Acno and Blaze versus Fosi and Sarmay going against each other in the winner semifinals on one side, and then Viper and Solarson and Spyrox and Coco on the other side.
I am so excited for the second matchup you described there. Not that I'm not looking forward to the first one here, because how crazy would it be if Fosi and Sarmay could somehow defeat Acno and Blaze for their spot in the winner's final. These next 2 matches we're about to watch are the promotion matches to make it in to the winner's final. That's a guaranteed top 3 position.
That's right.
That's a podium position. That's huge.
Yeah, the difference between winning this matchup and losing this matchup is going down and potentially getting 5th, right? Like
are you going to get the top 3 or top
when you look
5?
at numbers and you're like, oh, 5-3, they're kind of close. Like, no, that's a pretty big deal in competition, right? and being able to have that spot secured is a huge deal. And if Acno and Blaze go down here against Fosi and Sarmay, that means that only one of those top 3 seeded teams of Acno, Blaze, Heisen, Pavelski, and Godly and Simple can even make it into top 3, right? Only one of them. And that, to me, is crazy because the results that we're having from this are really shaking up to be very interesting. And as you said, the second winner semifinal matchup, we're a little biased to wanting to watch because we just saw how incredible those teams were individually.
We watched both of those teams. We watched the winners of those teams. It was really close, and now they have to fight each other, and we just have no idea.
And they both have completely different styles of following up off of their teammates with the team combos as well.
Oh, I didn't even think of
So
that.
it's like, is there going to be one that just wins out over the other completely?
It's be a spectacle to watch.
It's going to be so cool. So we've got 2 awesome matches coming up. We've got Acno and Blaze against Fosi and Sarmay. That's
okay, let's talk about this matchup because that's what's coming up next. We're waiting on Sarmay. Okay,
there he is.
We're waiting on all the players. The internet.
Wait no longer. They got right in, and the match strike is already happening. It's like right away. So Acno takes that small nick, but yeah, we've got Mirage and Blaze.
Orion. That's the news that's happening here.
That's
right. Oh my gosh, that is just the most epic skin. Look at Fosi just like.
Yeah,
that's
pretty awesome.
So much cooler than
what was
else
really
on the
cool
field.
about that lock-in is that Fosi did it off of the back of losing a matchup against Machete and Delta in the winners' quarters, and then when you locked in the Orion, it was all wins from then on out, and that was the secret ingredient to be able to get them into this winners semifinals matchup. So let's see how this plays out against Acno and Blaze. The best team in Europe, just about, and now we're going to be going against them here at Mammoth Fortress, and Fosi and Sarmay have barely been touched.
And they've already done so much damage to Blaze. He's basically in kill range. I think he could just get knocked out at this point.
A good lance side air, perhaps.
And they're taking out Acno as well. Oh my gosh, wait, Fosi and Sarmay are... This is...
Ooh, that neutral came close to blast him away. Let's see how this plays out here. Sidelight down air, Acno trying to get that knockout to Fosi. Oh,
nice
with the save from Sarmay.
That was a nice catch. Okay, Acno and Blaze had a rough start to this, but they started bringing it back there. Unfortunately, Blaze gets knocked out. Acno may be in trouble as they both go for the edge guard onto Acno, and Fosi seals it with a ground pound. That puts Fosi and Sarmay up 2 stocks against undisputedly the top team in Europe.
Yeah,
I don't think
Acno
there's
and Blaze,
any question on who's the top team here. This is Blaze and Acno are the best team in Europe, and maybe the world. We'll have to wait till the midseason championship.
We'll have to wait for that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Recovery hits. Fosi voids the weapon throw. Sarmay comes in for the save. Doesn't need it, but Fosi still living on this first stock, keeping the red team in the lead just barely, and the recovery takes him off the top, making that caster's curse possible. Acno on the left side.
Classic.
Now on the spear. Is getting a lot of damage on the Sarmay as Blaze is hitting sidelights and downlights back and forth.
Man, Acno and Blaze did a great job of equalizing after losing the first 2 stocks.
Yeah.
It's always like a really anxious place to be in where you're down 2 stocks, technically, right? But you could just equalize immediately. It's just going to take some really perfect execution. And that could be the point where you go down 4 stocks or you equalize, right? And they just managed to equalize. Now everybody's in KO range, and things are scary. Fosi lands the ground pound. Oh, what a nice team combo from Sarmay to Fosi to seal the deal. Fosi looking to finish off Acno here, but wow, Acno was actually about to destroy Fosi for even attempting to edge guard him, and it was only because Sarmay came in and saved him that it went any other way.
And the save doubled up as a knockout too.
Not just the save, but also defeating his opponent. Okay, now Sarmay's the only one left with 3 stocks.
Whoa, Acno, gotta be careful there.
Acno landed the slide kick,
got hit with the ground
Sarmay
pound.
responded with a ground pound, and it worked. I don't think that was like the very end of the slide kick, and I just don't think he was expecting to land it.
Yeah, that's that point in that move where you're just kind of like, oh.
I missed. Get ready for the follow-up. But he ended up landing it, and Sarmay was like, I'm going to hurt you for that. That was... Okay, everybody down to their final stocks here in game 1 of this set.
Nice sidelight
Sarmay might be in trouble in KO range.
Down air hit, Sarmay's gone.
Sarmay's out! And Acno might just finish off Fosi right here.
Got him out of his recovery.
Oh my gosh. Fosi and Sarmay competed so well through the entire game. And right at the end, when it matters most, Acno and Blaze come through and deliver.
And there's that anxiety. So the anxiety that you're talking about being down 2 stocks, guarantee you Blaze and Acno have mastered.
They do not have that anxiety.
Not being bothered by that.
They probably get excited about it.
Yeah, they're like, ooh.
At this point.
It's like, ooh, they think we're going to lose.
They're like, oh, yeah, exactly.
It's like, we'll show them.
Yeah, it's almost like according to plan. Like, yep, give them false hope, and then we win.
It looked very basic. That was an incredibly spaced ground pound there at the side at the very end.
I know what
pivoting
you mean.
it, hitting him right on Orion's head so that he didn't get in the way of the hurt box of the Lance recovery, and then making sure that he didn't touch the stage at all with it so that he had to just drift down to the bottom of the stage. It was an impeccable edge guard from Acno. And just before that, Blaze had a really good edge guard against Sarmay, where he hit him with an X down air in what looked like it was pretty inconsequential. It didn't look like it had a lot of knockback, but because he hit him after all of his jumps were back, he ended up falling down sweating as well. So Blaze and Acno individually off stage, amazing job. And then together as a team, coming back from that deficit at the beginning, great job as well. Now up 1-0 in the sets. As Fosi and Sarmay showing that they can keep up with this team, but Blaze and Acno were really in control at the end. You were like,
yeah, they sure were, man.
It was dominant the entire time, and then it just took those last 2 stocks, and all of a sudden it looked like it was the Acno and Blaze show the entire time.
Well, it kind of is the Acno and Blaze show, isn't it? They've dominated this region for long enough that somehow, you know, these tournaments easily turn into, can anybody beat Acno and Blaze?
Right.
And sometimes it looks like yes, but mostly no.
Sometimes yes, but no.
Pretty much every time it's no. But you know, everybody's always looking to see if it's going to happen eventually, and maybe this is the time. But
I think there was a
segment
segment of the pre-show where we were looking at Blaze's stats, and there was no bronze medals.
I saw that. That was so crazy.
And that's like they are top 2 for life, and they want to make it there once again.
Acno's in trouble. Oh yeah, he can't make it back. He's out. And Blaze also in trouble here. Fosi with the edge guard, nicely done. Okay, here's we are. Same place as we were in the first game. Now, how fast will Acno and Blaze recuperate?
Yeah.
You know, can they equalize this?
Or can Fosi and Sarmay keep up the lead?
Sarmay.
Get a lot of extra credit on one player in particular. That's huge.
And that's happening. Oh, Fosi really let it rip there. It looked like a long shot, but I agree with giving it a try.
Oh, he avoids the weapon throw by holding the charge.
Yes, it worked perfectly.
Okay, Acno, you're
in
Fosi's defense, I really didn't think that Lance ground pound was going to hit him. that was like the very edge.
They lost their stocks, but look at that. They already took out Acno, so they are much better off than they were in the last game here.
3 ground pounds?
1 stock ahead. Sarmay and Fosi are
Sarmay's
closer than they've ever been.
Blaze just now gets back to the stage after 30 seconds of being off of it. Downlight hits. Down sig misses. But the blue team is in a much bigger deficit than they have been to set so far. Fosi goes in for the Zyder into Blaze. Gets it the second time off of the alley-oop. And that Zyder from Sarmay could get the edge guard here to put them into a 4 stock to 2 situation.
Man, Acno, he wanted to gravity cancel down sig, but downlight, but he didn't have his gravity cancel available because he just used it a minute ago.
Recovery hits. No, Blaze was hoping he'd go higher.
Acno's in trouble, man. Okay, Blaze down to his final stock as well. Acno in orange on his final stock. It's not looking good. I think it'd be a miracle if Acno and Blaze could manage to
miracle, you say?
Do you believe in miracles?
Well, so far it's looking good.
Yeah,
Sarmay
I guess
goes
if
down.
it were any other team, it'd be a miracle.
A miracle. Look at Sarmay just already on his last stock, almost going down. Team combo comes through. I can't believe Fosi survives there, but that could be bad for Sarmay, as Sarmay is now being put into orange. And look at this. It is 3 hits away from being a blue team lead.
Wait, a miracle!
Like, as you said, I was like,
to a miracle.
A miracle. Oh man, Acno is super damaged though. Oh, the dancing hits!
Dude,
I can't believe it.
Acno still in? Oh my goodness.
Fosi just wants to go for that edge guard. Goes over the Blaze. Blaze was in a lot of these.
He's got chameleon eyes right now. He's keeping one eye on Acno.
Yeah.
No matter what. All we got to do is get a killing blow on Acno, but they just don't make it easy. Acno knows he's playing the follow-up off of Blaze's attacks only mode right now.
Downlight is almost enough to take down Sarmay. Fosi is played almost against Blaze, but you're right in that chameleon eye sort of thing.
He got him. Chameleon eyes pays off, and now it's a 1v2 against Blaze. Now, how many times has Blaze won a 1v2 in this exact situation?
Quite a few. Even today.
These guys are not taking this lightly. They know Blaze could absolutely win this. Blaze now without a weapon. The team's got to starve the weapons, and they end up getting the knockout. Fosi and Sarmay have got a game.
Fosi using the Orion,
now, right?
the Orion down sig on the left side of the stage, got Acno with it, and then Blaze as well. Really utilizing that move that I originally just kind of looked at and I was like, you've used this Sometimes. Like, I don't really have a good idea of how, but it was interesting. We'll see in the replay at the very end. It goes through the platform, and he still has line of sight.
Boom.
Look at that. So it gets him on the way up as he was trying to do the unarmed recovery. It takes him off the top. Nicely done. And yes, you were right. Evens it up. And Acno on the Volkov
He has changed his legend. And I was just about to talk about how much I was enjoying seeing his Mirage.
Yeah.
And how much I wish he was playing Donatello instead of Mirage. Dude's got over $50,000 in earnings. I feel like he could get a Donatello whenever he wanted to.
Sides comes through, but he's now on the Volkov. And
well, that's exciting because
Acno's been having this scythe trend recently, and
resurgence.
And so now with him on the Volkov, this is really fun to see. Look at
that!
He slide charged it from the middle platform.
He slide charged from the platform, made it over the edge of the stage, and ended up getting a knockout on one of the best players in the game. But he goes down shortly after.
And
Blaze
gets team
Fosi and Sarmay still technically have the lead here, but it's close.
Oh, side sig whiff. Side air hits. Acno getting hit on the lance there. Gets him with the recovery as well. Sarmay using the chase dodge to continue chasing after him. And Acno spot dodge just hits the Sair. Fosi and Sarmay trying to take down Blaze. Fosi not too damaged yet.
Sarmay,
oh no. Oh, that's
he could take out Acno right here. Blaze realizing the trouble that his teammates in comes down immediately to help him, and help was successful. Blaze and Acno still holding on to their stocks here. Tie game.
Oh, that was some brutal friendly fire.
Alive? That is insane.
Only living because it was Acno that hit him. That's the only reason.
Oh, that's why. That's why. There's a slight reduction in damage and force when you hit your own teammate.
Because I was looking at that, I thought he was gone for sure, and I was like, what? But no, Acno accidentally hits up the sider. Oh, Fosi getting him with the down air there. It's so amazing to me how quickly all the players on the screen go from a fresh stock to orange.
But then how long they hold it at red.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, now I have to start worrying about my damage.
Here. Yep.
Before then, health is just a resource. It's just a resource.
It's like toothpaste, right? Like you're going crazy on the toothpaste, and like shampoo, right? Like you go crazy on it when it's brand new.
I'm upset that I know what you're talking about.
You make the last like 16th of the tube work.
I went to the grocery store last week. I'm not going to pick this up from the convenience store. No, I'm not going to do it. We'll make this work. You're right. I'm mad that you're right.
And look at this. And when it comes down to it,
because the answer should be you should portion it properly from the beginning. But you know what?
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
You make the last 16th last just as long as the first 15.
And here we are at the last 32nd right, in this matchup because everybody's on the last stock and they're like, oh yeah, we need to make this last.
Yep, we're at the end of the toothpaste here. We got to start rolling up the end.
Oh no. Oh, that side
what a
so
dodge
close.
by Sarmay. Blaze is not going to let him have that for free, though. Gets a little bit of punish there, and we're coming down to the final moments, man. Acno is the healthiest on the field, which is just not a good sign for their opponents.
Ooh. Nair, side air hits. Acno and Blaze putting all attention on the Fosi. Blaze just guarding Sarmay away so Acno could focus on it, but Fosi breaks through. Damage so dead even along the board.
This is going to be a close one. Anybody can win this game, and the set's tied up 1-1, so just watch and see.
Oh, this is close. Acno not on the scythe, so I'm not expecting an offstage craziness from before. Blaze almost one more downlight could take Sarmay down.
Into the side air. That's so huge. Oh, what a save from Fosi. Sarmay absolutely needed it at that moment.
Yeah. Fosi goes for the weapon throw down. Blaze dodges it. I can't believe Sarmay cuts through with the signature. Chase dodges down into recovery.
Sarmay's popping off.
Sarmay's crazy. I can't believe he's coming up with these ideas of this damage. Weapon throw forward. He needs to get the recovery. Fosi in the middle of both of them, avoiding everything somehow. Acno too afraid to go for a weapon down. He takes down Blaze and Acno in the 1v2.
This is Acno. This is classic Acno.
He dodges behind him.
2v1.
He's going to do it on arms.
Sarmay takes a second to collect his breath.
Oh, he still has the jump.
Could finish it right here. Acno has enough to make it back. And what a gravity cancel breakdance. Sarmay clutches it in the last moment. Bringing up the set 2-1. Fosi and Sarmay have a lead.
We talk about how certain pressure can force people to jump faster and not get the most out of their jumps.
Yeah.
Acno got the most out of every
Cool as a
piece of
cucumber.
movement there,
Yep.
and Sarmay still calculated the right punish at the end. It
Absolutely.
was so incredible.
Let's look at it right here. Here's the moment you're
Yeah,
talking about.
he jumps, he dive
Yep.
kicks.
The dive kick, too.
Yeah.
The dive kick is part of the movement.
He did 2 of them. Yeah, he did 2 dive kicks there.
It moves you horizontally farther than you would if you just drifted. Plus, the sharp change in your elevation, too, also helps avoid things. Acno played that right. It's just that Sarmay had it locked down.
There was
He
a moment
executed
there
perfectly.
where Sarmay was going to go down, and Fosi saved him with the recovery, the unarmed recovery. He
You're
was
right.
he was literally out of the game, comes back, doesn't get hit again, gets 2 knockouts. That's
That's
that
so
is
cla- that's
that
so
is
awesome.
so is why it is so
That
important.
is like they must. That is so like high five. We did it. That's
Yeah.
awesome. They did one of those. They did one of those like team up like.
yeah, I know what you're talking
Wait,
about.
oh, wrong
It's-
team. It was one of these.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. I know what you're talking about. It's the
meme.
it's the meme from, is it from
the
Predator.
bus-
I'm trying to
Yeah,
remember.
yeah.
That's not what it's from. With Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anyways,
yeah.
that's literally what happened, though.
That's what
the
happened.
moment.
That's what they did. I
Because
can imagine.
without that save, that was an Acno and Blaze win, hands down. Sarmay comes down, and he did so many crazy movements with the diagonal chase dodge down to the stage into a jumping
Into
recovery.
a recovery.
Yeah, and
it was the trickiest follow-up for a gauntlet recovery
And if
I've ever
anything
seen.
went wrong,
and it
he was
worked.
just done. He was just gone. So amazing play, and now we're at match point. This is that potential reality we were talking about.
That's
Fosi
right.
and Sarmay
Yeah,
could knock out
it's
Acno and
rare.
Blaze in the lower bracket.
It's like catching a shiny Pokemon. Like one in what's the chances? One in like 17,000.
No,
but
they've lowered,
maybe.
dude. They just keep lowering it. It's like 1 in 4,092 now.
Aw,
but you know,
dude.
it used to be really high.
Dude, they're making it so easy for the casuals these days. I mean, come on. I'm kidding.
But you're right. It is.
It's about as rare.
It's still just as exciting.
That's
for
maybe
sure.
a more realistic depiction of how rare it is for Acno and Blaze to be in this
I mean,
position.
0.001%.
And you know what?
is
Even
like
if
still
Fosi
a
and
chance.
Sarmay win, you know that they're not like, oh yeah, GG, it's over. They're just
yeah.
gonna be waiting for him in what? Wow!
Oh,
wow.
Sarmay with the side stick. Blaze goes in for the save. Acno gets the chase touch, but Sarmay's down there.
Oh, there's no way.
He got
Okay.
Blaze. He's gonna get Acno
Oh,
too. No.
Sarmay! Oh, bravo! Sarmay came out so clutch in that. And now that it's game point,
Yeah.
Acno's on his final stock.
He
This
is.
is bad news
It
for the
is.
champion team of Acno and Blaze.
It's bad news,
They
and
might not
Acno
win this.
is taking quite a bit of damage, and Blaze is trying to make up for it. He has Sarmay on the other side of the stage, but Sarmay with the scythe is trumping Blaze's axe. Oh, Blaze almost got hit by
Way
that
up in the
fully
sky.
charged recovery.
He was out there looking like the loading screen for that Artemis kid.
I know what you're. Yeah, that's man. That's yeah, he was just out there with that recovery for so long, and Acno with the axe trying to hit with the. Okay, Silent comes through, doesn't get the Zyder afterwards, and Sarmay goes down with the down air. Oh, with the
Dude,
double
I
down
can't
air.
believe
He
Sarmay
wants
went for
Acno
that.
out now.
Yeah. Sarmay now he has a bit of a lead, and so he's going crazy on these moves. Acno not
Oh,
letting it happen.
Blaze getting team
That was a
combo.
nice team combo, but Acno put a stop to it before it got too
Uh-oh.
bad. And
Oh,
wait,
that's not good.
good punish from Sarmay. He actually caught Acno there and would have ended his stock if not for Blaze coming in and interrupting it.
I literally just didn't see how Blaze interrupted, but you did. So good.
Yeah.
I
It
was
was
looking
an
at it. I was
outside
like,
light to put a stop to
I
it.
thought Red Team had it for sure. Anyways, Acno's gone.
Acno's gone.
He's gone.
And this is Fosi and Sarmay's game to lose. We've seen a lot of crazy 2v1s from Blaze, and you know in Blaze's mind that he is not giving up in the slightest. This looks hopeless to the average viewer, but I know that Blaze, Acno's cheering him on.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Sarmay's going to do it all by himself.
Okay, it's
Look
over.
at that.
GG!
Like,
GG!
Fosi goes down.
and Sarmay going to grand finals!
Wow, that is incredible. Fosi and Sarmay played so well, and it got more convincing as the series went on. Had Acno switch off of the Mirage onto the Volkov. It looked pretty good at the start, but then towards the end of that game number 4, it was just unstoppable.
Dude, it was this.
And
It was
Sarmay,
this that made it bad. Acno he just got
Yeah.
a little too spicy off the edge here, trying to save.
I think Blaze goes for the save
and
here,
Sarmay
too.
just clutched it so hard. This game
See?
was won because of Sarmay's intensity off the edge in this moment.
oh man.
Look at that. Look
And
at
the
it's
ground
still not
pounds.
over, right? Acno totally should have survived that. Even
Yeah.
though it was like risky for him to go down there, Acno does that all the time. gets KOs, makes it back safe. He was trying to do it again like he's done many times in the past, but Sarmay just clutched it, man. It was just too good. And then all of this. And then all of this. He just kept going.
Dude, there's a very exciting possibility of a Fosi Sarmay Viper SolarSyn winners finals.
Winners finals.
And so what's interesting to me about that too is that in that matchup, seed 1, right, Acno and Blaze on the other side, but I in between the team of Fosi and Sarmay was the lowest PR there. I think at 12 or 13 or 11. It was one of those numbers.
And so now there's a realistic chance that in the lower bracket, we're going to see seed 1 versus seed 2.
Yes. I mean, it has to happen before top 3.
That's kind of crazy, right? This is a good tournament. Good esports right there.
If we look at the trajectory,
this is getting all kinds of crazy.
We've got. I'm trying to look at what. Wait. Oh, whoa.
Wait.
Simple Godly are out.
No.
They're out.
What?
They're out.
They're out.
Heisen and Pavelski took them down. Whoa. Newsflash.
Well, yeah, newsflash.
You could have probably caught them.
I'm sure there's people in chat who've been watching Pro Brawlhalla. They already know from the side stream, and we're here like we can't watch the side stream.
Well, I mean, we've been watching the other side of the bracket. There's just too many games. We have to get through it. Okay,
you can get another monitor down here.
That is a matchup that I was expecting to happen around top 4, literally for semis, and now it just can't happen again. So that means that I'm taking a look here. Okay, yeah. So if Acno and Blaze and Heisen and Pavelski were to have a rematch, which went to game number 5 in winners quarters, it's going to happen for 4th. It's going to be happening for 4th, so lower semifinals.
Yeah,
and that means that one of those teams is going to be out of 4th.
That is such a challenging lower semifinals for both of those teams.
Yeah. And this is just more onto that statement that you said that sounded so obvious, but really is so true, is that Brawlhalla players are playing the best that they've ever played.
They are better than they've ever been, and they continue to impress and blow my mind.
Yeah.
And things that we didn't think were possible are possible. Their execution keeps getting better. Their meta continues to develop because, right, I mean, you get so good at pressing the buttons that you can press all the buttons just right. And that's not enough. Not enough in Brawlhalla. You have to also be so on top of what your opponents want to do.
Yeah.
You got to be in their heads, understanding how they're going to react out of hits done, how you're going to react to their reactions, what you can try to anticipate. These guys are like so on top of it.
And you
saw it there in Sarmay. Sarmay's like maybe the best example of that in this tournament right now.
And you really only described, in my opinion, the fundamentals of a one-on-one. When it comes to a two-on-two, you have to worry about two people's intentions, right? And your teammates. So you're being very considerate of a lot of things on the field. And the combos that we can see as a result of the people that master this the most are the most exciting. And for us, today, the two teams that have been impressing us the most are the ones that are coming up next.
Yes.
And that is Viper and
SteelSeries
and Spyrox and Coco. And they have had some of the most creative, amazing team combos that I've seen in a very long time coming from the European region. And I want to see how these two go head-to-head. Is it going to be super close? Is one team just going to completely destroy the other? I don't care, really. I just want to see it.
I cannot predict. This is I don't know. If there was betting on this, the odds would be 1-1, right? Like I don't think. Well, you use the stats, and there would be odds.
I think I would actually give it a little bit of an edge to SolarSyn because of the Crew Battle Invitational, just because of how far he went into that.
That's crazy. He's gone from being like unproven underdog to like being granted more credit than he's even worth.
I would be giving him less if he didn't win the matchup the way that he did.
Didn't just crush it so hard
in the last
game
that was the test. It was like, okay, in my brain, you're kind of becoming the new hottest stuff in EU right now, but you need to prove it.
And he just did.
And this will cement it. He wins this. That's top 3 with Viper.
You're right.
In the SteelSeries Invitational.
Right. If Viper and SolarSyn win this, that's legendary GOAT status for SolarSyn. For the rest of 2022.
And Spyrox and Coco are in their way, and they have to fight through them right now. Yeah. Spyrox doing a great job playing as this combo starter, Coco with the amazing follow-ups, and SolarSyn and Viper showing that they have a very malleable play style that just involves very hurriedly following up off of the other person's moves. It's like they're hungry for it almost.
I'm wondering if Viper and SolarSyn are ready for the unconventional, effective play styles of Spyrox and Coco. They kind of do silly things that work really, really well.
Yeah.
Silly's not the right word.
And
unconventional, unorthodox.
Spyrox and Coco have much more of an emphasis on the stages that they're playing on as well. where I feel like for Viper and SolarSyn, it doesn't matter as much. Like, I think we went to 3 of the same stage the last time we watched their
don't go to
stage.
Shipwreck Falls.
But when
That's a
Spyrox
big
and
mistake.
Coco lose a match on a certain stage,
Dude,
like
they're
we
leaving
see here,
Shipwreck Falls open.
they're leaving it open. I think they hate Miami Dome
Viper and
more.
SolarSyn know better. They're not going to pick Shipwreck Falls.
You think
There's
so?
No. If they pick Shipwreck Falls, they would be
I
gravely mistaken.
I think going to the Crystal
they banned it
Temple
out.
was also bad because Spyrox liked that stage too. So the only
Spyrox did great on that
only
stage.
choice was Mammoth, and that is where we are going for game number 1 of this best of 5. So this is the last winner semifinals matchup. Winner of this goes against, I can't believe I'm saying it, not Acno and Blaze.
Not Acno and Blaze.
Fosi and Sarmay,
Yes.
who are on the winner's side of top 3.
Epic. What an invitational this has turned out to be here. We're still going.
All right, opening it up.
SolarSyn had a nice follow-up ready to go there, but he missed it. Unfortunate. Man, Coco is very damaged.
Coco's
That's the play right
continuing
now, is
to
to
get
knock out
damaged.
Coco.
Weapon comes through. Spyrox went for the punish. Viper already trying to get the follow-up. Recovery hit. SolarSyn was ready to hit with a neutral light off of Viper's recovery.
They are so...
Oh, there it is. That's it. That's side sig.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that was awesome.
Ground pounds.
Oh, my God. They had Coco in red before anybody was in yellow, and somehow they can't close
the neutral stick. I can't, Moda. I can't. He turned around.
That was awesome.
He turned around with the down sig too.
Man.
So Spyrox, yes, okay, Chun-Li's down sig hits in both directions, but the direction that you throw them is always the direction that you're facing when the move starts. So he pivoted the down sig so that he could get that team combo, even though he could have hit him either way, so that Coco could get the neutral sig spike. It's so incredible, and now they're in a lead. Coco was so damaged at the start.
We gotta focus up on what else is happening in this game, but I can't get over that combo, dude. That was so righteous.
I mean, and the gravity cancel, side stick in the air. All right, back to this. Coco following up off of the nair from Spyrox. Zyder hits. SolarSyn deleted Viper.
That's a huge lead for Coco and Spyrox now. Man, they got so much momentum off that sick, nasty combo that was so freaking nasty, dude. Oh my God.
Sidelight nair. Now Coco keeps going. Down air. Okay, side stick came through. Spyrox gets spiked.
They're bringing it back.
Team combo.
Yeah, that's huge.
DI off of the side air, though. That was really big deal.
Should have been a gravity cancel neutral sig, but they must have just been like, damage is damage. Get it before it ends.
Nice job from Coco there, because if you get hit with the same move twice while still on hit stun, you can really change the direction of it. So Coco went straight up instead of to the side, extends that second stock. Viper living, but man, SolarSyn is really close to being down and out in this game number 1.
He actually got hit by that Brand neutral signature, but didn't go anywhere.
Whoa,
because
edge
of the
guard.
gauntlet.
Side air hits. Viper down. SolarSyn could follow.
SolarSyn on his last stock.
Spyrox is so good with pogos here at the side of the stage.
Yeah, I would be so worried if I were SolarSyn right now. He sneaks his way back onto the stage.
Whoa.
He is just a breath away from being knocked out. Keep your eye on SolarSyn here. He is going to be pivotal in winning this. I mean, he's one hit from being knocked out. There's no way they're going to win without. Oh my gosh. Oh, and there he goes.
Oh, he got the damage in though.
That was good.
He's given Viper the platform that he needs to take down either player very quickly here. Fresh start.
Yeah. This is winnable for Viper. And this is Viper we're talking about. How many? If this were 2018, we'd be calling this in Viper's favor right now. He wins these 2v1s. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes away with a victory here. But it's not going to be easy against Coco and Spyrox.
He's making it look easy, Foda.
There it is.
He's going crazy.
Viper!
It has been all Viper hits. Coco and Spyrox could not touch this man.
Now it's like Viper should win this, right?
Oh, now,
but Coco could still pull it off.
Let's see. Coco, now not having to worry about his teammate, is actually getting the sidelight nairs through. Sider hits and Viper gets it. The 1v2 comeback.
1v2?
Amazing.
My name is Viper.
800 damage flat. Flat 800 from Viper that game.
That's a pretty clean amount of damage.
And he more than doubled the amount of damage that his teammate did and got the 1v2 comeback coming through. So SolarSyn, not a great start.
Look at this.
Side sig on both of them into the side air, right? Yeah. And you get two different parts of the side air connecting. Oh, we're going right back into it. So, okay, Spyrox, Coco, I'm giving them straight up advantage in terms of team combos, but SolarSyn and Viper, when it comes to just being able to hectically come up with damage in the midst of a real scuffle, they are the ones that are getting the knockouts when it matters most. So let's see how that changes in game number 2 as Viper apparently is a force to be reckoned with in a 1v2. That looked like it was Viper advantage the entire time.
Yeah, he was not even sweating.
Not a great start for blue team so far.
Well, you know, last game they also didn't have a great start. And
Yeah,
then they
and then
just
the
like
side stick
did bing
hits.
bang boom, epic combo, highlight for centuries, and then they won.
Ooh, Coco.
Oh man. Oh, that's an early knockout for SolarSyn. On to Coco.
SolarSyn really liking that side stick right now. Puts out 3 of them in the same direction. Neutrally actually hits both of his opponents. One with the first thing and the other with the second side air. Puts him towards Viper with the recovery. SolarSyn trying to put the neutral or the sidelight forward, and Viper on the right side of the stage. Ground pound to cover his head. SolarSyn or Spyrox trying to get the edge guard. Lots of back and forth here, but red team has that lead since Coco went down so early.
The double, I love that double axe throw. They covered 2 vertical
Coco's
lanes.
out. Oh wait, Spyrox is out.
That was
Spyrox
just-
went for the save on Coco and he sacrificed his stock.
Okay. Okay. Well, they're both so damaged that it's not that important.
5
I think.
stocks
But
to
wait,
3.
No, the fact that Coco's on his. Oh no.
Yeah,
That's
it was
bad
just
for
rough.
them. Okay.
It was just rough.
That's rough. That is rough.
Spyrox
Okay,
and
well-
Coco haven't gotten those team combos started, and SolarSyn and Viper are running away with it. Finally, SolarSyn goes down to his second stock. Huge upgrade from game 1, where SolarSyn was basically already out by this time in the game.
Yeah, Viper and SolarSyn have got to be feeling pretty accomplished right now. Just they're a lot further ahead than they were last time. But you can never get comfortable, you know? That's how you lose, right? You're like, "Oh, we have a lead now. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good." You know, it's not over. It's never over till you actually finish them off.
Oh, he got Spyrox's recovery.
He's still able to make it back here. Back
Yeah.
up onto the stage. I'd be worried about a side sink
Oh.
from Spyrox now, but you got to worry about the down sinks.
And Coco, is he going to go down here on his last stock? Goes to the other side of the stage, dodges up. Spyrox gets the D-Light recovery, but no. Okay,
Nice from Spyrox.
yeah,
Super
that was huge.
Coco power. Viper can make it back here. Spyrox is looking for the knockout on Viper, but okay, wait, Spyrox.
I love Viper sweating, deep red. I have to go for this exhaustive recovery.
Still going
Yeah.
for it. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's not looking good for Spyrox.
It's
I
not.
would say. I would
It's
say
not.
unfavorable situation.
Beautiful alley-oop at the end.
Yeah.
Viper and SolarSyn, that was great.
That was great.
601
They're
damage
up
for
2-0.
SolarSyn, 610 damage for Viper. When both players are doing 600 damage, above 600 damage in a 2v2.
That's like, that's a lot of damage for
Yeah.
a 2v2.
like
but
usually I
like-
understand 600 on one end and 300 on the other.
Right. Yeah. You could still win with that much damage. Plenty.
That is
Okay, Spyrox off the Chun-Li, but still on Wushang.
ooh.
Just decided to go robotic for this one.
Yeah, I like the skin synergy when it comes to the cosmetics between Ulgrim and Wushang here.
Skinergy.
Oh, Viper. Now, so in game 2, we did not see any crazy Spyrox Coco team combos.
Yeah, what's up with that?
And I think Viper and
I'm
SolarSyn
hungry for more of that.
have kind of cracked the code when it comes to what to avoid.
If
they don't
I
let
think you're
Spyrox
right.
start things,
Yeah.
Coco
Spyrox
has nothing
is
to
very
follow up.
damaged already. Keep your eye on Spyrox here. SolarSyn's looking to finish him off right now. 30 seconds into the game. Spyrox, I think, understanding the danger ahead, is being much more cautious with his movement right now. Oh, that was tricky. That was some Wushang business right there. Wushang special. Fall off the edge and then pivot back up over the corner with your neutral sig.
Yeah.
That's pretty dirty. That's a few legends can pull that off, and Wushang's definitely one
Nice
of them.
follow-up.
Oh, that's nasty.
Ground pound on the other side.
Oh yeah, they are on the way, dude.
Yep.
This could be a 3-0 for Viper. You were calling it before like it was no way it could happen, but here it is. It's totally, we're like, could it be? Could we have such a crazy grand finals?
I
mean,
very
winners
much keep
finals?
comfortably being like, I keep talking about SolarSyn like he's amazing.
Yeah. But let's be realistic.
Let's be realistic.
Let's be realistic.
And then we go
they
like,
say.
I was realistic before.
And then they do this, and it's just like, these guys are not even being realistic.
Spyrox and Coco, they did get a stock off of SolarSyn. Viper's still holding on. Neutralite comes through. He tries to go for a slide charge, and a good punish from Spyrox means Viper has to recover.
He touched the
gone.
wall. He touched the
Oh.
wall. He's good. Okay, no, not good. Not good. Well, about time you lost that stock, I think. That was too much.
Nice dodge up into the recovery from SolarSyn. Avoids all that
Yeah,
damage, and
they
Viper gets a
thought-
weapon.
They thought SolarSyn was going to come down at him there, but he just kept going up with that last bit of recovery he had. Coco, extremely damaged. Spyrox as well, not looking good for blue team. They got to score a KO here before they get knocked out, but they're extremely close to being knocked out. So how's it going to happen? Let's see. Spyrox, dash jumping over, looking for an opportunity here, but oh man, he can't survive another one of those. Oh, Spyrox dodging through so many things. I can't believe Spyrox has lived through all of this. Can't say
he
the
gets
same
a double
for
hit.
Coco, but oh my gosh,
Weapon throw, ground pound.
what a legend, dude. Here comes the weapon throw. Oh, wait a second.
He goes
Viper
for the pogo.
sneaking around to the other edge. Good idea by Viper, and he makes it around unscathed. That's
Spyrox
nice.
really trying to get that ground pound to
I
work.
can't believe Spyrox is still alive.
And he gets the stock.
Oh, man. Dude, Spyrox earned this for his team. That was incredible. Finally goes down.
The knockout that I think would have given the blue team a really solid edge there was if he could take down SolarSyn before he goes down. He can still do that here on this fresh stock, make it a dead even game. SolarSyn goes flying out the left. They want that team combo to Viper. Zyder hits. He tries to go for the pivot dare. Nice job, Coco, taking the stock off. Okay, we were getting ready to call the 3-0, but Spyrox really pulled out a miracle there on the second stock.
Like, seriously dug his heels in and made that happen. I can't believe how long he survived on that second stock of his.
Lots of land snares.
And now
Coco
it's
being
anybody's
chased by
game.
SolarSyn.
But if-
Spyrox taking damage. Oh.
If
it's so
Viper and
close.
SolarSyn win this, they're going to winner's final.
That's
this
right.
is huge right now. And Coco's in knockout range. There
Coco's
it is. They
knocked
knocked out
out.
Coco. It's up to Spyrox to 2v1 this or be banished to the lower bracket.
Oh, sidelight nair, side air from Viper. Nice job with that team combo. Weapon picked up. Spyrox goes for a weapon throw and it misses.
Wow.
Now unarmed.
He
This
had
is
to go above the downlight but below the weapon throw, and he snuck his way through that
Oh,
tiny
that's
little
twice
corridor.
that Viper reacts accordingly with the neutral light. Weapon throw forward. Weapon
Okay,
throw up.
Viper is close to being knocked out,
Oh,
so Spyrox could. This is doable for Spyrox.
That's the first time I've ever seen
extremely unlikely. but
unarmed
doable.
neutral light drop, and it only dropped because Spyrox was sliding down with the down
Oh,
sig.
beautiful
Oh,
alley-oop.
amazing.
That will seal the deal, dude. Viper and SolarSyn are going to the winner's final.
Winners finals 3-0 all the way through. I believe that I'm taking a look in the matchup before this. They 3-0'd TM and Swata. They 3-0'd Spyrox and Coco. Has it been 3-0 all the way through? No, they lost a game in round one.
Okay.
But other than that, they have just been getting stronger and stronger as they get through the matchup. And now
is
we have
crazy.
a winners finals where it's Fosi and Sarmay versus Viper and SolarSyn. And now
Not the winner's final
I'm
you expected.
I'm going to throw the stats out the window. I'm just going to go like, yeah, I watched SolarSyn play. I get it now.
Yeah.
He's
Forget the stats.
he's really good.
He's powerful.
And he proved it to me in crew battles, and now he has cemented it here in 2v2s, regardless of the outcome of this top three, which I'm super excited to see. Getting into winner's side top three with Viper here today is an amazing feat, and is just a testament to how great SolarSyn has gotten here this year in 2022.
Yeah, that is so incredible. What a cool winner's final we got. Fosi and Sarmay versus Viper and SolarSyn. That's the winner's final that's happening. Those are the only two teams left in this tournament that haven't lost a match yet. But you know that both of them have got to be worried about Acno and Blaze coming right back up from the lower bracket to take them out again, because that is totally realistic. Even though we saw them lose, you know how it is, dude. It's not the first time they've been locked into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's right.
Whew, man. Okay, awesome matches we've been having so far. Guys, remember, if you're trying to get yourself a super sweet Apex key sword, a free sword skin in the game, head over to moments.gg/Brawlhalla to get your free Apex key sword.
That's right.
And don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break and be right back with more awesome Brawlhalla action.
And we are back with more SteelSeries Invitational action. We're in the European region with doubles, but now we go down to the lower side. Like we said earlier, it's a double elimination bracket, so everyone here has been eliminated at least once. Well, I guess only once. You can't be eliminated twice.
At least once is still technically correct, though.
Yeah.
So you still nailed it on that one.
Greater than or equal to?
Yeah.
1.
You got it.
Yeah, we get there.
So let's get those top teams that we have on the loser side of the bracket up on the screen to see our schedule. First off, we have Blue and Zyder versus TM and Swata. Right after that, we're going to have Machete and Delta against Heisen and Pavelski. The winner of the first set that I mentioned will go on to fight Acno and Blaze. The winner of the second set I mentioned will go on to fight Spyrox and Coco. There you see that lovely schedule right up on the screen for you to understand and figure out and see the flow of how this block is going to go. If you notice, we will be ending this block in the losers quarterfinals. That will leave the top 4 teams to finish off this tournament. Of course, we still have on the winner's side of the bracket Fosi and Sarmay versus Viper and Solarson. They will be waiting to see what the results of this block is, to see who they'll be facing.
Yeah, they're going to be sitting in the winner's side for now. They've got a lot of time to kind of relax or maybe try to keep themselves warm or practice whatever they want. Maybe practice more team combos like Viper and Solarson have been able to pull off. But for now, like you said, it's going to be Blue and Zyder versus TM and Swata. And this is an interesting one. We kind of have a decent spread of people, right? Blue, a very long-standing competitor, had his heyday, and then has since kind of fallen off a little bit. Zyder, one of those kind of younger bloods, kind of blew up last year coming in with that Koji, has definitely had a lot of explosive moments, but still hasn't really had the peaks as someone like Swata, who has been at the peak of Brawlhalla 1v1s. And then you have TM alongside him, another one of those people who's been around for a fair bit of time, but maybe hasn't hit those high notes.
Yeah, of course, TM used to play way back in the day with Machete. They were a very fearsome team in the EU region. So he brings all that experience to the table here alongside his teammate of Swata, who also has played with a lot of different players in the past. At one time, the first, I think, moment I really started paying attention to Swata was in twos when he was playing with, like, Daiku. And him and Daiku were placing better than we expected those two players to place. Not necessarily first place or second place every time, but still impressive placements way back then. That has only since elevated since that time a long time ago.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. Two teams we haven't really seen play against each other. I'm reasonably sure there's basically no head-to-head data about these two teams, so it's going to be just all about gut checks. And right now, my gut is leaning towards Swata and TM if it's not for the fact that he's a world champion, but okay.
I would agree with you on that. I think the pedigree itself favors those two people. Blue, of course, with the pedigree that is more in the past than what we would look at for players like TM and Swata. So I think that recency definitely favors players like TM and Swata. But of course, we've seen today the performance that Blue and Zyder are putting out. They could easily move on past this team and go up against Acno and Blaze. We're starting off on Shipwreck. We're seeing a nice mix of characters on the screen. We're even seeing that beautiful key sword from Zyder. Now, you know he went to moments.gg/Brawlhalla to pick that one up.
He downloaded and installed.
Sick. Good to see that one coming out. We've already seen a lot of sword characters today. I haven't seen too many key swords. I think this is the first one that I've certainly noticed.
Yeah, there haven't been too many, but you got to believe because he's running that key sword, maybe he's running moments.gg to get some clips when they get some team combos. One thing that's good for this blue team is they do have a lot of combo potential. Lots of setup tools in that Hattori kit.
Nothing's pretty even so far. We're about 40 seconds into this game. We have a player in like the beginning stages of red and a player at the ending stages of red on both teams. Nice mix of characters. A lot of sword in this. Sort of the most sword-dominated set that we've kind of seen so far today. We've had a lot of variety in EU, but we have a Bodvar, we have a Hattori, we have a Koji, all three containing sword.
Yeah, and of course, it's a great setup tool, but they're going to the heavies for the follow-ups, right? The hammer for the KO, stomp into the side air, the axe for that follow-up neutral air as well. And TM looks to be wanting to stick with this axe, at least for now.
Zyder spent some time on the bow early on in this set. He hit a nair on Swata just a little bit earlier, but unfortunately, we're on Shipwreck Falls, which means you're going to have to add up a lot of damage to get that neutral air KO off the top. Even with the recovery that has some more force on it, it's still at that 45-degree angle, which is virtually the furthest away that you can send to that blast zone before your opponent is knocked out.
Yeah, those angles can be rough. Offstage opportunity, great spot touch from Blue. He doesn't get the wall touch. Zyder's able to trade it out 2 for 1, but still Blue first one down to his final stock.
He was really close with that insig. The way he turned it around to get back over towards the wall, if his opponent went over there and got hit by it, that's a chase dodge that he can then use to get back on the main stage. Oh, went for the D-Light D-Sig, the Swata classic that a lot of players don't use quite as often as Swata does. Big fan of that one.
Yeah, that's kind of a meta read, right? Like, if you're not expecting it, you might get caught, but Zyder still going to fall on the right side, just didn't have the movement to get back onto the stage. And now the red team with a massive lead over the blue team.
This is definitely not a good start to game one here for Blue and Zyder going up against TM and Swata. Whoa. Oh, Zyder's getting handled. Luckily, Blue is there to at least end it, but then now he has been taken out of the game. Zyder is all by his lonesome against the 4 stocks. 2 weapon tosses going his way. Iceberg came out showing Swata doing the gravity cancel, grabs the GC Insig as well. Zyder thought he was safe, but he wasn't.
I want to revisit that team combo because it was off the start of TM on the Lance, and oh my goodness, was Swata saying yes and. Pure improv, coming in with that hammer recovery to follow up, and TM was going for extra throughout just a Lance neutralite. It got broken up, but I love the presence of mind to just be ready to follow up with something to keep it going.
So there you're seeing sort of TM and Swata, at least in game one, seemed to be the better class of team. They had a lot more damage they could take, a lot more stocks they could lose by the time that game was over. And that's sort of reflected in the PRs as well. Blue coming in PR 16, Zyder coming in PR 19. Meanwhile, on the other side, TM coming in at PR 5. Swata coming in at PR 7. So a big difference between the PRs of these two teams.
Here we are. They're going to the same map, same picks for this one. Looks like the blue team's going to try to just make a small adjustment to bring this one back. So far, things looking relatively even, but again, Swata's so healthy.
He's living. They got some good damage on both Blue and Zyder. They had Zyder in like a 2v1 combo early on. Blue came in, but then Swata turned his sights on Blue, got a hit, went back to Zyder, then went back to Blue and got another hit. Early stocks taken away, one from each team, which you know the blue team is looking forward to. They didn't want to just lose their own stock. They ended up getting TM in the process as well. They just got to get that damage added up on Swata.
What a weapon toss from Swata. It looked like he was aiming for Blue, the closest person, but really it was all a bait. If Blue spot dodges it, then it goes past and knocks Zyder, and that's exactly what happened. A really good toss from Swata.
Both blue team members, they're sticking pretty close to one another. Now they're splitting up just a little bit as the red team splits, but no, you see Zyder moving immediately over to the left side, relieving some of the pressure on Blue that Swata was putting onto him while Blue was on the wall.
Oh my goodness, blue team is struggling a little bit. Nice downer there, kind of breaking up the red team, but blue team has not been able to close up, get next to each other for those team combos that you're looking for with this setup.
They're still trying to find that stock on Swata too. Even that side air, that didn't send him off screen. He has plenty of options to get back to the main platform. That recovery did get the KO. They've gotten TM in the process as well. We have ourselves a game here, Duke. It is 4 stocks to 3. Stocks are favoring the blue team, but health is favoring the red team.
Yeah, this is a slight lead for the blue team, but it's one of those kind of mirage leads, right? The red team needs to get one team combo, and suddenly they're taking it back, and blue's going to fall on the right side. Zyder going to try to capitalize, maybe go aggressive while he waits for his teammate to respawn, but nope. He'll be able to get up safely.
Blue hoping for a weapon spawn to come in. All the way on the right side, he gets knocked away, takes 2 hits, even takes a hit from Zyder's bow, a little bit of team damage there. He gets over to the right side, grabs the weapon spawn. Is he going to be edge guarded here? Gets through it.
Oh man, that was a scary spot. The dares from TM almost led to an edge guard, but he was able to get the hit and chase dodge past both red team members. If he had fallen there, that would have been critical.
So red team is probably just looking at either member of the blue team, but blue team is especially looking at TM. They have the chance here. Are they going to be able to clean this one up before Swata comes in? He comes in, he's unarmed at the weapon disadvantage. Both of them are actually on the red team, so blue team could still control this game. They have the health advantage, at least when you kind of average things out between TM and Swata.
It's very interesting the way that the blue team is playing this 2v2 right now, right? Like, TM, very likely the target, right? Most damage person, doesn't want to leave Swata in the 1v2. And you see the blue team kind of trying to force it. They were playing really close to the corner there, but now TM's back, side air, he's got a lot of movement, and Blue's being a little indecisive, not sure which one he wants to go for, and Swata's going to take out Zyder.
Blue almost caught in the middle. That side air from TM, and the down air is going to clean that one up. The blue team, it seemed like they had it in their hands, and then it just kind of fell apart. It's like they had a block of ice, and they just kind of waited too long, and then all of a sudden it turned into liquid water. And as we know, we learned about liquids. We know what they are. It just kind of slipped through his fingers.
One of the stages of matter. It will go right through that. You know, it's a well, what liquid ice isn't a non-Newtonian fluid, but it was like they had a non-Newtonian fluid, right? Like you put on the force and suddenly it's really rigid.
Oh, true.
But when you just hold it, it just kind of slips on through. And that's what happened there. It's like they were trying to just maintain this slight lead, just keep TM out, and Swata was able to box out, win the 1v1 against Zyder, and they cleaned it up. Now, 2-0 lead for TM and Swata.
Now that's a doubly tough loss, not only because it seemed like it was in blue team's hands, but because they are now down 0-2 in this set to TM and Swata. So they're going to have to find something quick to get this back on track.
Yeah, and a reminder that this is on the lower side, so getting taken out here means they're done for the day. They're out of the SteelSeries Invitational.
We do see no character swaps coming out from either player on either team. Everything is basically going to stay the exact same, except if you're a blue team fan, hopefully the result will be a little bit different here.
Ooh, but Swata comes in, another beautiful stomp. Zyder just in the middle of battle, finds the KO, left side. Swata
nice.
Follows up with a weapon toss. Zyder with a turnaround recovery will keep the stock count even.
They're both going to have control of the weapons. They get the juggle to finish that stock up. They have the power play against Swata. You see him just kind of jumping and fast falling around, trying to stay away from everything, keep himself moving so he's not as much of a target. Oh, that was big.
Yeah, that was a massive ground pound coming out from TM, just completely controlling that side wall. And suddenly, things are back to even, but look at Swata's health bar. Someone who's been living so long is starting to get taken out.
A lot of chaos in the middle there. It was like one member of each team was caught in the combo. Swata's gonna fall. This is a very tough spot. Blue and Zyder in the orange on their second stocks. Swata on his final stock. TM very much in the red on his second stock, but it will take a little bit more. I take that back for that KO to be fully secured. Definitely in favor of the blue team, but we said that once before last game, Duke.
Well, it is a bigger lead, and it's going to get even bigger. Zyder with the huge edge guard on the left side. Now it's all left to TM in the 1v2. He's doing it, though. This is how you do a 1v2. Keep the opponent split, but that's a risky play, and is it going to pay off?
He's got to be done.
No, it won't. Blue team puts themselves on the board.
And they needed that one, and not only did they get the victory, getting some momentum in their favor in this tug-of-war between these two teams, but they had 4 stocks left. So that is a very good spot. That's going to give them that extra boost of momentum and confidence in the way that they play as they move into this next game, Game 4.
And again, no character swaps. Not too surprised to see that they're committed, but it's going to be a map swap. This time we're going to Mammoth. There's not going to be as wide of a box to get taken out, and then a little bit more platforms here with one.
Now, despite all of the character variation that we have seen today, all of the weapons that we've seen played today, this is probably one of the most meta team comp games that we've seen so far. Koji and Hattori, those are both pretty meta picks. Bodvar, of course, a meta pick. And Olgrim is a meta pick in 2s as well. Oh my gosh. Blue team is getting handled.
Yeah, blue team's struggling a little bit. I would say it's kind of like classic meta, where it was a lot more sword favored, versus like newer meta, which is a bit more heavy weapon favored.
I would say definitely like full sword teams. I wouldn't necessarily always bet on those being a Koji Hattori. That comp by itself is probably a little bit maybe traditional, like you're saying, versus like if you're gonna have double swords, a double Bodvar is super normal.
Oh, okay. Actually got mixed up there, right? Like Swata tried to break it up. He's going to go for both, and he does take out both. Was hoping that the lesser force on your teammate would keep TM alive, but that's okay. A trade is a trade.
Nice. Oh, the double. Weapon toss goes over. Blue had to actually dip down a little bit so that didn't hit him in the head.
Dude, Swata is playing hungry. The way he is chasing after Blue. Blue goes for these offstage, like kind of disengaged, but Blue gets the turnaround onto Swata, punishing him for being so hungry.
Now, I'm curious about that ground pound that he hit on his teammate. He then turned around and threw out a down air. I don't know if that was specifically directed at his teammate to get his teammate like out of the fray, which that's actually what happened. And if that was his idea, that was a good plan. It worked. Or if he was just throwing that down in case someone was below him, specifically an opponent, that he could remove from that situation and then focus on that opponent. So either way, either option that happened there is really a favorable one for Swata.
I mean, sometimes you got to just throw out the AoE and hope it works out. And In that case, it did. Red team, though, able to clean up the stocks of the blue team. Swata, again, the healthiest person on the board. The blue team's win condition, in my opinion right now, is to get the damage onto Swata. That's what worked in the last game, but TM going for the offstage.
We're now basically seeing the same spread in terms of damage and stocks left to what we saw last game on the other side. In this case, it's the red team in the lead 4 stocks to 2, whereas last time it was blue team in the lead with 4 stocks to 2. TM doesn't seem to be wanting to get knocked out anytime soon. Got sent off the screen, but look, man, he's still swinging. His lance is still blasting away. He has so many movement options. He can still go that deep and come back.
This is a very confident TM, willing to play those offstage lance, the offstage unarmed against Zyder. Follow-up doesn't get the hit. They needed that.
Swata's going to get back to the main platform. That is so tough to not be able to pick up that KO. I think that was probably blue team's last hope that didn't involve like a real true miracle.
Well, right now they got to be hoping for another one because they are behind. They are 1 hit each from getting taken out of this one, and Zyder going to go for the save with a gravity cancel neutral light. Good avoidance of the Ulgrim down sig. But another side air. Zyder might be out. All right, blue gets taken out. It's all left to Zyder. TM's going to hit the ground pound, and just like that, TM and Swata going to close it out 3-1 over blue and Zyder.
Holy cow, TM's numbers. 788 damage. I believe he picked up 4 of the KOs as well. We talked about Swata that game, and of course he did play good, but TM was really the workhorse of that, doing so many favorable matchups, so many good things. He was checking off so many boxes of things you want to see a player do in a game like this. He was finding damage, he was finding KOs, he was using his weapons really well, both of them, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is, like, Swata comes in, of course, again, a favorite of the European 1v1ers, and he just puts all this aura out, this presence. He's running around waving a flag like, I'm going to come hit people, and just really drawing all the aggro. And then you have TM in the back line playing like an ADC, just getting that damage after damage. He'll go for those 1v1s in the offstage, which is crazy. I was saying he had all this confidence, and it worked out. He was able to put up big numbers.
Now you see why people pick the Ulgrim pick. Very strong character. You saw the string potential coming out from the lance, especially at the end. You saw the follow-ups coming out. You saw him take his opponent from like this side of the stage all the way over here near this blast zone. And he was doing such a good job with that. And of course, he was also doing so much with the axe. 547 damage done with the axe alone. That's going to be the majority of the damage that he did for sure. But his lance was still incredible. His unarmed kit worked well also.
Yeah, I mean, that's just some great plays all around, and because of that, they're going to be going on to fight Acno and Blaze to earn their spot in the top 4. But before that, we're going to Machete and Delta versus Heisen and Pavelski.
And we're reaching there kind of more quickly than I would have thought. That last set was quick work for TM and Swata, even though they did lose that one game. Other than that, everything kind of went their way the entire time, which is kind of what we would have predicted. Blue and Zyder, still a great team. Unfortunately, their run ends here, and we're going to be moving on to that next set, exactly like you mentioned. Machete and Delta versus Heisen and Pavelski. Now, you put Heisen and Pavelski in your top 3.
I think they're a really strong team, and the way that they've been playing today has been amazing. And yes, they're in the lower side, but guess what? They lost to Acno and Blaze. I mean, one of the top teams in the region. I don't think they can be too upset about that. On the other side, Machete and Delta, also a really strong team. Machete is one of those people that consistently, like, places very high, gets into the top 8s, but also flies under a lot of radars.
Yeah, Fosi and Sarmay were the ones that put Delta and Machete down here into the losers bracket. That's how they found their way down here, and they went somewhat early. If you look at their trip through the bracket, they went up 3-2. Oh, that kind of scares me in terms of how they're going to deal with Heisen and Pavelski. It was Game 5 against Sageru and Psyotic.
Okay.
Those are names that we are familiar with, but those aren't names that you're seeing deep in the bracket every time. If you ask every Brawlhalla player, like, okay, who's your favorite pro esports player? Very few of them are probably going to mention Sageru and Psyotic. If I was going to put something on them like a title, I would say maybe they're the next up, or they're the next up.
They're in line, but they're not at the front of it, that's for sure. But coming into it, Machete versus Delta, Machete and Delta versus Pavelski and Heisen. And again, Pavelski and Heisen have been mixing it up. We saw them on the double Val earlier, and then against Acno and Blaze, we saw, I believe it was the Val Wushang. They're changing it up for their opponents.
Now this is a more traditional setup in terms of characters and weapon choices. The Val from Pavelski, of course, has so much history and time spent on that. 2 Olgrums in the game. That is not a far cry or anything strange for Europe whatsoever. And of course, we have the Taros coming out from Delta.
Yeah, I mean, Delta's been on that Taros through and through. That's been his mainstay. And you know what? We said it earlier. It works well in the 2v2s. A heavy hitter being able to get those big follow-ups.
First stock already comes in about 45 seconds into this game. Second stock follows right after that. Both of them are going to be on the red team. So that was a full team wipe for Heisen and Pavelski. Definitely a good way to start this one out. They're not too damaged. Olgrim does have some tankiness to him. Same thing goes for Val.
And you saw the movement from Heisen trying to get in position, knew that Pavelski was going to go for that downlight down air, and then try to get a follow-up off of it. Just wasn't quite in position. A nice pickup from Delta off the soft platform will lead to the knockout onto Pavelski, and a side air from Machete evens up the stock count.
Big side air from the middle of the stage going to help him make his way over towards the blast zone. He's back to the Lance. We have Lance and Hammer from the 2 characters on the red team that both have axes. Nice interrupt.
Yep. Pavelski diving in with the side air, hits the ground pound. He has been winning many of his offstage engagements. Sticking with the sword, though, what's the follow-up? Couldn't quite get it because the soft platform was in the way, but it still gets cleaned up.
Heisen and Pavelski just in the orange now. Pavelski tipping under the stage. We don't see Machete moving over to the left side to meet him there whatsoever. They opt for the more power play against Heisen.
Yeah, and you can see Delta needed a little bit of help with that. You saw the double exclamation points come out. That means that was a lot of time spent on the wall, not really getting hits, and suddenly offstage, Pavelski with the double ground pound, and Delta's out of there.
Delta totally dipped away from that engagement. Here comes the 2v1. He threw his weapon away, and then you see the DI coming out.
Yeah, I don't blame him for the weapon toss because he was like, I don't really have a follow-up here with the Lance, so I got to do something. But unfortunately, they tried to reset, and he got the DI to get out of there. Heisen still has a second stock. Machete has to get through 3.
He's trying to do his best. Gets a beautiful 3-piece. He had the room to go for it, too. That's the only reason he went for that when there was another member of the blue team. Pavelski was way too far away to punish that, so he got the 3-piece.
Good interrupt from Heisen, though. The downlight into the ground pound will stop any momentum build that Machete was going for.
I happened to catch the damage that Delta did. He did 182. That is not good.
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah.
I think the general goal is that if your teammate can put at least 300, that's like that's a winnable game. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what you're hoping for. Anything under that, and then your teammate kind of struggled, and that's what happened there. Delta not even able to get into the 200s. Might need to step it up a little bit. Maybe play a little bit of backline, go for those follow-ups more, but immediately chasing forward.
Heisen starting this one off, hits a 2-piece on Delta. Even some team damage coming out from Machete onto Delta. That's not what you want from your teammate that just only did 182 damage.
No. Oh,
dude, that was a big weapon toss from Heisen.
He's gone!
Dude.
20 seconds and he is out of there, and I'm not even sure Machete will have long on this stock either because the blue team with the team combo already trying to take him out as well.
I love that we're seeing this from Heisen and Pavelski at this point in the tournament because this is what we've come to know from these 2 players. If we were judging them just based solely on what we saw at the beginning of the tournament today, I would not have seen this coming whatsoever.
And even there, Heisen able to get the recovery to chase dodge up, keep himself alive. Blue team's looking so good. Pavelski did lose that first stock, and Heisen might lose this one as well, but still, they're putting out damage. Off stage, Pavelski with a deep slide charge really wants the stock off of Delta. Again, off stage, Delta going for ground pounds. I'm surprised he wants to play this off stage. Side air connects onto Heisen. A little bit of team damage. The down sig finally takes out Heisen's first stock.
Heisen's Olgrim is looking filthy today. He's doing so many good things, especially with the axe, but also with the lance as well. And he doesn't necessarily have the most time on this character. He has a level 39 Ulgrim. That's not what we're used to seeing from him in 2v2s. We've seen the Val from him, we've seen the Petra from him. It seems like sometimes he has an identity crisis on who he actually wants to stick with for 2s, but I mean today, that is not an issue now that we have this Ulgrim in play.
I mean, definitely not for this match. It looks like he wants to play the Ulgrim, match Ulgrim against Machete's Ulgrim. Blue team split. Pavelski still able to get the wall touch. Delta gonna disengage. You can hear all the axe swings. Pavelski going for the offstage. Does he need to help Heisen out? What?
If they pick up that stock, I'm gonna be. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. If I was Machete, I would be even madder than I am myself now. I can't believe that picked up. First of all, like, what was Pavelski really going for there?
It was just it was an N-sig to get the wall touch. He was out of movement,
Okay.
right? He was in sweat beat, so he went for the gravity cancel. And Delta was getting hungry. He was chasing KOs, and unfortunately, he got bit back by the shark, and that means blue team gets another one.
Dude, I was so worried that Insig was going to pick up Heisen and bring him down with
Look
him.
at this.
That's so close.
How did that hit?
That's disgusting. Like, I'm so mad that happened. Delta, dude, Delta is, he's got to be fuming right now.
Well, he doesn't have time to fume right now. He's got to put that kettle on ice, which is a bad thing to do, and relax a little bit. Because if he's stressed, if he's heated, if he's playing like an angry bull that sees red, he's going to start making more mistakes.
That's tough. At least he did more damage. He didn't quite hit that 300 mark, but he did do 294, which is
that's close.
Getting close to being at the bottom end of the damage you want to do. So still definitely falling behind, struggling. Maybe that'll change here. We already see him swinging that hammer. This is an incredible map for Axe players, also solid for Hammer players as well. So I'll give the edge to the red team just because they have 2 Axe characters instead of the blue team, which only has 1.
Yeah, red team looking a lot more stable in this one. We're seeing Delta get a lot of damage built up, and Machete able to get the first stock. A little bit of team damage there. Delta not going to chase Pavelski in the offstage. I think he's learned his lesson a little bit.
Red team really turning up here, has a nice lead. Both of them in the orange. We're about 45 seconds in. They already got the full team wipe on the blue team. Heisen looking for some juggle action, doesn't quite get it. Nice 3-piece, 4-piece from Machete. He's almost got the Caniac combo from Raising Canes.
Yo, the Machete Lance is looking so incredibly good. Hopefully that combo comes with some sauce, because right now they need all of it. Delta gonna fall. Machete still living, but they might get Heisen into the red before he loses the stock.
Beautiful Nair, picking up both members of the blue team, adding up that good damage. This is a completely different Delta and Machete than we saw previously.
Nice big Sair. Heisen in the red. Machete again going in with the Lance. Gets past. Heisen does finish off Delta, and now a little bit of worry for this red team. Delta is onto his final stock.
Machete is able to get back, so it's not going to be that full team wipe, at least immediately when I started the sentence. He's going to get back onto the stage, go all the way to the other side, and get taken off the left. It's 4 stocks to 3. Heisen and Pavelski very damaged. Look how far that Zyder sent him from the wrong side of the stage.
And yet it still wasn't enough to finish off Heisen. Blue team holding on. They know that if they can maintain these stocks, they might have a chance, but Pavelski going to fall to his final stock here. It's
Power
a race.
Play. They're looking for this stock on Heisen. They really were not able to do much. It seemed like they were worried about Heisen's Nairs when they really kind of shouldn't be.
I mean, they're more worried about Delta's stock than they are about taking Heisen's, right? They just want to keep Delta alive. That is the win condition. Keep Delta alive. He is the president, and you are the Secret Service.
I don't know, man. I think Heisen might be getting through the wall of the Secret Service. Even Machete, oh no, he's a double agent. He hit the neutral air on his own teammate.
A little bit of unfortunate action, but still, look at Pavelski. He's taking some damage. Delta's still the most damaged, but they got to be careful, right? If Delta sits too far back, suddenly blue team might team combo onto Machete. Oh, Delta, he touches.
Bottom
Pavelski.
side. He's going to be taken out here. Again, it's that vertical up option instead of going for the ground pound finisher. That all but guarantees that you will not drop that. You will basically have no goofy options, like if you pick up a D-Light and go for the unarmed ground pound. That is not good damage that they can risk. Delta has been taken out. Machete is going to spawn in fresh on his final stock. Heisen and Pavelski staring at a fresh white tee that Machete is wearing right now.
Fresh out of the laundry, bleached, pressed, and clean, but can he get these stocks? Gets the side air. It's a 1v1. Heisen so incredibly damaged. Machete, just stay on stage. The off stage is where Heisen has a chance. A neutral light, and he does it. They're able to put themselves on the board, currently 2-1 in favor of Pavelski and Heisen.
I'd be surprised if we went back to that spot, and I didn't even cheat when I said that, even though we can see the stage bans.
Yeah, you said it before they banned it.
I did. I actually did, because we saw how devastating those axes were from both members of the red team onto both members of the blue team. So we're not going there. That one was banned. No character swaps whatsoever coming out from these teams. Heisen and Pavelski are going to be hoping that the flow and pattern of this game goes like many of the other sets we've seen today, where it's like one team goes down 0-2, they pick up one game, but then that game 4 situation goes the way of the team who initially went up.
Yeah, right now it's on Delta and Machete to change up that pattern. We saw how Delta was able to play in just the last one, but this is a completely different map. There aren't those platforms that Delta was able to utilize.
Heisen starting off with the axe here. Delta is already getting juggled. That does not look good. Machete has some serious damage on this stock as well. Nice stomp neutral air coming out from Delta. It's going to give him possible juggle opportunity. Yo, he didn't get the immediate follow-up off of Pavelski, but he did get the one onto Heisen. Now he turned his sights onto Pavelski. Delta going back and forth, back and forth. Both members of the red team kind of juggling who their man is.
Some great follow-ups from Delta, putting some pressure on Heisen. Heisen able to get back up safely, and red team, can they maintain this lead?
Heisen does grab a weapon. It's only Pavelski who is at the weapon disadvantage. The second KO comes through. Heisen is going to fall. The edge guard situation not going to lead to a KO as Pavelski gets back onto the stage, almost gets the one off the top, and there it is.
The quick reactions from Pavelski to get that gravity cancel downlight for the follow-up, and then a neutral sig immediately. He'll find a recovery to finish off Delta, and everything gets evened up.
Machete continuing to take damage. It's not the most devastating 2v1 combo, but he basically went from white to yellow, so that's about 50 damage added up very quickly, maybe even a little bit more in that meantime. But Delta looking pretty good. We're almost actually at a dead even game. If Machete continues to take damage, he'll be basically where Pavelski is, unless they can get this stock off of Pavelski. That side air from the middle of the stage, not quite going to KO. That's what Foda was talking about earlier. If we were on a different stage, that might have led to the KO.
Yeah, just the wide boombox making players survive a lot longer. Delta, though, is the one surviving for the red team. A little bit of domination coming out from Pavelski. He hits his teammate with the side sig, needs to save him, can't do it.
No way he gets back.
He's gonna fall for it. Yes, he will.
And that, I can't remember who tweeted about it. It was someone who's like not a top tier echelon of player, but I can't remember who it was. Tweeted about like burning everything to go save your teammate and then dying is significantly worse than your teammate just dying. And like empirically, that makes sense. Yeah. But we see people go deep, deep, deep to try and save their teammate and then end up falling. Pavelski, obviously, one of those people who is not afraid to go deep, whether it's an offstage engagement or it's to save their teammate.
I mean, even after the flubbed save, look at the stock count. Completely even. It was not the worst trade in the world. And right now, eyes are on Machete as he is going to be leaving the screen. It's all left to Delta in the 1v2, and he's doing it.
Nice down air.
Finish it.
That high force of Taros is going to help him so much here because every hit he gets is going to split the blue team so much.
He's looking for Pavelski. You saw him dodge past Heisen to look for that down air, hits a side air, chase dodge forward. Pavelski not giving him that opportunity. Interrupted! The weapon tosses and blue team closes it out. 3-1.
I feel like I've never seen a move get that far into it and still not get the force dump on the end. Hopefully we can see a slow-mo of that because I feel like he got both hits of it. Both sounds came out. We go bink, bink, and you throw up. But it was like before the end of the second bink.
It was like as he was pulling up, right? Here we're seeing the slow-mo.
First hit.
Scoop. Oh!
Dude, that is so
that was a
unfortunate.
huge save. And the weapon tosses. It was the weapon toss from Heisen that ended up closing out. And, I mean, how do you get through all that?
That was
just
crazy.
A wall of hitboxes. But, wow, what a save from Heisen. And they're gonna clean it up.
even though it was a 3-1 and kind of went that pattern that we've seen several times today, that was actually a really good set between these two teams. Machete and Delta. Definitely Delta proving why he's in the conversation alongside people like Sarmay and Solarson and Spectre and some of those other guys who are like the next up. And I love to see teams where it's like that new-ish player who's next up and then like an old favorite. With like Machete here, or if we're talking, who else am I thinking of? A Viper and his teammate Solarson.
Like
sort of like
Swata.
Exactly, an old one and a new one coming together, bridging the gap. A BH Boomer and a BH Zoomer, shaking hands meme to do incredible Brawlhalla plays together and learn from each other and both advance their skills.
Well, speaking of TM and Swata, a Boomer-Zoomer combo, they're going to be going up against two Boomers, arguably some of the boomiest Boomers in the European region, Acno and Blaze, of course, world champion team. They have so many accolades and gold medals, but they're going up against a world champion 1v1er.
So we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I can't remember who was doing the block or whatever. Could have been during a break. But we were talking about how the mid-season Invitational that is actually going to be in person, we were waiting for like that to be the moment that someone, possibly an NA team, takes out Acno and Blaze. It's going to be very interesting and a route that I would not have predicted if it was going to be someone that takes them out kind of before that. Even though I put Simple and Godly winning, I was still going to be surprised if that result happened.
Yeah, what you want and what you expect aren't always the exact same thing. Acno and Blaze, I mean, there's no other way to say it. They have been win streaking in the European competitive scene. So to see that streak broken before some other region can kind of come and interfere, that would be huge, and it would definitely be an interesting storyline going into the mid-season. Right now, we'll see if Acno and Blaze can continue that win streak, or even if they consider this part of it, because it's not a PR tournament. I don't know what their rule set is for how that works.
No, that definitely would be true. And when we would bring up their win streak, say they lose here today, as smart people would predict them to, if they don't win today, we would still bring that up in the conversation of, oh, they've had a win streak in official tournaments for X amount of days. Really, you would measure it in more than days. You'd measure it in months and years, really, when it comes down to it. But yeah, that definitely would be like they've won every official PR tournament since Lord knows when. So this would certainly be an asterisk in terms of their huge win streak that they've taken.
Yeah, instead of being able to just say, like, they've won every tournament that they competed in that was a run by Brawlhalla, instead it has to be they've won every single PR'd tournament instead. So now you have to put more caveats and more details. But we'll see if they can continue it, as they're going to have to get through TM and Swata. And no surprise, it's TM and Swata. They're going to be on the Ulgrim Bodvar. But the question is, what's Acno going to play?
He has not actually locked in his character yet. It could be that Mirage that we saw earlier. His scythe was looking pretty darn good. We also could see him play any of the other myriad of characters that we're actually really used to him playing. We see the pick from Blaze, of course, locking in that Brynn. That was sort of who he switched to as the tournament went on. A regular Blaze pick that we are for sure going to see more of, not only in this set, but if they move on, we're going to see more of that Brynn coming through. Of course, like Blaze is an Axe player. You try to do something different than that. You're denying your true nature and how you can truly succeed as the best player possible. You're an Axe player.
Blood. It's in his blood.
It is.
But we also saw Acno bring out the axe earlier with the Volkov. He's definitely got a large pool of characters. We've seen him on like a Koji, we've seen him on a Bodvar. Like, it's really just whatever Acno's feeling in the moment. But right now, it looks like he's feeling the Mirage for game number 1.
So we'll see how they go into that. Stage banning is coming out right now, left on the board. We are going to Mammoth Fortress. Crystal Temple was an option there that TM and Swata could have opted for, or Blaze and Acno could have opted for, because they each have an Axe player on their team.
Well, here we go. Mammoth Fortress, game number 1. How's it going to start off? Looks like Blaze going for the safe option. You see the red team trying to cover their weapon spawn. Both of them pulled back as Acno charged forward to try to steal it out.
There is still one weapon spawn. Blaze is trying to play around it. Maybe keep red team members away so that Acno could come in and grab the site. That's exactly what he did. Swata already in the orange very quick. Dude, why are you telegraphing that against Acno, bro? You saw how deep he was.
And Acno was ready for it, hit the down air, got the turnaround, but you know what? Swata got away from it, didn't get too hard punished. And look at the health bars. It's in favor of the red team.
TM got to be feeling good so far this game. They could get the quick wipe on the blue team. It's going to start with Blaze, and it might end with Acno. There is that full team wipe, and now TM has actually met Swata in terms of the damage that they've both taken, which it's better to take less damage, but it's also not terrible to be on pace with your teammate so that there's a better chance that you spawn in at the same time instead of giving the opponent a power play while they knock out one person, then giving the opponent a power play when they knock out the other person. Pinball happening here on the Mammoth Fortress.
The gravity cancel side sig from Acno just putting angles on the screen, but Swata still living. This has been the storyline for this red team, is Swata just living long while TM puts out the damage. No power play opportunity, or at least they're not able to make the most. Oh, Swata with the save.
Gonna be coming in. TM actually goes back over to the wall rather than worrying about if his landing is gonna be punished. Swata putting some hurt onto Blaze. TM putting some hurt onto Acno. Acno on his final stock. Not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, things looking a little rough for this blue team. A little downlight Zyder coming out from Acno. Offstage opportunity. The neutral sig does it? That was so low.
That's how much damage that was built up onto TM. A lot of that done by both players of the blue team. It's now all of a sudden in favor of the blue team, even though Acno went down pretty early onto that final stock. It's 3 stocks to 2, now 2 stocks to 2. We have ourselves an even game here in game 1.
But eyes are on Acno. He's been the one falling faster than everyone else, and a great target swap from TM will try to make sure that trend continues.
That put Acno into the orange. He is the first one to make it that far in terms of damage on the final stock. Both members of the red team were on the right side. Acno moves up. TM rotates over to the left to meet him.
Blaze trying to give some room to Acno. You see Acno playing a little bit further back. He's a little bit worried about leaving Blaze in the 1v2, but he might do it anyways because he doesn't. Okay, he does have just enough.
Swata's hammer is making moves here. He's gotten 2 major hits on both members of the blue team. Hit a stomp snare on Blaze, and then I believe he hit a raw cider onto Acno. Both of them on the left side of the screen.
The clash
TM.
Acno!
What is happening?
The chase dodge, but it's not enough. TM is gonna take him out. It's all left to Blaze in the 1v2.
So much was going on off the screen. I still don't understand how players are good enough to sort of understand the geometry of what is going on off screen when you can't directly see it.
Yeah, just like knowing the presence of an invisible opponent, essentially, that is, it's an impressive skill, but so equally impressive is TM's damage. 720.
He be schwangin', he be banging, and he be clanging as well. Swata on the other side. He didn't have to, let's see, TM didn't have to do that 720 damage because Swata was doing 194.
No.
We had a lot of damage coming out from both members. Swata doing 574, and we're moving on into the next game.
Same maps, though, but the question is, what are the swaps for the blue team? It's going to be Blaze over to the Olgrim to match TM's.
Oh, that weapon spawn swiped away from Blaze by Swata. That gave them a little bit of power play potential while Blaze was waiting for the weapon spawn. It came shortly after. He was able to grab it pretty quickly.
Oh, top of the map. Swata not able to get a full reversal there, but the threat was there. Acno with the offstage. TM still able to make it to the wall. Weapon touch. Wall touch. Ground pound, and Acno gets the first stock.
Definitely a major return to form after we saw him being one of the first taken out pretty early on, leading to a TM Swata victory.
What a weapon toss.
Taken out. That's a tough spot to be in. We're only 45 seconds into the game, and it was looking like Acno was starting this one off very strong, ends up falling very quickly after getting the first stock.
Just a beautiful weapon toss from Swata to just cover the movement. He saw which way he was going, and Blaze gonna fall. And again, Swata the healthiest, TM putting out damage. Acno, he's done!
Holy cow, dude. What is going on with Acno and Blaze in this team? And Swata are dicing them up.
They're looking so incredibly good. Blue team is struggling. They're about to get O2'd right now.
Nice follow-up from Swata. Also grabbing a true combo there, the D-Light into the recovery off of TM's couple hits.
Acno not able to follow up off the Nair. Good hit from Blaze will put both red team members off screen. TM gets back.
Bro, imagine throwing out a chainsaw like that in 2022 and finding a hit with it. TM a madman.
Dude, he did it in a 1v2 as well against the blue team. Like, this is Acno and Blaze World Championship team, and TM's like, I'm going to 1v2 you with a chainsaw.
That's what TM stands for, is the madman.
Nice follow-up hits. Everyone is in trouble. Nice falling there. Acno, the most in trouble, though, because he's on his final stock, and it might require a Blaze 1v2 if the blue team wants to get themselves on the board here.
I feel like I'm playing Gauntlet right now, and the announcer just said, Acno is about to die.
You got to get him some more quarters, man. Needs more respawns, more continues, but Blaze is already in the 1v2 mindset as he has taken out red team members. Acno just trying to be in the back line. Unfortunately, didn't get the weapon spawn.
Dude, Acno is just out of this fight. He is totally out of this fight. He can't do anything. He is unarmed, stuck on the wall. You see him move up maybe to go help his teammate, but he just can't risk it, so he has to go back down. Ends up dying anyway. Oh no. Acno went to his mom to try and find a dollar bill to put some quarters in the gauntlet machine, and she pulled out the most wrinkly, disgusting dollar bill
Machine
of all
just
time.
ate it.
The machine did not take it. Oh my gosh.
And it's all left to Blaze now. In the 1v2, red team not even really thinking about a team combo. You don't see them trying to set up or anything like that. Instead, they're just like, let's just get damage. Any damage is good damage against a person on their final stock.
Weapon toss. Goes a little bit under Blaze.
Yo!
Swata just did that
What?
himself. I think TM didn't know how to react to that for like obvious reasons. That was a goofy setup for like a 2v1 combo. And he's just like, I got this. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Was that a Russian Mafia? It looked so like all over the place that I wasn't entirely sure. I did see a stop, a recovery, and a down air, but he found different versions of it.
And there was obviously a delay between some of the hits, I believe, as well. We'll see as we get it. Here comes. Slow motion coming in. GC stomp. There's the recovery. TM just wanted to help.
Yeah. He's like, I'm here too.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Swata got the KO, and TM's just like, and I helped.
He's just waving on the bottom. It wasn't an actual Russian Mafia. Like, it wasn't the full inputs of, like, the chase dodge or anything like that. But he's still got the component parts. He still managed to get the KO. And that's going to put TM and Swata 2-0 over the team of Acno and Blaze. Who would have expected this?
Not, well, me.
No, you still had them on your predictions.
Yeah, that's true. I thought I could just like say me and we would move on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
And I would get away with it. That would have been pretty cool. Acno 272 damage. That's what he was limited to that game. That meant that Blaze doing 629 was not enough. Like, he had to do more for them to come out on top in that game. And that's a tough spot to put your teammate in. And we're seeing the character swap coming out from Acno, but it doesn't look like too many things are changing as we get into this game. It's Acno. Oh, dude. Acno is not looking like Acno right now.
Yeah, this is not the thing. Like, I mean, he made the swap to the Koji, and of course, in these situations, you're like, all right, well, it's time for Acno to take off the training wheels. This is serious time. He does get the KO onto TM, does get the neutral sig. The weapon toss actually helps out Swata, but still, Acno, he's not quite warmed up on the Koji.
We do have Swata very damaged. Blaze also pretty damaged, but not quite as much as Swata. A little bit of an interrupt there from the weapon toss. Okay, Swata, chill out just a little bit.
Crossed his eyes a little bit there, ended up getting his teammate TM, gonna finally take out Blaze's first stock. Swata still sitting on his. Off stage. Nice pickup, and Swata gets another one. Acno's on his final stock.
Swata is mixing Acno so hard. And this is loser's bracket Acno. This is not like winner's bracket Acno where you're like, okay, well, they're going to go down in the loser's bracket, they're going to power up, and then make it all the way through. It's looking like their run is going to end right here, not just outside of the top 3, outside of the top 4.
That would be such a crazy loss for this blue team, which has so much pedigree. They're slowly bringing the stock count back, but man, I'm nervous for Acno.
TM over there with the lance, looking for the KO. The unarmed from Acno definitely coming out, finding some hits. Stomp side air, nice quick follow-up from TM. He didn't have a weapon, so he had to do that one unarmed. Goes in for the really high ground pound, but he lands on the main platform. Acno finds the recovery for the punish team without a weapon.
Acno just dives in, gets the downlight neutral air, or neutral light. Will get punished by the neutral air from Swata, though. Acno trying to play as safe as he can, does not want to leave Blaze in the 1v2 against the 4 stocks of the red team, but doesn't have a choice. It's all left to Blaze. It would take a miracle for him to win this.
All 3 of Acno's KOs came from Swata. Every time Acno was sent in the blast zone, it was due to the express mail of Swata. He folded him up, put him in a box, slapped a shipping label on it, and put that one sent to the blast zone, courtesy of Swata.
One more hit, and Acno and Blaze are out of there. TM and Swata 3-0 the World Championship team. Who would have believed it? Who would have thought it?
Me, I would have.
No, you still had them on your predictions.
That's true. I thought I could get away with it again.
All right,
I thought maybe the shock to our systems would let me get away with that one, dude. Even the damage numbers, 356, 367 from both members of the blue team. That is a tough spot to find yourself in. Acno only took 474. He basically was knocked out at 155 damage or so every single time. That's not good. Swata and TM absolutely handled this team.
Man, Swata and TM, what a powerhouse team. They're going to be earning their spot in the top 4. And how are they down here in the lower bracket with a performance like that?
I don't know.
I need to bring up the bracket and find out.
They lost 3-0 to Viper and Solarson.
Well, you know what? Viper and Solarson are still in there. So maybe that makes some sense.
I wouldn't have expected that based off of it being a 3-0.
That's fair.
Viper and Solarson, very deep in the bracket today. We have more to see from them, but a 3-0 that they grabbed on TM and Swata for Team and Swata didn't go down and then give this performance against Acno and Blaze. That is a huge surprise. They certainly have a bone to pick with Viper and Solarson. They're hoping they can make it all the way through to then fight again.
A rare occurrence, Acno and Blaze are not going to be in the top 3 for a Brawlhalla European 2v2 tournament. Instead, we're going to find out who is going to be joining TM and Swata in the top 4 as we go over to the other side. Spyrox and Coco versus Heisen and Pavelski.
Hey, still no third places for Blaze, though.
No.
He's consistent on that one.
He made sure he stayed right outside of that 3rd place spot.
So with this next set,
is he allergic to bronze?
I mean, I hope not. I don't know how often people come in contact with bronze, just like in their daily life. I don't know if it's just like in weird stuff. Like I know deodorant has like aluminum in it, so I don't know if it has. If it's just like in stuff. I just really hope he doesn't have an allergy. Period. Even if because allergies are bad.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate, feeling itchy, and
that's what you learn here on the desk. Allergies bad.
Yeah, allergy is kind of cringe. All right, Spyrox and Coco coming into this. We've got Heisen and Pavelski. Heisen and Pavelski are a team that I was calling out. I definitely love seeing how they're playing today, but Spyrox and Coco have also been playing very well. They are. This is their first time visiting the lower bracket today, as they are coming in from the winner's side.
Now we'll see if Spyrox and Coco can turn up like TM and Swata did, because Spyrox and Coco are another team that were sent down to the loser's bracket by Viper and Solarson. They want their chance to then go back up and get that revenge. So Viper and Solarson kind of have a lot of targets on their back right now from people on the loser's side of the bracket, but at least for them, really they only have to worry about one of them.
Yeah.
Technically.
At a time, at the very least.
They're going to let all of their enemies fight it out amongst themselves to see who the strongest is that can then fight against Viper and Solarson.
Well, we'll see which team is the one as we get into game number 1. Heisen and Pavelski, they're sticking with the Ulgrim Val. On the other side, Spyrox and Coco. Coco is joining the Wushang Club, coming in with the Poe instead of the Ulgrim that he was running earlier.
We're seeing a surprising amount of Wushang today.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
Wushang
sense, right? Spear great in 2s, Gauntlet great in 2s. Again, just great setup kit. But it's kind of interesting to see the double Wushang.
Wushang, not a traditional Spear character that Spear players play, not a traditional character that Gauntlet players play either. You're looking at the Val for a lot of the time, sometimes a Petra in there as well, but a lot of Vals.
Well, you can hear the cricket come out as Coco goes in with the neutral signature, and I love that the blue team doing a really good job. They know that they're doing the double character, so they're making sure they're staying on opposite weapons. Follow-up from Pavelski.
I'm a little bit disappointed that that was the follow-up Pavelski went for, just that side air when he had literally all the time in the world, because he wasn't the first hit of the combo, and there was so much charge-up time that he knew Heisen was going to get some sort of punish on that signature.
He definitely was sitting there thinking about what his options were, and unfortunately, I mean, at least he picked one, right? Like, he did something.
Yes.
Here's a combo, though. Doesn't hit the nair. Unfortunate. Spyrox able to move just far enough to the side, but holy, Spyrox is on his last stock?
It was very quick, and he is very red on his final stock, too. He's not just spawning in with a crisp white tee on. He's coming in with a dirty, grody, it's got, like, oil stains on it.
That was in the bottom of the basket. Like,
He's wiped his nose on it a couple times today, so there's boogies on it. He spilled some mustard on it.
The entirety of the sauce cabinet spilled all over it as Spyrox is out now, and it's all left to Coco in the 1v2. 2 stocks left for Coco, but the same can be said about Heisen and Pavelski.
Okay. Okay,
Ooh,
Pavelski,
okay.
where are you, brother? He just hit a D-light. Still not the worst thing in the world for Heisen to take that damage.
Oh, saved him. I thought he was going to give him it. Like,
yeah.
He didn't have to save it. But Coco's still scrapping here. He's in the red, though. Nice ground pound, a good turnaround, and Pavelski is going to give him the respect.
I feel like Pavelski and Heisen are kind of going back to misplaying their 2v1 a little bit. Like, they're going in deep. There are definitely follow-up options that they can go for that they seem to not, or at least have the reaction time to grab in the moment. That neutral light is going to give them that stock. It's not going to give them the game quite yet. There is still a full stock of Coco for them to go through.
It kind of feels like red team's playing with their food a little bit. They're not doing, like, the safer options. Instead, they're kind of just like, we're just going to chase them. We're going to try to just get some damage, but they're not even getting, like, the best damage that they possibly can. They're just kind of playing with their food.
Sidelight nair onto the wrong person. That team damage coming out. Yeah, I feel like this 2v1 is just going on way too long.
I mean, Coco's playing it real well. Side sig to follow up from Heisen. Coco's been doing a really good job chase dodging off of hits, making sure that he's not putting himself into too awkward of positions. Again, great turnaround, right? He gets the pogo, immediately recovers up. So he's playing it right, and the red team is just not able to get it. There we go.
There's what we finally needed, and a good follow-up from Heisen as well. Choosing the signature option, leading to the KO. A lot of that was done, again, on the back of Heisen, putting out the most damage out of that game, picking up all 6 kills for his team. If we're looking at damage numbers, Pavelski did 369. Dang, you fine. Go ahead and sock it to me one more time, while Heisen put out 642. I don't have anything for that one.
I can't think of a song with that in it, unfortunately. But Pavelski and Heisen looking really good. The eyes are on Spyrox right now to see if he can kind of bring up the damages in the 200s in the last one, and unfortunately he got taken out in less than a minute and a half.
That 214 definitely didn't help when Coco is doing 441. A decent number, but relatively not a good number. When your teammate is doing the 200s, you got to be putting out 600, 700, 800.
Yeah, like in relatively even games, usually the damage is around 1,000 per team. So if you're putting out 200, you're expecting your teammate to put out 800. Nice team combo.
Beautiful.
And that's going to be number one. Weapon toss from Spyrox. Blue team cleans it up. Everything's looking good.
Incredible opening here for the blue team, showing a lot of the missteps that they made previously. They made up for here. They had a beautiful combo with incredible follow-ups. They played the beginning of this game very well, too.
We'll see if they can maintain it, though, as Heisen does take out Coco. Spyrox in the 1v2 for a little bit. Weapon toss is thrown out.
I thought that lance toss was going to bonk him on the head. That down air is going to clean him up anyway.
And everything gets even back up. Red team not going to let blue team get too much of a lead, despite that massive team combo that they were able to build. A good follow-up from Spyrox, though.
Just a lot of chaos, everybody around all over the place. No real form to the game at this point.
You can kind of see like a line being drawn in the sand at every moment, right? Blue team generally just trying to stick close together. They want those team combos. And then on the other side, red team also trying to stay relatively close. They're not trying to get split up.
Side take from Pavelski, going to set up the offstage. Here comes Spyrox. He's going to relieve that pressure, zone Pavelski away a little bit, but Heisen is there. I keep seeing that Olgrim, and Machete always keeps going through my brain.
I mean, that's
a skin. Heisen here. Yeah, that's the skin setup, but it's Heisen here.
Oh, man, Spyrox in trouble. Despite the fact that the red team lost both their stocks early, they held on to him for a really long time, and everything staying even. Follow-up? Nice.
Nice. Beautiful hit. Great signature usage from Spyrox there, charging it up the proper amount of time, picking it up at just the moment that he needed to, giving themselves the lead here for the blue team when they were just a little bit behind in terms of the damage that Heisen had on his second stock. Now we're back to a dead even game.
I love that team combo from the blue team because that's like a map thing. Like, you can't do that on every single map. Spyrox had to be on that soft platform, and Coco had to get that side light in air just high enough to not jump into the down sig. Everybody's scrapping. Pavelski the most damage so far, but it's not a significant amount. Oh, man. Heisen's getting both of them with nairs, though.
The blue team completely disengaged and moved over to the left side of the stage. Now they're starting to push towards the middle and the right side of the stage. Ooh, getting juggled. Spyrox gets back to the platform, finds his weapon, also his signature, but Heisen gets a KO off the top. Spyrox, the most damage in this game, also the one without a teammate.
This is a rough spot. Going to swap over to the gauntlets. Pavelski with a weapon toss, keeping the pressure, and the down sig will finish it off. 2-0 lead to Pavelski and Heisen.
Much better damage numbers coming out from everybody across the board. It's like the mid 400s to the low 500s. So everybody with pretty healthy numbers. That opening was so good. Spyrox still there to grab Heisen when he fell out of Coco's string. Incredible work there to not only get one KO, but to continue that pressure up and know that you can still get a second one without risking too much.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for this blue team is those team combos, right? That's the thing that's working the best for them as they go back to Crystal Temple. And the question is, can they get these team combos again and again? They need to consistently get them because on the second stocks, they weren't really finding them.
Spyrox and Coco hoping a skin change might help them out here. Both of them coming out. Different Wushang skin, different Olgrim skin. Hoping to a little change of clothes. Maybe you can change clothes and go.
Well, that's what they did earlier as a great down sig comes out from Spyrox, catching Heisen. Unfortunately, couldn't lead to more. Again, lots of horizontal movement in that Lance air kit. Ooh, the double hit. Got the nair and the recovery on it. Pavelski got launched, but a little too tanky on this Val. Punish? Oh, Pavelski gets out of there.
Gonna swap out his gauntlets for a sword. Again, Spyrox is just really thirsty for this KO onto Pavelski, but he's too thirsty, so he throws out a move, and Pavelski's just too far away for that to hit. Gets the punish, but there's Coco hitting the Lance recovery for the KO. Pavelski gonna be the first one to be taken out.
That's a KS.
Wonderful timing on that, though. You gotta respect it.
That's a pure KS, but you know what? It works out. They got the KO, and that gives them the lead, but it's looking very similar to what happened in game number 2, where they got this early lead, and Red Team, they just cleaned it up.
Brawlhalla needs that, like, protection that BRs have, where, like, the person that downs the guy gets the credit for the kill if someone else cleans him up.
Yeah, you just get the assist or, like, the points for the finish, but not for the knock. There's the recovery coming out from Pavelski, and suddenly everything evened up.
We do see Pavelski taking some damage, though. Does have to be careful, but we saw kind of on his first stock, he was doing a pretty good job of positioning himself on the stage so that when he took hits, he wasn't in danger of being immediately knocked out. He was baiting Spyrox a lot, kind of using himself as a target, saying, oh, look, I'm in the red, come get me.
Yeah, just trying to weave in and out. Nice pickup on the end sig. Punish. Doesn't get the dodge read, though. Heisen able to keep some pressure going. No punish on the down sig. You saw everybody watching to see how the reaction was going to be, but the side air takes out Pavelski.
Heisen is able to land, also grab a weapon there. Sig going off stage from Pavelski. You see Heisen, that side air right behind Pavelski was there in case any blue team member was following Pavelski to punish that signature.
Off stage, Pavelski trying to help out just a little bit. Let him get tapped by the recovery in case he needed the chase dodge. Nice.
Wow, that actually took Heisen out the top.
Yeah.
He was flying for a while, so I thought he might be able to get back.
Ooh, but Heisen comes back and will take down Coco, and advantage to the blue team as Spyrox the only one still sitting on that second stock.
And we're still getting that same pace in terms of damage that Pavelski is taking by taking the most damage, not only on his team, but in the game on his final stock as well.
Nice punish from behind by Heisen, though. Pavelski able to dodge out of the end sig read. Can they get it? Oh, he got a little too close to it.
Heisen spent so much time out there for him to just get hit by that Lance recovery. I thought he was perfectly set up to get the punish off of that and probably leading to the KO.
Dude, what a save from Spyrox. His recovery from below actually kept Heisen from recovering onto Coco. Down sig connects.
Wrong side of the stage, not going to lead to the immediate KO. Heisen
Oh,
still
the weapon toss to save.
has some more damage he can take. Not anymore. He's been taking out Pavelski. He is so damaged.
Yo, but Spyrox is barely. Weapon toss comes out. Good dodge, but the recovery will do it. Spyrox and Coco take one.
Keeping themselves alive. It's now 1-2 in this set. We're going to be heading into game 4. Solid damage numbers all around. 3 players doing 500 plus damage. Pavelski doing 429, but he put out 0 team damage. That's impressive.
Wow.
When you look at what Heisen was doing, 91 team damage. That is almost 2 color changes throughout that game. On the other side, Coco putting out 57, which is pretty solid, and Spyrox putting out 69 damage. Nice there from Spyrox.
I was looking at Pavelski's damage taken in the 700s, which is quite a bit of damage taken.
That's crazy.
But about 100 of it was from his teammate.
That's true. On the other side, Coco took 632, so still solid damage numbers taken. And we're moving on to Shipwreck Falls, those tiny walls, man. I'm so scared. That literally right there.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about. It's taking a Val player to a tiny sidewall stage. We kind of just did it last game, and Spyrox and Coco came out on top.
Yo, they were going for the immediate 20-second KO as they were high in the sky. Both Spyrox and Pavelski were scrapping it out. And we see that Spyrox is kind of, he's figured it out, right? He was looking rough in game number 1, but since then, he's really started to clean it up. He's been able to be present in the fights and put out damage.
Backside of that recovery is going to completely split up the blue team. They make it back to their teammates, but then immediately Spyrox is taken up. Let's see, and there is the Coco following him right behind. So that's a full team wipe. This is now forcing a 2v1 situation. Pavelski almost picks up that ground pound, but good damage was done.
Yeah, Spyrox trying to play that power play as best he can. Does get the pogo. Pavelski has the movement, so he should be okay. Spyrox really wants it, though. You can see how he's kind of ignoring Heisen to try to get this, and it's not really working out for him.
Heisen sitting in a good spot, even though Pavelski was just taken out. Nice follow-up coming out from Coco. Going to even up the stocks, but now we got to keep our eyes on Spyrox. He's basically the Pavelski of this game in terms of taking damage.
Yeah, most damaged on the board, most damaged between the team as well. He's got to be careful, but he sets up, doesn't get the side sig. Coco was in position. Pavelski finds a side sig of his own.
Nice 2-piece from Heisen. He does get punished by Spyrox.
Nice. Going blow for blow. We saw Spyrox hit a recovery. Pavelski with a recovery of his own.
Nice.
Nice ground pound. Gets in there. Team combo. Down sig. Side sig. Blue team.
That's huge.
Big lead.
That is huge. That ground pound from Spyrox on the right side was so quick. I don't think red team expected that. And then that follow-up combo was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that ground pound to give themselves the opportunity for that team combo, get that power play, and Spyrox is going to fall, but he did his job of getting this lead. They just need to add up more before Coco falls.
Coco did just turn red, so he does have some time unless he gets caught by something big, or I guess that.
I mean, when 2 people are hitting you, that's pretty big.
Yep. I didn't think that was necessarily going to KO. I wouldn't think that a raw recovery would do it, especially if it sends it like the 45-degree angle, which it did.
Well, now it's a battle between Spyrox and Coco.
Oh, this is scary for Spyrox.
He gets past, but Heisen with the ground coverage. Coco has to save the nair. We'll give him the jump. Coco!
Oh! Okay.
Okay. Spyrox does get back up, avoids the side sig. Who's going to fall first? Is Coco going to have to 1v2? A good spot dodge from Spyrox. Pavelski with the side air. Off stage, Pavelski hits the recovery. It's a 1v2.
It is certainly a winnable game for Coco, especially when he grabs 2 hits like that. Does actually take 2 hits in the process. It looks like he's trying to get to the other side of Heisen, so he's not caught in a sandwich. Pavelski, dude, what are you doing? What was that neutral signature? That was probably the worst thing you could have gone for. Because it was the other direction.
If he did it right, if he got it in the right spot, could have launched off stage. That's what the goal, right?
Other stuff could have launched off stage, too, that didn't lead to a bounce off the main platform.
Coco's going to fall. Pavelski and Heisen able to clean it up. 3-1, but that was looking so close to a Coco and Spyrox victory.
Looking at the damage numbers here, we have basically Heisen and Coco doing similar things. Of course, both of them are playing Ulgrim. 636 from Heisen, 673 from Coco. On the other side, Spyrox coming out only 382. Pavelski's numbers aren't the highest either, but it's at least 439. And he took almost the most damage in that entire game. Coco beating him out, taking 584. Heisen taking 579. Actually, he took the least damage in that game. I don't know what I'm talking about. The number was like lit up on the stat tool, so I thought
it was fancy looking.
I guess that means in this case taking damage is lower is gooder.
Yeah.
Which it can sometimes be the opposite. If you take a gorillion damage without dying, that's also a plus.
Yeah, can be cool. Look at the weapon favoritism. Heisen putting out 617 with the axe, 0 with the lance. But either way, that does earn them a spot in the top 4. We've got Fosi, Sarmay, Viper, Solarson, TM, Swata, and Heisen and Pavelski as the 4 teams to make up the top 4 of this SteelSeries Invitational.
That block really flew by.
Yeah.
That was extremely quick. And we've known in the past that sometimes the losers bracket sets, because so much is on the line here, we can see games tend to slow down. Not as much in 2v2, definitely in 1s, but not as much in 2v2s. But all of these games, man, these were lightning fast. And like we saw, it wasn't all 3-0s. We saw 3 3-1s.
It was mostly 3-1s.
So, yeah, you can see it on the screen right there. That was what we just witnessed. You got to watch it alongside us at home. So thank you for tuning in for that. And we still got more, ladies and gentlemen. Duke laid out that top 4 for you. We're going to throw it to a break, get a new group in here. Before we do that, if you have not gotten the in-game key sword that we saw Zyder using earlier, make sure to go to moments.gg/Brawlhalla. And if an in-game digital key sword is not cool enough for you, 1, you're wrong. 2, I still have good news for you, because that's the kind of guy that I am. You can go to brawlhalla.com/keyboard to be entered into a giveaway of 8 Apex Pro SteelSeries keyboards. Ooh. You can use the same gear that a lot of pros use, and you can use the same gear that I, one of the world's fastest gamers, uses as well. To play like the best, you got to use like the best.
Well, fortunately, you can use a keyboard to type and not have to speak like the best. But on that note, that's going to be it for us. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, it'll be the top 4 of the SteelSeries Invitational Doubles European region. Stick around. You're not going to want to miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SteelSeries Invitational. I'm Foda, and this is Steven. You guys know Steven.
Or maybe they don't, and that's fine.
That's fine.
That's a fine way to be.
We're in top 4 now of the SteelSeries Invitational European bracket, and it's getting spicy. First of all, Acno and Blaze are out of the tournament. Crazy.
Why'd
I
you have
know.
to bring that up first?
That's the first thing we have to
It
talk
is big
about.
news.
Acno. It's huge news. They've been undefeated for like ever.
2
dude,
years
for
plus.
2 years. Yeah, and so they are out, but there's still the nice friendly asterisk of undefeated in power ranking tournaments. This is the invitational, so it technically doesn't count for power rankings, and therefore they still have some level of undefeatedness that they can hold on to. So
Yeah, they can bring out those Johns.
that's
not even
those
PR.
Johns they're valid, they're available, they are up for grabs, and they got them. But what we've got here is a winners final that's coming right up now. That's Fosi and Sarmay versus Viper and Solarson, and we're about to bring the bracket to you guys. So this is what's up. First match we're going to cast is Fosi and Sarmay versus Viper and Solarson. Those are the only 2 teams left in this bracket that have not lost a match yet. And then on the other side, you've got Swata and TM versus Pavelski and Heisen. That's on the lower side. These teams have fought their way through so much. TM and Swata had to defeat Blue and Zyder, and then they had to defeat Acno and Blaze just to get this far, while Heisen and Pavelski had to defeat Machete and Delta, Spyrox and Coco, not to mention Godly and Simple, who they defeated earlier on in this bracket. Am I right? Looking at production, pretty sure I'm right. Yeah, I think, yeah, probably.
This region has done a good job of it has so much talent, and they've spread it across the board because they have more team swaps than I think any other region maybe, and they've just spread the talent so perfectly across the board that this tournament has been so exciting to watch the whole time. And we have winners finals Viper. When was the last time we saw Viper?
These are 2 teams that we pretty much never see in winners final.
Yeah.
Maybe have never seen in a winners final before. Certainly a matchup like this has never happened in winners final, and it's about to happen right now. I am so excited because there is no way to know what's going to happen here. Personally, I've been rooting for Viper and Solarson through this tournament, and they have been killing it. So it's like, that's awesome. But Fosi and Sarmay are also capable of anything. The game's starting up right now, folks. Stage bans are happening. Sarmay and Fosi get to ban out all but 3 stages, and it looks like the stages remaining for Viper and Solarson to pick from are Mammoth Fortress, Shipwreck Falls, and Apocalypse. We're going to see which one of those 3 they decide right now for Game 1 of Winners Final. Need I remind you guys that the players in the Winners Final are guaranteed top 3. These are podium players we're watching. This is one of the most important matches of the tournament, and I have no idea how it's going to shake out. Looks like we're going to Mammoth Fortress. Steven, real quick, who do you think's going to win? Just straight up.
I guess Fosi and Sarmay.
Okay, man.
Just not to oppose you, but
we are at
odds.
odds. We are at odds.
Just because.
All right, here we go. Here we go, folks. Get ready for a spicy one. Viper grabs the first weapon. Fosi grabs the other first weapon. Fosi ran out of runway there on his combo, but Viper, wait,
no.
Viper!
Is he gonna run out of
he's
stock?
sweating. Oh my gosh,
okay.
Fosi he almost got knocked out right there. He took a lot of damage, but he's still alive. Nice dodge from Viper. Sarmay nearly caught him with a ground pound there. Man, Sarmay with the big switch to Val. He was playing Mordex in the last one that he did so well in.
Everybody? Wait, yeah. Solar said, Viper, take a little boost back to stage. They help push you back. Everybody now, getting into the KO percentage on their first stocks. Viper with a nice downer off the side of the stage. Tries to get another one. No,
did
wait!
you see Fosi fastball just enough to duck underneath Viper's pogo? It didn't matter as Viper came back and took him out, but what a nice fastball there. Okay, Fosi and Sarmay down 2 stocks.
Oh, no. Was that a celebratory ground pound, or was that... No, it might have cost him, Viper! Why? Wait, was that... Did he use that move as a taunt, though?
I don't know, dude. It didn't seem right. Now they lost 2 stocks, basically, because of that one.
No. Maybe not. Maybe it was for a read. All right. Well, everyone's on their second stock now.
Yeah.
Still fresh, but getting less fresh as Solarson works that axe across Fosi's second stock.
Oh, barely avoided. Solarson seeking an opportunity here, but Sarmay just slaps him out the way. Viper disengages from a true combo just to turn around and smack Sarmay, but Sarmay avoided it. Oh, Sarmay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, going for the down
Nice-
like ground
nice
pound.
punish. Solarson might be in trouble here, but Viper with the, oh my gosh, Viper. Get yourself a teammate like Viper that protects you your entire way back to the stage. My goodness.
I feel like
Solarson had the red carpet out for him.
Viper is teamed with almost every single player in EU. It's what
But
it
I
seems
think
like.
he's finally found his match, dude.
Well, maybe. That's what I'm
He's
wondering.
been swiping for a long time. He's finally found his match.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. True. Okay. I mean, but this is a close match right here. Fosi is the one to watch.
Oh,
He's
can
deep.
Viper make it back? Oh, yeah, and then some. But back to Fosi, who you told me to watch.
Well,
He's
he's
in
playing
he's
back
in
now.
trouble.
He knows he's in trouble, so he has to play
he's
away
in
from the
orange.
fight.
He's on his final stock,
Oh,
but he
double
gets
down
the
air.
KO
He double
on
dared him.
Viper. Nice.
Okay.
And now they're looking for a 2v1 combo on Solarson, but Solarson's not giving it to him. Solarson also on his final stock. In fact, Sarmay's the only one left with 2 stocks.
Oh, double weapon throw, both miss. Okay,
Oh,
blue team.
and Sarmay's
Ah.
down to his final stock as well. Fosi needs to survive, but he can't make it through
Yes!
the Viper edge guard. There it is.
That gave me
Yep.
some, yes, nostalgia.
yeah.
Big team combo, keep it going.
Woo,
Okay, still in the
it
air,
still
still counts,
still
hasn't
counts.
dropped it yet. Oh no, the team damage finishes
Oh.
it, but that was for the setup.
That
Yeah, for the
was- yeah, it was
positioning.
all- they're so good at this
Oh
long
my gosh.
distance combo.
And they are just racing to the finish of game 1 now. Let's see. What do they have? Something
Aw.
flashy?
Whoa.
Oh no, what?
Dude,
Okay.
Sarmay double chase dodging out of a slide kick is actually pretty clever.
Oh, he does not want to get Pogo to to his
Yeah,
demise, but
yeah.
that's the way it is sometimes.
Boom.
Oh, weapon throw to finish it.
Woo!
right.
Viper and Solarson have taken game 1.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's-
I'm convinced Viper can take any Brawlhalla player and get him into top 8 in a 2v2 tournament, but he has had trouble like cresting over the top of the whole heap of recent
There's
tournaments.
basically a huge wall at 5th place for Viper. It seems like for the past
Right.
2 years.
Yeah.
And now he's finally broken that with Solarson, and sky's the limit now. Looks like if they keep this up, they just won game 1 of winners final. If
Yeah.
they win 2 more times, Steven, they're going to grands, dude. Like they're going to grands.
Yeah,
Woo.
on winner's side, which
We're
is
gonna
the
see.
most coveted position. So
That's huge. Yeah, winner's side, guaranteed top 2. They have to get a reset on you. You have to win the bracket against you twice
right.
just to come away with a victory there. And Acno and Blaze are out of the tournament. So, like, this has got to be – there is a realistic chance Viper and Solarson just
well,
win
it's
this
something
whole
we're
tournament.
not used to. We don't know.
I don't know. I know. This is crazy.
It's literally been 2+ years since we've seen an EU 2v2 tournament not have Acno and Blaze even in contention for the top spot.
Yeah.
So this is new territory, and we're all scared and terrified.
We're all scared. It's unfamiliar.
We need some lighthouse
I
to
need
lead us
familiarity.
through. And maybe that's Viper and Solarson. Maybe they guide us through this
I
dark
find
time.
comfort in Viper and Solarson's
Yeah.
gameplay.
We'll see. Okay,
So
Fosi
Fosi
switching.
with the big switch
Yeah.
to Orion. This could be big because last time he played Orion earlier in this tournament, it was pretty destructive for his opponents.
And it's the newest Orion skin, which
It's
is like,
really a funky, fresh
I mean,
Orion
that's a huge
skin.
flex.
Huge flex. We can't all finish
He's
the
like,
battle
oh, you're
pass,
still working
dude.
on your battle pass? Nerd. And there he goes. Okay, Solarson, maybe the first person to be knocked out.
Ooh,
In red on his first stock.
Sarmay maxing out his side stigs, going up against the wall, using every version of them. Oh, Viper's so smart. He saw that coming from Sarmay. Fast fell, ducked underneath it, and got a punish. Team comboing off of a simple weapon throw. Viper's always ready for the alley-oop.
Oh, he's hitting everybody, dude. He switches targets back and forth, now off stage. Oh, he gave Fosi an opportunity, though.
Yeah.
He takes it. Takes the first stock and the second. Somehow blue team edges ahead by 2 stocks, but they're both heavily damaged. Fosi and Sarmay.
Fosi was spaced just far
Yeah.
enough from the wall when he did that ground pound that it wasn't safe to hang on the wall, but also falling off the wall would have like a long time before you became safe. He was pretty much pixel perfect, I would say.
Yeah, and
on
they're
that
close
ground pound.
to evening this back
Oh,
up, and there it is.
There it is.
One downer off the side of the stage. And
Nicely done.
Viper is one of those players who, similar to like Acno and Pavelski, you can like very easily get them off stage just by like being out there. You don't even have to show some leg. They're like, all right, I'm coming down.
yeah. Oh, Viper just putting a stop to that combo Fosi was getting started. And this is very even, but the big outlier is Solarson in red, way off the side, might be in trouble here. Fosi's gonna finish him off, and he barely was over the ledge. Oh my goodness, Solarson's so lucky that, well, it doesn't matter now. He's lost his stock. Now it's just Viper left on the red team with both of its stocks remaining, and there it goes. They're both down to their final stock. Fosi and Sarmay, they're still in orange on their second. They got some buffer room here.
Yeah, this is a
They
big
can make some
lead.
mistakes at this point and still come away with a victory.
Hey, what a big change from game 1 as well. Oh, catches them both
Whoa.
with a side signature, Solarson.
Man, that would have been so great for him if it knocked him out.
I know,
but
that
both of
would've-
them still survived it.
Yeah, it would have been an even game,
And they're
but
they're dishing out so much damage too in this time. Okay, Solarson scores the KO onto Sarmay. Fosi's the only one left with all three, and a charge
Nice
down
way,
thing is
dude.
still not enough. Fosi's coming back.
he timed it perfectly. Oh, no.
Oh, Viper.
Yeah, Solarson was setting
messed
up for
up his
whatever the next
execution.
thing
Yeah.
Viper was going to do, but Viper didn't do it.
Fosi still has 2 stocks. Viper went for a Hail Mary to get the KO there. It wasn't enough.
I mean, Viper and Solarson continue to close the gap.
Oh, there they go.
Another
Wait a
stock.
second.
Wait, do they have
a
the
second.
lead?
They could just steal it away from him
Take
right
the
here.
stock?
Oh,
No!
but Sarmay with a neutral sink.
Viper,
Wait.
no!
Oh, no. It's falling apart so fast. Oh, my God.
Dude, like
Oh, jeez.
like wet bread, dude. It all fell apart so easily at the end. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
what
you
the
want
heck?
that nice toasty, crunchy
Yeah,
bread, not that
you-
soggy, wet stuff, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Gross.
that was-
Gross. Dude,
Right
but-
here,
oh,
as it
Sarmay
starts,
with the
boom,
neutral sink. That
Dunkaroo.
that ended up being so
And then Viper's
important.
like, I'm getting down there somehow.
And Sarmay takes him out as well. Solarson, just when he thought he got around Sarmay, just gets blasted by Fosi, and that's going to tie up the set 1-1. Let's go.
Okay, exciting winners final so far. Back on Mammoth Fortress. This could go either way. We've seen both teams have what it takes.
Oh, combo
Whoa, whoa,
town.
whoa, whoa.
Wow,
Yeah,
wow,
keeps going,
wow.
keeps going. Solarson, so
This
much
is
damage so
this
early.
is-
Wait.
Everybody
Oh
turned
my
on-
gosh,
Woo!
Fosi, quit it. Stop. Even Sarmay's trying to get in on
We
it.
didn't even, oh my gosh.
Everybody.
They kicked on, usually they wait, people wait till like halfway through the race before they kick in the NOS, but they just both went off the line with the NOS, dude. They're kicking on their turbos immediately.
Yeah, the 2v2 synergy we've seen today out of this region has been insane. It's been a lot of like, I can't even imagine these are practice combos. These are just like so freeform. Some of them. It's been intense. Okay, but still, no stocks have been claimed yet.
Oh.
Well, spoke too soon. There
Yeah,
it is. First one
gotcha.
falls. Viper down to
that
his
was a
second.
prank on you, bro.
Solarson in trouble as well, and there it goes. Sarmay
Fosi
claims it.
Yep, Fosi and Sarmay
All right.
start this with a pretty good lead.
Viper tries to find his way to that weapon drop, but he is held off by Sarmay and Fosi, but now Solarson back with a lance.
Fosi, so much damage. Okay, all right, Sarmay's down. Fosi's the only one left with all 3 of his stocks. He just got disarmed off the
Oh,
side.
oh
Viper
my gosh,
went in
nice
for the
dodge.
killing blow, but Fosi remains. Oh,
Ooh,
no, there he goes.
no,
okay,
wait, does that
knocked
cost him?
out,
It does.
knocked out.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Solarson went for
Oh.
the save, but puts him in a bad situation. Can he find his way through?
No,
Yes.
I can't believe Viper got knocked out there.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Oh, Solarson was thinking about ground pounding that neutral signature by Fosi off stage, but he decided no.
He's a little ground pound shy now. Oh, nice combo.
Exactly.
Sarmay to Fosi, perfect. The
That-
double on the ground pound there from man. Fosi's getting away with a lot this game. Oh, but Viper putting a stop to it.
Solarson somehow still holding on to the second stock. Nice dodge.
What a
dude?
dodge
What a
and a
reaction.
punish, yeah.
Okay. And Viper, and that's it. Viper's eliminated.
Oh no, everybody still has 2 stocks, but Viper's out?
Solarson,
That is
yeah.
very unusual. I mean,
Ooh, I don't know. They might have just, I don't know if they were putting the heat on him specifically.
I've almost never seen Viper not be the stock tank in any given situation.
Yeah, true.
He always has more stocks than everybody at the end of the game, but here it is, man. 4
All right.
stocks to 1. Do you believe in miracles? It's going to take a lot for Solarson to come back from this. He is definitely about to give it his
Whoop.
all here.
Oh, no,
But, oh,
no,
it's a-
no,
oh, jeez.
no.
That was
so
a-
quickly after you said that. Give it his all.
He did give it his all. It's
But
just
sometimes,
that,
you know what? Being under the stage, trying to make a play, that is giving it your all.
yeah, you have to take risks like that because how else are you going to take away 4 stocks while you're almost gone on your last one?
You need to be sneaky. You need to be underhanded.
Yeah, you need some.
You need to talk smack about someone's mama. Like, it's bad what you have to do in that situation. But hopefully we don't see that again.
Oh,
Here
Fosi
we
and
are,
Sarmay steal
game
both of the
4.
first weapons, and look how much damage they're getting off of it, too. Solus is still trying to arm up. Okay, there we go.
Oh, Fosi believed in that ground pound more than anything, and that's what I love. Okay, but Viper and Sarmay, both dueling off stage to see who can come away with the stock. Viper disengaged.
Whoa!
No,
Dude,
what happened?
Solerson, no! Oh my gosh.
Dude,
It's falling apart so fast.
If we had a heat map for where people are interacting, the bottom right
It's
corner
the
of this
corner.
map, for some reason, is so lit up right now.
Yeah.
They are all trying to get these quick offstage engagements. Oh, nice dodge through, down air.
Oh, can
Chases
he
to the
get
other
Fosi?
side.
No,
Ah.
Sarmay came and protected his bro before it was too late.
That's the way to do
Sarmay
it.
without a weapon. Viper just going to disengage
Dude,
from that whole
it's
thing.
the second time with the stock where he's had to cross the whole board to make it back to safety, and there he is. Okay, somehow holding on to that first stock still. Sarmay, was looking for the follow-up.
Dude,
Oh, what a catch!
my gosh, Sarmay.
Oh, they continue
So
another
good,
team
so
combo.
good,
It
so
keeps
good.
going.
Woo!
Okay, Fosi and Sarmay, they definitely they got some clean
Oh,
they got some
man,
clean
that
air in
was
the engine
so
there.
much, dude.
And they used it to great effect. They just pulled
Yeah.
it away with that lead even more. Full stock ahead. They could get Solerson down to his final stock here quickly.
Sarmay
But-
disengaged from a
What's the
true
dude?
combo
All
because
the-
he knew the punish was coming and then ended up scoring not only a KO, but a huge team combo on the next opponent as well. It was so big. Such a seemingly small thing by Sarmay ended up leading to what might be the decisive action that caused their team to, oh my gosh!
That was unnecessary, dude. Sarmay, that was unnecessary roughness because Solerson was at about 700 damage. The downlight almost KO'd him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, big lead
Fosi
now.
and Sarmay are
Fosi
popping off
still on
so
his first
hard.
stock.
They're
Do you see
5
this?
stocks to 2, dude.
How is Fosi still on his first stock? Okay,
Well,
okay, finally. Okay, they take.
Now suddenly 3 stocks to 2 doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah.
There was
Actually,
5 stocks to 2.
True. Double knockout gets them now down to a 1 stock deficit.
They need a
Viper
nice
and
early
Solerson.
stock, dude. Something off on the bottom right corner, maybe? Solerson, maybe? Oh, they're going for it, dude. Just like you said, the heat maps lighten up again. Bottom right,
Yeah.
let's go.
Oh,
Let's
no.
get to the action.
Get Fosi in there. Get Solerson in there. All 4. Let's go. Yeah, and this is a big game, too, because this is the decider. If Fosi
Yeah,
and Sarmay...
who gets the momentum?
No!
Oh, if Viper finished off that combo, Solerson was so ready to gravity cancel, finish it up.
No, Fosi and Sarmay win this. They're moving on to grand finals winner side.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It's 2-1. Uh-oh.
So Viper
This
and
is-
Solerson, they need
it
this
never
team
mattered
damage.
more.
Oh no! All right, Solerson snags that axe. Both red team members under their final stocks. Okay,
wait.
tie game.
If they
Stocks
get Sarmay,
They
if they
need
get
this.
Sarmay, it's just a 1v2. I mean, it's still going to be difficult, but possible. But Sarmay is being so careful about this. Look where Sarmay
Yeah.
is heading. Oh no,
Oh
friendly
no, team
fire.
damage. That's okay.
Yeah,
When you're
they're-
ahead.
Yeah, when you're they're at white,
Oh, no,
barely
Viper in
damaged.
trouble off the edge.
No, can he
Back to
survive?
the-
This? I don't think he can make. Okay, yeah, he can. Solerson dodging everything. Oh no, Solerson's out. This is the biggest 2v1 comeback required by Viper right now, or they're going down to the lower bracket. This could
Okay.
be
Team combos?
Team combos.
Dude, that's how good Viper is at 2v2. He'll team combo. He's partnered with
Yeah.
everybody, and he can do it with
He
your
can-
partner too, right in front of you. It'll make you watch. Oh no, there it is.
GG, Fosi and Sarmay are moving on to grand finals. I think that's the first time I've ever said that. Anybody's ever said that. Fosi and Sarmay are moving on to winner's side grand finals. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a European tournament. I know it's not Acno and Blaze, and you're
Dude,
right.
Sarmay.
This is crazy.
In that clip we just watched, Sarmay did such a big brain move.
Dude, look at this. This was
he-
after so much.
Instead of
Sarmay
doing a
did so much
combo,
here.
he like trusted his teammate. He
Oh.
chase dodged out of there, and look how much they got off of it. Such
he
good
also got a
decision-making.
knockout before that huge combo.
Yeah.
All because he disengaged off of a true combo early to avoid the inevitable punish that was absolutely coming for him. He got the KO, and he dealt a whole bunch of damage after. Sarmay, absolutely the MVP of that game. But, of course, Fosi dominated the whole time. In fact, had more damage than Sarmay in that game. Doesn't matter. Sarmay's still MVP because that one play made such a huge difference in how it all turned out. Viper and Solarson going down to the lower bracket. They'll have to fight against the winners of our next match to find out who is worthy of coming up to Grand Finals to face off against Fosi and Sarmay, who are just waiting now. Whew! Dang!
Man,
that was a good one.
That was crazy, dude. Yeah, you were right. Earlier you said that players have just been getting better and better at Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
And that's just like the simplest way to put it.
It seems obvious, but that's really happening,
if
and
you've
it's
been
so
in the
noticeable
scene for
right
a
now.
while now, like I have, or when I go into ranked, I'm shaking to my boots every day. even if it's like someone silver, I'm like, no. I will not be fooled by that. People are so good, and at the top, like they just boosted even more than everyone else.
It's crazy,
insane.
and this is the top of the top. You got to imagine that there are players with 2,400 ratings. Seems like a lot, right? That would get absolutely demolished by these players.
Yeah.
Like, these teams are so far above and beyond the skill of even the great players in ranked right now. We are dealing with the cream of the crop.
Oh my gosh! If you say that,
I think Macho Man. Oh, there's
a big Macho Man
for
potential.
Macho Man to show
if you
up
were
in
to
this
see
match.
the character select screen right now,
There's
you'd see
2 Ulgrims and no Macho Mans, and it was unfortunate that didn't line up.
So sad. But
anyway,
it is
our
scary.
next match is the lower semifinals between TM and Swata versus Heisen and Pavelski. And both of these teams have gone through so much, but only one of these teams defeated Acno and Blaze.
Dude, look at I was
That's
hiding
TM and
it. I was
Swata.
hiding it for everybody, but look at Pavelski on Wushang. Look at this pick. I like this.
Ooh, witness.
He's got the gauntlets. We don't usually see Spear from Pavelski, but he has a deep pocket for characters and is an insane player. And as a former Wushang main, the one true Woo.
Former.
I'm still the one true Woo.
Still the one true Woo,
I
though.
played Wushang before he even had a name.
Yeah,
okay?
that's
That's
That
true.
is true. That is true.
Okay, but
And you were
Pavelski,
enamored with it from the start.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he does with the character here.
Yeah. Yeah. If he gets
But-
one spear down sig,
I have to say,
he might become the
before
one
this,
true Woo.
Swata has been one of my favorite players in all of Brawlhalla and in EU. So this is big.
This really is big. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament in 4th place. Not a bad place to be, but this is the qualifier for the podium. All right, you don't get a medal if you don't make it onto the podium.
Yeah. You may get some lesser state of matter, but not a medal.
Not a medal.
That's precious.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. He does,
You know what that's
Swata,
like. You know
he's
what
not going to
that's
miss a punish like that. You know, you try to goof him up with the charge. It's all you can do. Oh, nice. The neutral light picks him up both in the neutral. Signature weapon throw keeps him out.
He's
Swata.
Oh my God! It's all
gosh.
Pavelski all day. Just give it to Pavelski.
Oh,
Yep.
that's it.
Oh my goodness.
That was insane.
LeBron James over here. Just give it to him.
That was like they fumbled the ball. Pavelski picked it up faster than you noticed they fumbled it and just ran it in for a touchdown. It was insane how he pulled off that play. Okay, now 2 stocks up very early in the game, but they've taken so much damage. This could swing. Opposite. There it is. 1 stock falls. Another one maybe soon to follow. Pavelski on the wall, maybe just waiting for his teammate to come back into action. Heisen's now back on the field. What will happen to Pavelski's first stock? Can he get some more damage with it? That would be insane.
Oh, Pavelski
Could he
actually
claim another
saved
stock?
Heisen there
No.
with just that weapon throw.
Okay,
he finally
wait.
loses his first.
Now with the stocks
Woo!
desynced, you see what that cost you
Oh
because
my!
Heisen has.
Oh! Swata had locked and loaded the best follow-up I've
yeah.
ever seen to a side light neutral air on Ag,
He was
and
like-
it didn't land
yeah.
because the neutral air didn't land.
Yep.
But he was there and ready, and he let it rip. That would have been so nasty.
Yeah, Pavelski really is a linchpin for a red team right now, though. He is healthiest on the board.
Yeah, he's got to make
Oh,
the plays
what am I
happen.
even saying? Never mind.
Well,
Forget what
all
I
of a
said.
sudden-
Everything's been equalized. TM and Swata have some of.
Oh, double
no!
recovery. Oh, Pavelski! I can't.
No!
4 stocks stocks. That's 4 KOs for Pavelski.
Dude, let me make my point first, Pavelski. I was about to say TM and Swata have some of the best 2v2 synergy I've ever seen.
Uh-oh, Pavelski's gonna go down here unless nobody could anticipate that.
Yeah.
That was a level of math and trigonometry
Pavelski
that nobody
certainly didn't mean to true combo his teammate to oblivion. I am almost certain.
Who could expect it would line up that way?
Yeah, that was, you know, we forget about that. All right, but Pavelski still somehow holding on to his second
he can't
stock.
keep getting away with that.
Yeah, he does it.
Okay,
TM is like, down signature will clean this up pretty quickly.
Unarmed neutral light in 2v2 just puts you in a really dangerous spot anytime you land it. Because it's very punishable by
move
the
selection
opponents.
in 2v2 is a lot more dynamic because there are times when a move that would be good any other time is really bad.
Yeah, because of like the amount of time it's on hit or because of how it can be punished afterward.
If it hits,
TM in trouble.
Oh, he's big trouble. He's gone.
Swata decided it's not worth trying to save him. The 2v1.
Oh, and what do they have here? And that finishes it. Wow.
Pavelski and Heisen take game 1 over the killers, Swata and TM.
I was about to say, that game felt like some Mad Dog strong-arming by Pavelski. He got all 6 KOs. He did twice as much damage as anybody on the field.
He really was mad dogging.
He was just like, every chance. He's like, let me
sounded
in.
like a mad dog.
He broke off the leash. Boom, here, completely gone.
Yeah,
Rabbit
Pavelski kind of went crazy that game.
That was insane.
He got 2 double KOs as well. That's not just all 6 stocks, but 2 doubles. That's
he was.
He was cleaning up.
All right, let's see. If they can mitigate Pavelski's damage output, that will be big for transforming the shape of this game. But we'll see how they do. We're back on the same map, Shipwreck Falls. All right, TM has taken most of the damage so far. Already playing a little bit back. Oh, gets caught up in Swata's side signature attempt.
That's huge.
Yeah, in a position where Pavelski capitalizes.
Pavelski, what a punish.
He always takes chances off stage to get a stock.
Yeah, and that's what everybody loves about Pavelski, man.
Yeah, he makes bold plays.
He plays for the highlight reel, and sometimes it doesn't work great.
But dude,
other times, he's the king.
A lot of times it works great. Honestly, let's believe in it here. Okay, can they get a stock off of Heisen or Pavelski? TM and Swata fading in this game too.
No.
Oh
Pavelski.
no! Well, there we go.
That's what we're talking about, though. That's what we're talking about.
That's a good point. There was no need for that, and it did cost him his stock.
It was really just dangerous the whole time.
But I mean, risk reward. He was not long for the world in that stock, anyways.
Okay, TM coming back to the stage. Pavelski's not even looking at him. Wait, chameleon eyes, turns around just in time. TM might be in trouble. Yeah, Pavelski's going to clean that up. But Swata got the KO on the Heisen. But, oh my goodness, TM's down to 1 stock. And Swata, there he goes. It's 3 stocks to 4. Heisen and Pavelski in the lead.
Oh, almost. Okay, wait. This stock on Pavelski, if they could get it quickly. No, don't let him goof on you like that. Gravity cancel down signature on Wushang is. Never mind. TM. Okay, game's tied. Very close.
Not for long years.
No,
Heisen
it is
taking the pain.
Heisen can. Oh, I don't know. He
But
fights his way out of it.
Pavelski's got to come in and relieve the pressure off of Heisen because Heisen's about to get. I was gonna say. You know what I was gonna say.
He did. But perhaps if Pavelski and Heisen can focus down TM, like Pavelski was attempting to on stage.
Heisen,
But what a nice cleanup!
Oh
Now,
my God!
just like that.
Just like that.
I was trying to explain it, but they inputted it quicker than I could even speak. Now we got a 2v1 favoring Heisen and Pavelski. They could turn this set around. They got the first game. They turned this game around, and they're keeping the set in their favor.
Oh, that's right. Oh my goodness.
This is,
dude, Heisen, play of the game right there with that double.
Yeah.
That's a very
just
replayable moment.
Just to get around Pavelski in an edge guard, you have to expend so many options, and then you have Heisen just to follow up perfectly.
Yeah, right. As soon as you run
out
of everything, there's Heisen with a slight kick ground pound while you were just barely over the corner of the stage.
Okay, Swata has been doing a good job of just not getting hit, which is the main objective, but he has to deal some damage as well to turn this around. And oh no, he's caught in a combo. How far will he go?
Nice combo.
Yeah, that was good damage. He's now at that knockout percentage. It's, depending on the situation, he may only be able to survive 1 or 2 more hits. Has to play perfectly if he wants to come away with this game. Okay, whoa. He was Pavelski's shadow for a bit there, just following underneath him.
You got to commend Swata for how hard he's going here. He's gained almost no ground this whole time, but he continues to give maximum effort. It's just not enough, dude. Heisen and Pavelski take game 2. They're performing so well. I know all the Pavelski fans out there are just popping off, and I get it, dude. Me too. But, like, this is a really good match. Oh, okay, check this out. Combo time. Yep. And then there. I get the feeling this is not a practiced combo. That was just, they were just freestyling. They just get it.
See, they stepped on each other's toes a little bit there, but
Little bit.
I mean, they were
finished
just
it up.
doing whatever they wanted at the end. It was basically their wishes. So, okay, 2-0.
Yep.
This is tough for TM and Swata to come back from this because they need to win 3 in a row. And they need to win just 1 right now is their only focus, though, to keep them in this set.
Right, because if they lose a single game from here on out in this match, they're out of the tournament. So pressure's on. Here we go, Apocalypse. The end of days. Potentially for Swata and TM.
Yeah, this is, I know, maybe this is very fitting for what could be the final game of this set. Oh, TM and Pavelski had like a little secret pact.
I love how they were just like, whatever, combo, you know, like.
Damage, we'll both take
better to combo than to not combo.
The reduced team damage, they did the math. One of the teams came out ahead, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sure which one.
It is usually worth it, unless the damage is
Oh,
super.
no!
Wait a
Pavelski!
second.
That's an early stock.
Yeah, that is an early stock. You
30
look at
seconds
TM
in.
and Swata's health, and they're kind of chilling here. If they can finish off Heisen, they'll be in a really good spot. TM disarmed off the side, has to get around Pavelski's edge guard, has no problem doing so. Up and around, gets the punish on Heisen. Pavelski finally slapping TM away, and what's gonna happen here? Okay, friendly fire. Heisen still in trouble. Keep your eye on Heisen. Oh, Pavelski
chainsaw?
chopped up.
Another one, do it again.
Whoa, Heisen, whoa. Okay, well, I guess.
Oh, keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Yeah.
TM,
Classic
you found
chainsaw.
the method that works against Pavelski. He's weak to chainsaws. All right, somehow TM.
My one weakness.
Chainsaws.
Chainsaws.
That would be. I would love a superhero like that. Oh, and there we go. Stocks are now evened up. TM was holding on to that, but only just barely. But Pavelski's taking a bunch of damage on this second stock. He's the one to make a big... If he has to have a big stock here, do some damage, not get taken out by TM. Oh, dodges through.
Oh,
Turn
he
around,
got him,
baby.
he got him.
And he makes
What
it back.
a play.
And another one. Does he get it?
Oh, the other side, yeah.
Yes.
Heisen, oh my gosh. That turned it all around.
Wow,
oh my goodness,
wow.
TM and Swata had the advantage, and then in the blink of an eye, it completely shifted. The whole vibe has shifted 180.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Nice follow-up by Swata. But I can't believe how much. That's insane.
We got to go back to the risk-reward of offstage play. Pavelski, he's just always willing to take that gamble, and that time comes away big.
Oh, what a follow-up by TM. That was beautiful. And look at this.
Oh, no.
As huge of a lead as they had a second ago, it's pretty much even now. In fact, Pavelski being so damaged is putting TM and Swata in the lead. Pavelski's got to be careful.
And Heisen getting clapped, just trying to get in there to mix it up.
Pavelski's being cautious, and that's just getting Heisen beat up here while he doesn't have a weapon. Okay, he's got the lance now. Here comes Pavelski. He's got to make a huge play. This is the part where you pass it to LeBron and you hope he finishes it up, dude.
Yeah, tear the rib off the backboard. No!
Oh, no.
Okay, Pavelski avoids the recovery. That would have KO'd him 3 times over at this point. How could Pavelski and Heisen turn this around? TM and Swata. Oh, twin knockouts.
A beautiful coordinated finish. Keep Swata and TM in the match.
Okay.
2-1 now, still in favor.
Almost thought it was going to be the 3-0 clean sweep, but
it was certainly looking like it, dude. But then where's that play? Is this it? Oh, no, this was before. We didn't even see the play. The play was so long and major that we couldn't catch all of it. You're going to have to
our
watch.
memory cards failed to capture all the footage of that.
You're going to have to join us on the Monday esports dev stream to catch a nice slow-mo replay of that one. Oh, man. That was insane, dude. That was insane. Heisen and Pavelski, it was out of their hands. And then they took it by force, and they had a huge lead. And still somehow TM and Swata brought it back and took the win when they needed it most, because they would have been knocked out of the tournament if they didn't do that.
Okay,
GG.
and
Man.
a change of scenery as well. We're going to Crystal Temple here for Game 4. And, you know, I think Swata, oh no, TM, just get back to stage. TM, please.
Whoa.
I was about to, no. Okay. I was about to make a point, dude, and you, he was just, that
TM
was.
is like, he's like sweating right now, dude. He almost lost the stock.
That will check the efficacy of your deodorant.
But wait.
For sure.
Oh, again, Swata was in the same position too. Pavelski,
No,
Pavelski. Oh
why?
my gosh.
Oh, and Swata.
All of these players are just, oh my.
Dude, okay.
No.
I was trying. This has been a quick start to Game 4, and oh no, TM and Swata are laying on the pressure again to Pavelski's second stock already. I was going to say, TM and Swata are a team where they have crazy 2v2 synergy, and once they get some confidence, they really start to steamroll.
Yeah.
And so since they wrestled back some momentum in this set, since it's a long set, best of 5, could they just come away with it? Like, now they're way ahead. Two stocks ahead.
Yeah, it's tough to stop a snowball after it's been rolling for so long downhill, but not only did they stop it, they're like rolling it back up, and they found a new hill on the other side, and they're rolling it down that hill.
Yeah,
now.
they like reversed gravity. It was insane. They did some like Inception style.
Talk about gravity cancel, am I right? Oh my gosh, 2 stocks to 5.
Yeah.
TM and Swata, this might be a go next Game 5 situation, dude. I think we're just gonna cruise into Game 5 here, unless Pavelski and Heisen have like a super crazy trick up their sleeve.
I would love to see it.
That
would be
cool.
exciting for all of us as viewers to see what they could do to turn this game around. But 2 stocks behind fully, and on their last stocks is a bad position to be in if you're Pavelski and Heisen. So I mean, I don't like to call game 5s early, but I mean we Heisen why? I cursed him.
Yeah, well, talk about Game 5s early. Here we go.
Okay, Pavelski.
Okay,
he
still gets the highlight. He still gets the highlight.
The love of the game.
The love of the game.
You know what I mean? He knew it wasn't going to do anything except for the love of the game. Flex a bit.
Let's see that in slow-mo, even though it did not lead to a victory at all.
Boom. Pavelski's like, yeah, you want to see it go next? That's how you do a go next and not.
That is how
You do a go next and you save face in one motion.
Yeah, you give them no additional morale.
Boom.
Just, here's what could have happened. Yeah,
Nobody's making it back from this. He just decided. He's like, yeah. Nobody's making it back.
Here's my legacy.
Into the angle.
Here's
boom,
my legacy.
Blam.
Boom.
I don't even care. I've been sweating for
and
days.
And then he ground pounds down like, I know it's over. Peace out.
Yeah. I love that. You know what?
That was boss. That was a pretty boss play, dude.
That changes things in a weird way. We'll see. But now the set is tied up 2-2. This game decides it. Only one team makes it on in this bracket. The other one goes home in 4th?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
this is the most appropriate Game 5 we've ever had. This is like super, super intense.
Yeah, and the switch up.
How's this going to go, man?
We see, whoop, I'll get out of the way. Double Val. What? Same skin and everything. Pavelski and Heisen.
They're really switching it up here.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Heisen play any Val.
Yeah, they're doubling down on synergy. They're like, same character, same skin.
Synergy.
Same color. Everyone got to be the same.
Same skin. You're right. Same skin. Surely that won't cause any confusion on their part.
Sure, man. What will happen? How will this go? Game 5.
This is it.
We've seen it all. Crazy comebacks in both directions, but it all gets decided here. Okay,
nice
Heisen is thirsty for a stock on stage.
Oh my gosh.
Swata.
Swata almost took him out right there.
The bottom right corner, what is it? Are they all right-handed? Like, why is it that it ends up there all the time?
Heisen is taking too much damage for 20 seconds into the game.
Pavelski, that's...
No,
yeah,
not again! Not again!
I mean, that's what we talk about.
Pavelski fans, they can't handle this much, dude.
Oh boy, and then Heisen is actually, Heisen's also trailing behind in damage, so this could be a 2-stock lead.
You gotta believe, Pavelski, he does that for the drama. He's a big drama guy.
Big drama.
Big drama.
All right.
Oh no, Heisen's down too.
Swata and TM now in charge in Game 5. This is a good position to be if you're them. You can play it on your terms. TM, whoa, big combo. I mean, mental broken by Heisen. Continues off stage and
Nice dodge
chasing
by
him back up.
Swata. Oh, Pavelski got it, and he knew he had it. He did not go and chase somebody who was already knocked out.
Yes, he's learned his lesson for now. But
They
we'll
got to
see.
knock out TM like ASAP, and he just keeps getting damage on these guys while they try to knock him out. That'll do it. Nice. Okay, 2v1 on Swata. Quick little 2v1. They're trying to snatch him up, but they can't grab him. And Swata makes it out without getting any combos on him. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
So much unfortunate striking this team right now,
Yeah.
and there's no more time for this. This is the last game of the match. Heisen and Pavelski are not looking good right now. Oh my gosh, that axe neutral air is hitting Pavelski way too far. No one can be comfortable with that. Nice
Oh, wait,
ground pound from
Pavelski,
Pavelski.
big?
He could. Oh, he needed that.
He did
He
need
needed
that.
to get that knockout on TM. That would have been early. That would have been perfect. And it would have been. It seems like they have no chance without something like that immediately.
Whoa. Oh,
Oh.
wow. I mean, bold plays
Oh,
still from
yeah,
Pavelski.
Yeah, well, you got to be bold in a situation like this.
Oh,
no.
Swata. What?
Oh, folks.
No,
It's-
well, hey, listen.
it's,
We can't call it yet.
We can't call it. We
There's
can't
still
call
a heartbeat. What I'll tell you, the diagnosis isn't looking good. It's looking grim for Pavelski. And
Oh, man.
only a matter of
Pavelski.
time
What are you
before
going to do, Pavelski?
TM.
How do you? No, he didn't even. Oh,
he's just-
no. Oh, just. No, man. Oh, and a somber GG. goes out. TM and Swata are moving on to the lower finals after a hard-fought victory. Pavelski and Heisen, despite such an incredible performance, so many highlights in their favor, Steven, they still couldn't close it out, man.
Yeah, and what Swata? Oh, look at that! Swata was even celebrating by potentially KOing his own teammate. That was great.
Yeah, they were that far ahead that they're knocking each other out on
But
purpose.
like I said, Swata and TM, once they have the momentum, they just run with it. They're the type of players that once they get the confidence,
yeah.
their reaction time is quicker. They
Yeah.
don't have they remove the fear, from their bodies, and then they're as fast as they could possibly be, and they just piece together these amazing 2v1 combos and dismantle these teams.
The momentum, you're right about the momentum, man. It was very, very noticeable. It was tangible.
It was 2-0.
I
They
felt
were
it.
down 2-0. And then just game at 3 in a row. Boom.
Yeah.
Once they got the first one, they knew they could do it.
Insane. All right.
Okay.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams left in this tournament. We're going to see Viper and SolarSyn face off against Swata and TM, who just won the last one. The winner of that will go up. Oh. I was... Okay. They're going to go up to grand finals. This one right here. Dude!
Got it.
This one. No! Okay, I'm not getting trolled by a production team anymore. It's grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. No! I tried to juke him.
that
I
one.
tried to juke him on that one. It's losers final, this one, so that they can move up to this one. Yeah, okay, we got it.
Perfect. Dude, that was good.
We got it. Yeah, we're pretty good at this, I think.
We're getting better every day. Just as Brawler.
Whew. That was a good game, dude. I'm still kind of worked up over that one. Honestly, I was kind of cheering for Pavelski and Heisen if it wasn't obvious. And that was tough,
Yeah,
dude.
I
Because
have
they
to
really
admit-
had it, and it was just some, like, risky, unfortunate plays that ended up giving TM and TM and Swata so much momentum. And like you were saying, they got that momentum. Once they get that momentum, they run with it, and it is a tough snowball to stop. So can they get that kind of momentum here in the losers final?
Yes.
We'll see.
Probably. If you ask me.
Yes,
Yes,
definitely.
me. I don't know.
Against Viper and SolarSyn, though? Need I remind you of what
This-
Viper and SolarSyn are capable of?
Yeah. I don't know how to
Well,
call
let
this
me
one.
tell
I
you,
don't-
man.
Okay. Tell me.
Oh, they're great. They're a really good team. I think they're going to win. But right now, we've got an unbalanced team. of Viper, Solarson, and TM versus Swata. Swata is the defending world champ. He might be able to handle himself in a 1v3 here.
That's true.
But I don't know.
We don't talk about that enough. He is the world champion in the EU region.
That was crazy. Yeah, because, that's just how it is.
And, I mean, he was my player to watch in 2020. Then 2021, he won the world championship. And now I'm like, well, now you kind of blasted through all the achievements
really
now
quickly.
What do you do?
Yeah, right at the end of the year.
You overperformed. Now what are you going to do?
And
Just,
now
he's
he's left.
be consistent.
He was the underdog for like one game. For like one tournament, he was the underdog.
Yeah.
And now he's the guy to beat all of a sudden. And that's just how it works. So, Viper, 2 gold medals.
Yeah, but speaking of guys to beat, Viper formerly was in that position.
Yeah. 45 top 32 placements. That's a lot of top 32 placements. Viper has been competing for quite a while. And then you've got Solarson here, who is not quite as accomplished, but I mean, we don't need to keep talking about
it. A lot of
zeros,
zeros, and most of them are in his medals. I mean, but that just...
He's never made top 3. That's what we can infer from that. But, dude, he has proven himself. He's made a top 3 here.
First top 3.
That's a medal. There's a medal. And it's at least that's a medal. At least a bronze medal. So here we go. Losers final, ladies and gentlemen. The loser of this will be out of the tournament in 3rd place. The winner goes up to face off against Fosi and Sarmay. Who's it going to be? Let's find out.
All right, first game taking place on Apocalypse. And Solarson has taken most of the damage so far.
This has got to be so different for TM and Swata. Just a totally different thing they're dealing with now.
Yeah, have these teams faced each other in a bracket?
No.
Okay. All right, so
Not
this is
today.
their first time. Or potentially ever.
Probably ever, yeah. I got to imagine. Okay, Solarson was the first one to lose the stock here. Viper might be going next unless he makes it back. Yeah, grabs the spear. What can he get done with this spear? And the slap on TM, nicely done. Equalizing the stocks with that one. And no! He needed to do that downlight in the other direction.
Yeah, he was only off by 100%. But it was the right idea for sure.
He's off by 400 pixels.
And that is it for Viper's first stock. And now Swat is the last person on the field holding on to all 3.
Yep.
And no,
he's good, but look what they're doing to his teammate.
The hammer but the hammer throw breaks it up.
Yeah, that was a really good weapon throw. He stopped the 2v1 combo happening on his teammate. They equalize the stocks. Damage not equal, though. Maybe they can get a knockout on TM. I think that's the play right now for Viper and Solarson is get the quick knockout on TM and then win it in a 1v2. There they go.
All right, Swata trying to get this stock off Solarson off on the side. Is he going to have enough to make it back? No, Swata there, double slap down, and that'll take out a second stock. Now to his final one, Viper.
That puts both of these teams in a really even position.
Yeah.
It's anybody's game.
Viper needs to hold on to this stock. Oh, he was playing back for a second, but now he charges in, looking to get that stock off of TM off top of the stage now. In a position to maybe take one from Swata.
Oh, they missed the potential follow-up there. Swata could have ended him. Viper is so damaged, but he's not getting knocked out easily. Oh, Swata finally catches Viper, and now Swata is the only one remaining with more than 1 stock. He's still alive as well. Wait. Oh, that was a nice combo.
That's a good follow-up.
Swata's in trouble. He's still in. Following up off of his teammates' attacks and everything. Oh no, a friendly fire knockout from TM onto Swata.
Whoa.
That's unfortunate.
You know what? All TM had to do in that situation was survive, but he did more than that. He got some damage, and Swata immediately comes in, cleans up his stock. They've got the 2v1 advantage.
Wait, this is winnable for Viper.
True,
This is Viper, dude. He is the king of the EU 2v1. Right up there with Blaze. Oh, but that's such a beautiful combo.
No, wait. They fall apart at the end a little bit, but still do some good damage on Viper's last stock.
Oh, he's so tricky. He's so tricky.
Whoa, weapon throws going everywhere.
He needs a weapon, though. He's Oh no, what's he gonna do?
He's very
they're not
vulnerable
letting him have
without
a
it.
weapon. Yeah, yeah. Okay, he gets one more of those. That's the last one.
Oh, gets around the corner. Oh, tries to find his way.
Yeah,
no.
they got him. Wow.
Woo.
A little sword neutral air so close to the bottom of the stage is all it took to finish him off there. Swata and TM taking game one puts them up in the score 1-0.
Okay, I mean, oh, man, this team is so fun to watch. I've been having a great time seeing what they can do with their synergy all day. And against a team of this caliber now, they're like really proving themselves.
Oh yeah,
With Viper.
as if they haven't proved themselves already. But
Yeah.
yeah. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Into game two. TM and Swata take game one. Can Viper and Solarson clap back? Oh, Swata steals the
Viper?
weapon right from the red team.
Dude, Viper was going for some crazy unarmed 0 to death off of the side of the stage.
That's
that's
the
what they
kind of
need.
plays. Yeah, that's the kind of plays you need.
Yeah, does not want to get eliminated yet. And this is an elimination match.
Oh.
Solar's a nice connection there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was more than just recovering to the stage. He intentionally followed up on that combo in addition to.
Ooh. All right, both teams still trying to claim the first stock of the game. Solarson taking off the top. Viper comes in and provides a relief. Oh, nice with the other team's weapon throw, but
Oh
still
my
the first.
God,
Oh, the
okay.
second.
Even with such great follow-ups from Viper and Solarson, TM and Swata still clean up the stocks and take a pretty huge lead. Wait a second, Viper
Ooh.
equalizing quickly.
Yeah.
Can they get the knockout onto Swata? Swata's deep off the right. Solarson keeping an eye on Swata here. How's he gonna take him out? He's looking for the knockout on Swata. But Swata, man, he is proving very difficult to hit here, and he's getting so much damage off of it. Oh, there it is.
Okay,
A
yeah.
courageous ground pound from Swata ends up getting hurt.
Oh, wow.
Man, big
that
follow.
was really nice the
Yeah.
way they did that.
Same side team combo with those two weapons? That's unusual.
Yeah, and using axe recovery and knowing you're not going to hit your teammate, that was really well choreographed. Okay, I'm just impressed. But the stocks are tied up. Damage is pretty even as well. That will give some momentum to the blue team. TM and Swata pull ahead yet again in game two. And that's a tough thing for a momentum team like this. They get momentum in game one. Now what do you do?
Try really, really hard.
Try
Focus,
really hard.
And don't make any
Focus.
mistakes.
Uh-oh. Make mistake? Like
Wait,
miss a
did you
ground
say
pound?
make mistakes?
Yeah, don't or do? Viper was trying to decide off of the side of the stage, but he's on to his final stock. He does not have many mistakes he can make left in this game, but he is picking up a lot of damage on both blue team members there.
Viper is so flowy with the spear. At first, I was
Yeah.
disappointed that he wasn't playing Ragnar because obviously
Yeah.
he wants the axe and you know he's used Ragnar so much, and I love Katars and all that. But he's playing so well with the spear that I'm like, I wouldn't have this any other way.
You know, for someone who gets so much off of down air on axe, you give him a little bit more range on spear with more precision, but Viper doesn't have any problem with that.
He makes he makes great use out of the pogos.
Oh, well, we won't see another one yet this
Whoa!
game.
This
1v1.
is an intense 1v1. They're at pretty much even damage
Now,
to start
Solarson,
this off.
bad news for you. You're against the 1v1 EU World
Oh,
Champion.
that's right.
So
That's right. I kind of, yep, let's not forget.
This is kind of his bread and butter.
Well,
but
this is where Solarson proves himself. We've been talking about it a lot. Taza could not stop talking about it, honestly. It was pretty annoying, really. No, I'm kidding.
Uh-oh.
But he had a lot to
In
say
trouble?
about how Solarson has really proven himself to be a
well, you better stop saying it.
formidable opponent.
Swata closes out game two. But Solarson was putting up a good fight there. It was very close, and even at the end, last stock red basically, but Swata edges it out. And
Swata
it
had
is
it.
a two-game lead.
He proved it, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, he proved it. When it counts, he's got it. He's got it locked down, and that's why he is the 1v1 World Champion of 2021. Even though he hasn't won any major events in 1v1 during the new 2022 season, and he knows people must be talking about that, he's out here proving that when it really counts, he makes it happen. And no matter what happens this season, you still better watch out at BCX, you know? Because Swata's always capable of taking it.
And so far, a great start for Swata and TM. They've effectively whittled down the stocks of both Viper and Solarson to the point where, ooh, okay, wait, TM
Whoa.
almost got stolen.
Yeah, that would
His
have
stock,
been
yeah.
major. And Swata's real healthy on this first stock, despite dishing out so much damage. Uh-oh. Solarson down to his second stock already. Big punish by Viper.
Can they close out another one onto Viper before losing one of theirs? That would be huge.
Oh my God,
Swata just like, I'm going to
Yeah.
follow you. He doesn't care. Oh, well, that was a purposeful miss to bait him up.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Get out of Swata's way, dude. He is going off.
Dude, they're like, Swata and TM perform the most like piranhas, where they just like pick you clean to the bone somehow. They're just so
Yeah,
ravenous.
it happens really fast. Like once one of them starts biting, the other one comes in,
And they're
it's,
so
it's a
good.
whole crazy thing.
At the back and forth. Like, I get one hit, you get one hit. Whoa, falling chainsaw lands on Viper. The mental damage is huge.
They're
Can Viper
about to,
survive it?
They're
No!
up 2 more stocks.
Oh,
my
with the bear
God.
claw!
Oh, that's 2 stocks to 6, dude. 2 stocks to 6.
And now Swata and TM are just like, we want to have a 6 stock. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll
Full
see.
court
We'll
press.
see you in
It's
grand
still,
finals.
the pressure's going.
Wait a
no!
second. Oh, and it's only his teammate that's able to take him out.
Yeah, Swata was playing too hard, KO'd his own teammate, but in the scuffle, they managed to get that last stock off of Viper. Now it is maybe even a cakewalk to the finish line now.
Well,
Okay.
TM was doing too good, right? Swata had to put a stop to it because he's like, man, your mind is going to be corrupted if I let you continue on with this bloodshed.
That's a good point. He
Yeah.
was thinking of the,
He was gonna go
the
full
war,
demon.
not the battle. He's like, I
Yeah,
need
yeah.
him to be humble for the next fight coming up.
He
I
would have
understand.
turned into a demon had it gone on much longer.
Okay, well, Soliston still plucking stocks off his team. Very tenacious. Oh, but that might... No, he bit.
Oh,
slapped
that's,
down
come
again.
on. What are you going to do about that?
It's-
How do you deal with that?
There's
When you
no
get
way.
knocked up into a bowed bar sword down sig, that is brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yep.
GG. What a set that was.
In a situation like that, you just assume the position they tell you in the little manual on airplanes. You just like tuck your head between your legs and you just like hope to survive the crash, but you know you're not going to. But you need something like to give you a little reprieve. Like maybe I'll survive. You see, like he tucks his head between his legs, boom, and then he's gone.
It didn't work.
Didn't survive
Didn't
the
work.
crash.
The pamphlet lied.
The pamphlet lied.
Holy
Yet
cow.
again.
977 damage to 392 damage.
Whoa.
TM and Swata just
That's-
popped off so hard, man.
That's more than double.
Yeah.
Hold on, if I can do the
The
math,
whole team.
that's more than double.
More than double.
Oh my! And less than half of the damage taken.
And more than double of the damage
I
came
don't,
from...
okay, I
came
don't
from
usually
TM.
believe in numbers, but I've never been like told such a story. Well, the story's been told in all caps. It's screaming at us that was a paddling
yeah,
at the end there.
bold, underlined,
Okay.
highlighted. That story was clear. And the story is, welcome to Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. The only 2 teams left in this tournament. Fosi and Sarmay on the winner's side versus TM and Swata, who had to fight their way back up from the lower side, are going to face off in the grand finale. Who's it going to be? And I see Fosi locked into Queen Nai, and I must say, great taste. Great taste.
Yeah,
He has not played Queen Nai in this tournament at all, I'm pretty sure. Grand
Yeah.
Final seems like a weird time to pull out the brand new pick, but I'm here for it. Maybe he just gets
Maybe
it done, right?
It's just like carbon offsets for Sarmay's low defense character. He's just like, okay, I'll spec into a high defense character. It's like a team comp synergy thing, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I mean-
he did remove 1 defense for the speed, but
Yeah.
as a Queen Nine player myself, I'll say that's
Everyone does that.
standard operating procedure. Yeah, in
Yeah,
2v2, you need that little extra speed to get in position when it's needed most.
But you have a good point where I do love a team like Swata and TM. Like to see Swata switch off of Bodvar is like almost unheard of, and TM has been playing Olgrim all day, so they're just ready with this pick. They polished it up.
They're
and
coming in, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to make any assumptions here, but I get the feeling Fosi and Sarmay are just not showing their full hand. You know what I
And
mean? Like they're trying
be.
to take out TM and Swata with
the practice
with
squad?
their off
Maybe.
picks. Yeah,
Yeah.
with their second string.
They're
They're
the
starting
room.
their second string in the finals. Who does that? These guys do that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Grand Finals. Sarmay and Fosi on the winner's side versus Swata and TM. Let's see who can win this.
Yeah, and Sarmay and Fosi do have the privilege
already a beautiful follow-up
of being on
Fosi.
winner's side where they can lose this set because they have not lost yet in the tournament's double elimination. So they have one whole set to figure this matchup out. And so far, you know what? They may have already figured it out. They might not need the whole set.
Wait a second. Second string has a whole new set of perks that nobody was expecting.
All right, TM also in trouble. Weapon throw keeps him at bay. Catches, luckily, the top side of that ground pound.
This is unprecedented. Okay, wait a second.
Oh, no, Swata, get back, please.
Oh, that was
no,
perfect.
That takes down to one.
That was so good by Sarmay, and they're still, come on.
No,
he almost finished
that
him.
recovery was so
Holy
close,
cow.
too. Okay, well, man, momentum clearly has been set so far for this game.
Wow!
Swata, and he's out!
Wow, dude! It's been 1 minute, Steven! That was 5 stocks in 1 minute!
And TM with the go next, dude. Doesn't
That's
even
it.
want
That's
6
it.
stock in grand finals.
That's a 6 stock.
Fosi and Sarmay.
In 1 minute and 6 seconds, we had a 6 stock happen.
What? What?
That was insane.
What the heck, dude? Listen, I don't know what time it is in Europe, but the sun hasn't gone down here. We don't have to be pushing this fast, everybody. That was an insane
Sarmay's
pace.
ground pound there was so
Swata
beautiful.
was like, he didn't even get to participate in this fight. Look, here he is, gone again. Every stock. He took like 30 damage on every stock and lost it somehow. Okay, so this, I will say, there's big opportunity for a lot better play to come from TM and Swata. I think Swata was really mitigated that game. And if he can just kind of wrestle back some position on the map here and do some work, it'll change things big time. Okay, let's see it in game 2 on Shipwreck Falls.
Surely a different story on this one.
Oh, he went, okay. Swata was going for some crazy gravity cancel down light recovery business off on the side of the stage, but TM came in to provide him some extra help, and now they've done some good damage on the blue team. They can take one of these stocks quickly. They were looking for it there. TM wanted the...
Whoa, Fosi! Oh my God! Talk about confidence, dude. Fosi went way too hard on that ground.
All right,
pound.
they traded even on that first
Against
stock.
the hammer, no less. I mean, that's just that is just crazy.
But the thing is, they traded even on that stock, and Swata had like far less damage than Sarmay, so that actually kind of wasn't that bad for Fosi and Sarmay.
But with everything else that's happened in the game, TM and Swata are ahead by a significant margin. Although it's dwindling.
It's the
dwindling.
comeback is happening for Fosi and Sarmay. TM and Swata got to jockey for position and get themselves back dominating this game. Because they are down. And okay, actually, you know what? Basically tied now as long as Fosi can hold on to the stock. And we all know the fables of Queen 9 never dying. She's taking stocks here.
That is a true fable in the deep within the lore of Brawlhalla.
Oh, what a great way to do that recovery underneath TM on the way up. Oh, no, but cost him the stock. Now down to his final stock as well. Swata, Sarmay, everybody.
TM is the only one left with more than 1 stock.
Yeah, and only just barely. But starts up that team combo there. Swata elevates it all the way to the roof. Okay, TM now big trouble. Oh no, teammate as well, and that is it. TM by himself.
That was so fast.
Yeah, somehow.
I blinked.
I know, if you blinked, you missed it. Okay, TM, opportune uppercut. I like
think
that
Sarmay
attempt.
was intentionally staying inside it to get the follow-up off of the send, and it didn't work out in his favor. Oh, nice. Ah, the dash was too much there. Sent him too far.
Sarmay and Fosi could close this out with one combo.
But wait,
wait a second.
TM could
Oh, he lost his recovery.
He lost his recovery.
He lost too much.
If it weren't for the recovery stuff there, he'd have been able to make it back, and then who knows after that. Okay, 2-0 in favor of the winner's side. You know what that means?
That means this could be a really quick grand finals.
That's right. This could be Sarmay and Fosi are just 1 game away from supreme victory here.
Is this their first tournament teaming together, or have they? There's been so many switcheroos in this region. I'm trying to think.
It's honestly kind of hard to keep up.
It's so hard to keep up. I mean,
maybe
I'm still thinking of Fosi as Machete's partner, and now I'm like, what's this?
Is this their first tournament together? I'm actually not sure.
I'm just wondering if like a tournament win Because for the longest time, Acno and Blaze, for over 2 years now, we've been saying, they've won every single tournament in the region.
Right. So we kind of lost track of
every other 2v2 team doesn't have the type of success it would take to like lock in a team combo. They're like, we didn't win. We gotta try something else. We didn't win. We gotta try something else. So this is like the first time like maybe one of these teams could get the confidence to be like, no, this is my partner.
Well,
ride or die.
I mean, I can see it in Fosi and Sarmay. If they don't see it, I'll tell them. This is it, guys. You found it.
Yeah, everyone's talking about it.
Everyone's talking about it.
They laugh just a little too loud. They combo just a little too long.
Bravo.
That's
Here we go, ladies and
That's a bad joke to make
gentlemen.
for EU, though. They don't know that song. That song didn't make it across the pond, I bet.
Game 3, Sarmay and Fosi just need one more. And you know what? The Queen Nai is just awesome.
Whoa, no, TM, can you make it back?
Oh,
Yes.
dude, Sarmay almost came in with
He
the finisher
did.
there.
Yeah,
he was one hit away from the knockout.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Wait,
That
what?
was a crazy dodge by
It must have
Fosi to
been-
get around that.
I assumed it hit, but it was a perfect spot dodge.
Everybody assumed a hit.
That was insane.
Oh, that is a big hit there.
TM can't make it back. And now they got all this time to 1v2 on Swata. Swata in trouble.
Oh, that was a purposeful weapon throw by Fosi to negate the knockback from the hit to keep Sarmay in the game longer.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have KO'd him, but it kept him on the field and kept him close. That was actually
That's
insane.
the best way to do it. Anything else would have sent him so far for a save.
Yeah, I feel like EU does that more than any other region.
Yeah.
Specifically, like Fosi and like Neeze are like the weapon throw save masters. Okay, but stocks are tied up. Damage pretty even as well. Fosi could fall here. Can he make it back to stage? Yes, he does. And not before claiming another stock from the red team. Swata falls again. And TM left his own devices in a 1v2. Swata flies his way back in. I didn't even realize that Swata switched to Taros. That's...
Yeah.
Hold on, let me wrap my brain
all
around
eyes
this.
are on Queen Nai and Jala here.
I mean, Taros
But
is
you're
just,
right.
he's,
I mean,
he's
this
kind
is-
of like Big Bodvar. He's got the hammer. He's got a couple Dunkaroos. That's just Big Bodvar energy. We like that.
Yeah. It's not a surprising, like, back against the wall pick for Swata, you know? He's hoping he can just get a cheeky neutral signature and take a huge stock lead.
Oh, cheeky?
Like that?
You
was quick.
called it?
But then,
Oh,
wait a
two?
second.
Wait, hold
not
on.
only did he not knock
What
out his
happened?
target, he ended up getting
What
knocked out
happened?
for it as well. It was
It's like everyone died but his
not
target,
nearly.
actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's
That was
exactly
crazy.
what
He
happened.
like saved him from
You
the
don't
big
want to be here for
collision.
this.
Yeah.
He sent him down.
There was a big 3-car pileup that killed everyone else,
Okay,
and he lived.
wait a second.
Oh,
The
no.
big 3-0.
Whoa, wait a second.
Or the greatest Queen Nai comeback there's ever been.
Okay, TM and Swata finally in a position to win this game. They've got the advantage. 2 bodies still left on the field, but Fosi's been playing crazy all day, and he's like 2 stocks away from taking home the grand prize. No problem. Like, I'll fight for that.
Yeah, this would be a pretty spectacular way to get the tournament win. Nice weapon throw follow-up. You'd love to see that. Oh, they're still going.
There's so many axe swings to get
Just
around of your
as-
Fosi, and that's
oh,
it.
that
Wow, perfectly played at the end.
Yeah.
TM and Swata.
That was
Claim a game.
That was excellent.
Ooh, oh, excellent. Yeah. No accidents there. That was...
Okay, yeah, so this is the one where Swata gets the cheeky
Oh, that
neutral
was an
sig on
accident,
Fosi, but he
actually.
didn't realize that was actually just saving him
yeah, Fosi's...
from all the mess that was
Somehow
coming.
is the only one to make it out alive.
And then this is where things got crazy. Oh, man, I didn't...
But wait, just
lost
like
the
Final
stock-
Destination, he
lost
was
the
just it was
stock
just
at
saved for
white.
later. He was only fated
Yeah.
to be taken out.
It was
in
going to
just a bit
come
of time.
eventually. Man, TM with 136 unarmed damage.
Swata was 0
That's a
unarmed
lot.
damage. I'd like to highlight that for no reason other than it's funny to see a 0 in a category.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean,
When you're playing Taros, you're on a mission, and none of it includes unarmed, I think.
Yeah. He's like, I may have hands, but I don't use them.
Yeah, we may have hands, but we're using arms here. Okay. Whew. This has been intense. All right, so it looked like it was going to be a clean 3-0, but it
Yeah.
wasn't. Fosi and Sarmay still have to fight this out. They only need one more win in this set, but Swata and TM, if they win twice in a row now, they'll reset the bracket and bring on another best of 5. Let's see what happens.
We've seen them make comebacks like this already today. So
Yeah.
they have the mental fortitude.
Yeah.
But as this tournament presses on, it takes more and more energy. This is a grueling tournament. You have to be
and
on
Swata
top of
changed
your
his
game.
skin. Yeah.
He did.
That's
yeah.
how you. That's step 1 to being on top of your
ready
game.
to riot. Now
Getting
he's
the-
ready to win. with this new swap for Teros. All right. Let's see what we can do with it now. We're on Mammoth Fortress. Oh no, TM getting bounced around quite a bit on the bottom of the stage. Can he make it back? No, he can't.
That was early.
Oh, what a weird top and bottom of sandwich combo from Fosi and Sarmay just
the
off
sandwich
stage.
combo.
They were just, that was bread, butter, and lettuce and tomatoes. That was every ingredient needed.
That's a good sandwich, yeah.
But you know what, though? Swata has, with all the focus being on TM, oh no, in the second stock, are they just going to take every stock from TM before they even worry about Swata? Because that's kind of the way it's headed right now.
Not a bad plan.
Swata's in yellow on his first stock. They're like ignoring him.
That's the strat. Just take out TM. They keep finding success.
Oh, man. And you know what? You can't ignore that kid for so long because he'll eventually bite you. And there it goes. Swata takes him. Dude, they ignored him on the playground. They wouldn't let him play any of the games. And now he's coming in madder than ever, taking stocks.
Yeah.
And we're evened up here, but TM still in trouble on this second stock. I mean, he's taking so much damage. He's been the main focus of blue team. He's got to increase his survivability to change the pace.
Sarmay is so damaged, but it looks like he'll be able to make it back to the stage here, only to get blasted.
Whoa.
Wait. No, that didn't work out.
Only his own teammate was the one knocked out from that engagement.
Yeah, if it had to be somebody.
It looked like a really great time to do that signature, but in fact, it only cost them somehow.
Yeah. A lot of times, it would be worth the sacrifice for the team damage, you know?
Or even like your teammate would survive just because there's reduced knockback on team damage, but not that case. Okay, Swata TM in a tricky situation now. They're trailing behind one full stock. They need a comeback here. Oh my gosh, TM has just been brutalized this entire game. Sarmay and Fosi, they definitely came in with a game plan, it seems, and it was just to take out TM and let Swata kind of dangle in the wind without their attention. Oh, Sarmay crazy style up the side of the stage.
Oh my gosh,
no way.
He got the knockout. He avoided the knockout, and then
wait
he ends
a
up just
second,
getting
Swata, hold on. Get the stock before. Get the stock before.
Okay, this is a winnable 1v2 for Swata, but it's not going to be easy. Even though he's got the stock lead, well, it's not really a lead, I guess, right? If you have 2 1s and 1 2.
So yeah. This is a weird situation.
Oh,
what a weird move.
Nobody expected that. Yeah.
Swata is such an unexpected player. He's definitely from that new school class where it's like we grew up with a different, you know what I mean, science book.
Yeah, there's no expectations. Just moves hit where they hit, and you go for it when it's
We're
right.
on Fahrenheit. He's on Celsius. Oh, no.
All right, Swata on his final stock now. Can he pull off the miracle? He has to, because if he loses this 1v2, Fosi and Sarmay are going to be the SteelSeries champions.
Yeah, he is a 1v1 champion, but is he a 1v2 champion? This could prove it right here. Okay. He needs to be able to focus on the Sarmay.
Oh, he went for it.
He went for it.
He didn't jump or anything on that ground pound. He was just trying to make it happen.
Oh, can he fight his way back? Somehow dodges through that second down air attempt from Fosi, gets around the snakes.
That neutral light gets him punished, even though it was a good move to land at that time. Oh,
Swata
smacking them both away.
Doable.
Looking for the finish. This is it right here. Oh,
get out of there.
Oh my God.
He saves his dodge.
He gets What? Wait a second, Swata. He's on the way. He is he's so powered up now.
All right.
How can you beat somebody after they've gone through that much?
That weighs heavy on Fosi's mind right now as he has to pull this off.
Yeah. He's so supercharged right now. I don't think he stands a chance.
Not enough. Wait,
that's it. He couldn't make it back. He's Queen Nine. Too slow. Can't do it. Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Swata and TM fought back from so much, and Swata with the incredible 1v2 plays. Look at this. Oh,
perfect time to dodge.
Dodge down there. Weapon throw for the finish. No, not gonna hit me with that. Oh my goodness. He just did so much.
You know when in the Grinch like smiles?
Yeah.
That's exactly what Swata did when he knocked out Sarmay. He was like, his smile curled around 6 times on each side. And he was like, I'm about to steal Christmas. I'm literally about to steal Christmas.
He did steal Christmas
and
from
he did it,
two.
dude.
Oh,
that was
man.
crazy.
We went from what looked like the most guaranteed 3-0 GG easy to a game 5.
And now, I don't know, dude. They got the momentum. We've seen it happen before. And TM got paddled pretty brutally that game. If he can increase his survivability like even 10%, Swata's job is all the more easier. You know, so TM will be
that's
one
a
to
good
look at
point.
here.
That's a good point.
To make a difference in Game 5, which will
Here
decide
we go.
whether we have a champion or if we have a whole nother set to get through.
3,
This is big.
2, 1, brawl.
All right, and Swata still on Taros, but with a third skin selection this time.
Don't do that. Don't go so low, dude. Just stay on the mat. You scared me. But that's the way Swata likes to play. Oh my gosh, and look at this start. Swata's got so much damage on Sarmay. Maybe they're doing the same exact tactic. Pick one of the blue team members. No, they've just been completely smacking everyone involved. It's just damage all across the board.
I'm surprised on Game 5 that Sarmay and Fosi didn't just switch to their team comp that got them this far.
Oh,
They're
that's
like
a good point.
They're dead set on finishing this off this way. Okay.
Oh, whoa.
It's not that they can't.
Oh, man, they turned that,
That
around
wasn't
quickly.
a challenge, Fosi. Just
Oh,
saying.
no. Okay,
Oh,
Swata gets that stock. That's good. Okay, keeps it even. Perfectly tied, 5 stocks apiece. Damage spread evenly across the board. And Fosi and Sarmay just need this one game to win the whole tournament.
The whole, yeah.
Coming first, biggest piece of the prize pool, all the accolades. They're just one game away from all of that. Unless Swata and TM can stop them in their tracks.
Nice spot dodge from TM. There goes Swata, and TM might be in trouble. Sarmay tries to get the weapon throw follow-up off of Fosi's true combo there, but he's not out of the woods
Oh,
yet.
no,
His teammate!
no.
His teammate!
No, hate
Oh,
to see
man.
that in a Game 5 as well.
In Game 5, they're defending to reset the bracket. Oh my goodness, that is unfortunate.
That was very unfortunate. Now they can't think about that for too long.
Yeah.
Immaculate play is what they need from here on out. How is Sarmay? Yeah, okay, good. I was going to say.
Finally off his first stock.
It was
First
starting
stock.
to just not make sense mathematically that he could survive any type of interaction, even if it was a taunt. Okay, stocks are not tied up. I almost thought they were tied up. One full stock lead for Fosi and Sarmay, and they are... Okay, now the stocks are tied up, but Swata has to make this the biggest second stock of his life. Basically, and TM needs to hold on. He can't leave Swata in this 1v2. At least, I mean, that's the way it's trending. Like, that's maybe what's going to happen, but Swata needs some relief before it gets to that point.
Oh, Swata he's still in it. Bonked away by his teammate.
It's okay.
TM wishing he had a weapon and didn't throw it at his teammate a second ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
TM finds
good
his
dodge.
way all the way up through that. Mass and holding on to his stock still.
TM is so, I mean, he's playing cautiously and for good reason.
Oh.
He's pretty much in huge trouble here.
Little judo
if he
technique.
gets knocked out, it's perhaps over. But he scores a KO, too.
Right.
While he was in this precarious position, he ends up scoring a KO.
Oh, no, Fosi,
TM in
wait.
trouble. He avoids the knockout. Wait, he's going for his own reversal
Hey, you
here.
know what?
Okay.
I like that Swata didn't go down to help because he's like, last time I did that,
Yeah.
I knocked him out. So
Oh, big combo from Fosi
Oh,
and
no.
Sarmay. That was huge. Wait a second. This is still anybody's game, but it's really in favor of Fosi and Sarmay right now. Both of them off the side. This could be the end. Fosi, how's he going to do this? What's the edge guard?
Both
Let
with
him come up?
axes, just the
Ground pound?
recoveries, they could knock each other out so
Oh,
easily.
they fight their way through. Sarmay scores the KO onto TM. It's all up to Swata. Can he 1v2 this? Yet again, can he 1v2 this?
Whoa,
oh, there's the first
opportunity.
one.
He can do
Wait.
it.
Oh
possible.
my gosh, the same situation. Here we are.
No way.
Swata. Ooh.
Oh, the damage
He
is
lost
now
his
even.
weapon.
He
Oh
throws
no,
away.
Fosi's in trouble.
Uh-oh, big trouble.
Wait a second.
Unarmed. No way, Swata!
Bracket reset!
Clutch
Reset that
master!
bracket! 0-0. I can't believe they've done this.
Clutch master.
Holy cow.
1v1 world champion, 2v1 world champion.
2v1 world champion. Can we give him
Swata,
that title?
He's like, he's crazy. Okay, I can't believe he did this. I really thought it was over. I really thought it was over for the longest amount of time.
Yeah. Like at first I was just like, well, you gotta, you don't want to call it over when it's not over,
Yeah.
I was being polite at the start, but then it got real fast. And Fosi,
Fosi
is
has a switch
finally
up.
switching it back to Orion. Orion did so well for him throughout this entire tournament. Oh, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, grand final reset. It's now 0-0, and the next best of 5 wins it. Because it's a double elimination tournament, you have to be eliminated twice in order to actually be eliminated from the tournament. You have to lose 2 matches. Well, that was the first match that Sarmay and Fosi lost, so here we are.
Fosi? Okay, Fosi was doing some crazy Lance Tech off on the side of the stage, looking to claim an early stock from TM, but TM has a rebuttal. Swata scoops it out of there and takes over. No, can he make it back to the stage? Retreats to the other side. Still, this engagement is pressing on.
Oh, that was beautiful.
TM
but I
makes it
can't
back.
believe he must have just barely touched the wall before Fosi caught him with the slide kick.
Fosi and Sarmay did come away with the lion's share of the damage from that engagement, so that will position them nicely to claim the first couple of stocks if they can get them quickly. Maybe Swata and TM still holding on somehow to these first stocks. All right, in with a bit of a comeback. There it is, though. Double KOs on either side of the stage.
Yep.
Will push the lead in favor of Fosi and Sarmay. Now what? Now what do they do? All right, TM has an idea. Swinging big and heavy. Has to try to get this stock off Fosi off on the side of the stage. Fosi. Oh, no. Gets... Okay. Swata that time's like, I'm going to come in and help regardless. Nice. TM cleans up the stock from Sarmay off on the edge. Oh, I was looking to do a drop-off ground pound, but Fosi fights his way through with the recovery. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Nice by Fosi. Oh, man. Swata totally saved TM there. He had enough to make it back, but he didn't have enough to make it through the edge guard.
Yeah,
so he sent him up and around it. That was really good.
How is Fosi still on his first stock and claiming stocks? There goes another one. Swata on his final.
Imagine if he played Orion the whole time.
Oh, true. Yeah, maybe.
That's what I'm thinking. He was like, he knew this was the win condition. He was just keeping it in his pocket like, I haven't been forced to do it yet.
Well, they ran the experiment. They tried the other comp, and now they're over it.
Yeah, I guess that
they got the data they needed.
That was good data. Nice.
Oh, nice follow-up. Can they
beautiful.
keep it going, too? Oh, no. Swata finds a way in with the recovery. Weapon throw. Tricky setup. Oh, my gosh. There was too much pressure, too much heat for Swata to keep it up on that edge guard, but that was a cool attempt with a weapon throw. But they need something huge. Swata and TM, it's all but over in this first game of the second set. Oh, that weapon throw is going to be enough. Yes, TM just make it back from that. Okay, he does. Preserves his final stock. Swata so heavily damaged.
Yeah. Swata's. Oh.
All right, they need this.
I mean, he can still make plays.
Yes!
Oh, yeah, TM.
Oh, wait a
What
second.
neutral sig from
Hold
TM.
on. Wait. Okay, never mind.
No. Fosi had a second stock. Yeah. That would have been pretty spicy.
I did the math incorrectly.
Well,
All
wait
right,
a second. Oh, never mind.
Wait
No.
half a second.
I had nothing to say. Yeah, I was just, wait a second. It's about to end.
I know. You wanted to build up. Oh, now it's TM's chance in the 1v2. Could make a comeback. No.
I was going to get started, yeah.
That was finished quickly there. And, I mean, we saw some moments of brilliance, like that one at the end with TM with that very clever gravity-cancel neutral signature. But that game one was completely dominated by Fosi and Sarmay, with Fosi really leading the charge in a lot of situations, just going crazy with the Orion pick.
And TM was kind of on his way with that 1v2. He was like, he was schmoving, he was getting the hits in. It's just that one of his hits took a little too long, and that's all it takes to get the punish and combo it into a KO for Fosi and Sarmay. So Fosi and Sarmay take game one, and now we're moving on to game two of the grand final reset. No more resetting possible now, right?
Yeah,
this is it.
It's been reset as much as we possibly could.
Oh, here we go. Fosi and Sarmay sticking with the same pick. Swata and TM as well. We're going to Shipwreck Falls. Game two. Let's do this.
Oh, man. I see Shipwreck Falls, and I see dunks on everyone's kit except for Sarmay, basically. You got the Olgrim dunk. You got the Orion dunk. You got,
wow. Yeah.
You know, Roman Reigns has got a dunk or two.
Speaking of dunks.
Yeah, it could be.
TM. Oh, no.
Wait.
TM.
Oh.
TM messed that up.
And the only
there's no other way to put it. He did not need to go that low. He totally. Oh, no. And Sarmay and Fosi just took perfect advantage of it. Oh, man. That's going to cost him. Well, wait. Maybe he won't. Maybe it won't cost him.
If they can clean up this stock from Fosi pretty quickly, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
look at the health on Swata. Swata's
Yeah.
just
Even with
barely-
TM losing that first stock to nearly nothing, they have a huge lead.
Yeah, Swata's not even orange. He's in what I would call yellow ochre. And now,
Yellow ochre.
now he's getting into dark yellow ochre, which is really close to orange. And now it's just a tie game across. No, wait. Swata's still the only one with 3 stocks.
No, it's not a tie
Damage
game.
is basically tied, but they're a full stock ahead. Swata and TM have a good chance here in game 2.
And they're still making good on this. Swata just continuing.
Oh, nice shutdown.
Dude, Swata. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Whoa, that could have been the finish there. Okay, Swata finally loses his first stock.
Oh, I love wow, weapon throws all over the place, hitting in every direction possible.
Oh, Sarmay came in so clutch.
Oh, nice. I think, yeah, Fosi was trying to get that hit just to maybe even get a chase dodge. Okay, stocks are tied up, but Fosi is one good hit away from being knocked out onto his final stock. And Sarmay's been picking up a lot of damage on his final stock. He could get eliminated from this whole game here soon. Has to play on the corner, leaving Fosi in situations where he's in a 1v2 with that health. It's kind of a tricky situation to be in.
Oh, all right, Fosi down to his final stock. Sarmay blasted down, and he is alone. Fosi is alone now.
All right, so I
Sarmay
think
gets knocked out.
TM and Swata, what they got to do here is do like a McNasty 2v1 combo to really
To hurt the
solidify
morale.
their dominance.
Yeah.
It's
to,
mental.
To send a message.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Ah.
Almost. Keep it going. If he
That
doesn't,
sends the
he touches
opposite
the ground.
message.
It's over.
Okay.
And then out of hit stun, I love a
Gotta
good
finish it right here. Yeah, that counts. That's McNasty.
Yeah, chainsaw, that does damage all across the board. Okay, game 2. Going the way of Swata and TM. Excellent. Okay, is this going to be another game 5? Are we building up? What we once thought was
yeah.
oh, look at that damage. So good. And then
Yeah,
Swata
we went from
immediately
this being like a world record for the fastest grand final set we've ever had to a game 10 situation.
yeah, to the most allotted games possible.
All right. Oh, here we go. The full transformation now. Sarmay is back on Mordex.
Oh, okay.
These are the legends that got them here. And it took them until now to be pushed to this.
Yeah. They didn't want to have to use their final form, but it's time. 1-1 in the set. Whoa, nice back and forth there. Okay, Swata, can he wait? No way. How did he make it back from all that? I didn't think he had enough stuff, but he did. Everyone holding onto their stocks. Fosi now the healthiest person on the field. Oh, insane turnaround.
Oh.
Okay.
Boy, the Mordex is working great for Sarmay. Oh, can he finish it right here? 2 weapon throws. The ground pound's all he needs, but oh no.
Swata just got involved.
Yeah, exactly. And
he fell on that
scared
sword.
him off. It scared him off. Ooh, nice teardrop weapon throw. Nearly catches TM, but TM fades away from it.
I like that attempt from Fosi to continue that 2v1. Okay.
Sarmay can't make it back. And Fosi out as well. That puts TM and Swata in a kind of a lead.
Huge lead.
Huge lead.
TM.
Until Sarmay.
Every hit TM gets is like bonus points.
That's true, yeah.
Well, he got 2 or 1, but
Okay, well,
bonus points nonetheless. Still good.
pretty much
we'll
a tie
take
game
him.
here.
Uh-oh, both caught in the same combo, fight their way out somehow, but pick up some good damage. Swata really is looking unhealthy on that second stock. Could be eliminated very quickly. Oh, but nice. Fosi.
Can Fosi
down.
make it back here? Oh my gosh. Not only
needed
does he
that.
make it back, he's blasting everybody out of the way.
And yet again, a dead even heat on the second stock. Oh no, team damage from TM knocks Swata
Oh,
way
that's beautiful.
far out.
Wait a
And
second.
that's-
Oh, TM
Okay.
is, wow, TM, a miracle worker. Oh,
Okay,
man.
nice. All right, all is
It
forgiven.
was
All is
looking
forgiven.
so bad for TM, and then he ends up getting a double knockout. That's awesome.
Oh, they got the focus onto Sarmay. Fosi's gonna have to step in here. Okay, perfect time.
Team combo.
What? Keep it going?
Fosi was trying to switch to unarmed in the middle of that combo so that it could extend longer. Because he was running out of moves that could combo on Lance without giving him DI. Yeah.
Oh, has to avoid that weapon throw from his own teammate. TM came down to try to boop him up, but wasn't even needed. Both of them back on the field. Everybody on their final stocks. Each team with a member in red.
Oh, yeah, anything can happen here. It's 1-1, and everybody has one in this game left. This is anybody's. Oh, it's all up to Sarmay now. Can Sarmay clutch the 2v1? It's not gonna be easy.
It's possible.
It is possible.
But
whoa,
very tricky. He needs this stock here. Wait.
Whoa, avoid Swata. Wait.
Has to be careful with what move he's picks.
There's a
gets a both. No way! Has to be careful.
Oh my God!
Has to be careful. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get the super slow-mo on this one, dude.
You
we're gonna get
slow
the
it down
super
enough.
slow-mo. I've seen 1% before.
Avoids that axe just
1%.
barely, no problem. Gets them both. Sidelight.
Oh, dude. Sarmay, the pop-off.
They're dodging in different directions. Look at them. Like cockroaches in the light. They tried to scatter, but not quick enough. Sarmay closes it out. Look at that.
Oh!
I was trying to say he has to be careful which move he uses, and he was.
He chose the right move.
That was such a good
he
move
was
to
very
use.
careful about it.
He could have used a move that hit not there, and it wouldn't have worked, but that one did. That was so good.
That was epic.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I can't even believe you won that still.
I was a little, I had my doubts, you know? I was legitimately asking the question, can he do this? Because I didn't know. But now I know.
That was
Next
almost.
time I'll say he could probably do this.
That was the only way he could have done it, though, is do a combo, catch both their reads with the same finisher.
Insane.
All right.
Holy cow. Okay. Well, 2-1 now in favor of Sarmay and Fosi. They just need one more victory here to win this entire tournament. Or Swata and TM could take us to a game 10.
Yeah, don't put it past him.
Oh, yeah.
But
I mean, come on.
Anything can happen now. I don't even know if a lead is... This is just like watching the Globetrotters. Only the last 10 seconds matter. What are they going to do?
Double? Oh, man. They almost got Fosi as well. But, wait, it's not over. Did he touch the floor? Yes, he did. Oh, no. Wow. What an option select from Fosi there. That was okay.
He's a big believer in the down signature, but...
Oh, dude.
Wow.
No, Swata
What
knocked
happened?
himself out for that.
Dang.
He was so convinced that ground pound was gonna land and score a KO.
Well, you see, it got the checkmate because...
it was good.
Swata...
It was just a few frames too late.
Yeah.
And he ends up getting knocked out for it.
But TM still has his first stock, so they still hold on to their lead. They're edging out position for themselves to maybe take this to a game 10. That would be insane. Oh, almost.
Man.
Dodges a weapon
Still
throw.
love seeing an attempt like that at a nice combo finisher.
Yeah, and they were able to close out the stock. Couldn't make it past both of them for the edge guard. And now Swata is on his final stock.
Yeah,
this could be it. This is now getting
looking
bleak.
Good for the Fosi Sarmay finish.
All right, Sarmay.
Oh,
Crazy off stage
TM's
play.
in trouble. What? No, on his teammate. No.
Oh, no,
Wait, no, Fosi.
Dude,
Oh
if
my
Fosi,
gosh.
oh wait,
They fumble it like
he's
this.
Still,
Like what? Like
that
10 yards from winning the Super Bowl. They're gonna fumble it right now.
That is exactly what we might be seeing because the stocks are tied up. Damage is also even. This is the last time for a big push from TM and Swata. No, has to go low.
Oh,
see.
he's scared. Wait.
What?
It was worth it.
Worth it, I guess.
Worth it. It was a.
Now is the time for TM.
Genius trade.
To do the crazy 1v2
Oh,
comeback.
yeah, a lot of people have had their shot at epic 2v1s, but I don't think TM's had one yet.
Oh
so
boy,
here it
2v1
is.
combo. No, what? DI?
Wow, yeah, that was wow.
I don't understand how DI works if that That was crazy. He went straight up. All right, TM's like, all right, you're not going to posterize me. That's not going to happen.
Oh, it is over, ladies and gentlemen. Fosi and Sarmay are your SteelSeries Invitational 2v2 European champions. Woo! Holy cow, dude.
Wow, what a crazy tournament this is.
Yeah.
So many upsets. Huge. Oh.
This was a pretty sick combo. Okay, so what? Yeah. It only looked like the DI came late because of how far that side stick carries before the send happened. But as soon as the send happened, he had full influence of his direction, which is what directional influence does. Yeah. Wow, that was awesome.
Whew,
Oh
okay.
my gosh, dude, that is I don't have the stats in front of me, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that is Fosi and Sarmay's first major tournament win ever. I'm quite certain.
Well, yeah, because we're like
That was
28 months into a Acno and Blaze win streak now being
right. Yeah. Nobody else has
dismantled.
ever won a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah, we don't even have stats that old before Acno and Blaze started winning tournaments. It's kind of insane. But no, not anymore. The name on everyone's mind today, dude, Fosi and Sarmay. They've done it.
Amazing, dude. TM and Heisen, a valiant and extremely admirable effort. They went so far through this tournament, through the lower bracket as well. They tore through the lower bracket. They defeated Acno and Blaze. I mean, you can't give them any more credit than that. They defeated Acno and Blaze, but it still wasn't enough. You could beat Acno and Blaze, but can't beat Fosi and Sarmay, apparently. That might be the new team to beat.
This region is
Spring
gotten,
Championship 2v2 is about to be crazy.
It's very interesting now because before it was almost like solved. You just pick Acno and Blaze and you're like, all right, I know who's going to win. But not anymore. It's busted wide open. And we've seen the competition was so close at the end there. It's going to be tough to call for the rest of the year. It's going to be exciting to see how it shapes up.
It is going to be exciting to see how it shapes up. But there is still more SteelSeries Invitational action. Tomorrow, we've got North America. Join us at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Check brawlhalla.com/schedule if you're trying to figure out when that is in your time zone, because it automatically converts to your time zone. So convenient, so nice, so awesome. Speaking of things that are awesome, how would you feel about getting a super awesome free Apex Keyblade sword, Steven?
Free?
Free.
Well, then
Yeah.
that would feel really great.
Well,
if it was
let
free.
me tell you, man, all you have to do is head over to moments.gg/brawlhalla and get yourself one of those bad boys. Yep. Follow the instructions there and you can get yourself a free Apex Key Sword, and do it soon because this offer won't last forever. Also, there's a keyboard giveaway. You know, if you think the Apex Key Sword is awesome, let me tell you about the Apex Keyboard, which, honestly, I love that keyboard. You've seen them in my house. Multiple versions
They're
of
all
them
over the place, dude.
in my house. They are awesome. Check chat for more information. Thank you all so much for joining us here for the SteelSeries Invitational. We'll see you tomorrow. Man, that was an awesome tournament. Try to go to sleep tonight. I know you're all going to be excited, but just try to have a good night's rest, and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.